The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Now, let's get on with this day in history. In 1097 AD, First Crusaders arrive in Antioch during the First Crusade. In 1603, Chinese uprising in the Philippines fails after 23,000 killed. In 1803, U.S. Senate ratifies the Louisiana Purchase. In 1917, U.S. suffragette Alice Paul begins a 7-month jail sentence for peacefully picketing in support of women's suffrage right to vote amendment at the White House in Washington, D.C. In 1935, Communist forces end their long march at Yan'an in Anzi, China, bringing Mao Zedong to prominence. In 1944, U.S. forces under General Douglas MacArthur returned to Philippines with the landing of the U.S. Sixth Army on Leyte. In 2020, U.S. Justice Department sues Google for illegal monopoly over search and search advertising. In 1998, comedian Richard Pryor is awarded first ever Kennedy Center Mark Twain Prize for American Humor. In 1973, Queen Elizabeth II opens the Sydney Opera House at Mang Long Point in Sydney, Australia, after 14 years of construction. In 1973, U.S. President Richard Nixon proclaims Jim Thorpe to have been the greatest athlete of the first half of the 20th century. Born on this day were Henry John Temple, Arthur Rimbaud, James Chadwick, Joam Cagnati, Tommy Douglas, Kamala Harris, Bela Lugosi, Danny Boyle, John Krasinski, Candace Wampole, Charles Ives, Tom Petty, Snoop Dogg, NBA Youngboy. Is that a name or a job title? Alfred Gwend Vanderbilt, Mickey Mantle, Jean Murchell, Keith Hernandez, and dying on this day were Charles VI, Herbert Hoover, Paul Derrick, Burt Lancaster, Jane Went, Muammar Gaddafi. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Police, calling all cars, attention all cars. Be on the lookout for a well-dressed young man, about 25 years of age, medium height, weight about 140 pounds. Has brown hair, brown eyes, ruddy complexion, slight accent. Only for passing worthless checks. That's all. Rose and Quick.
Gentlemen, the exciting and hazardous duties of your police and fire departments demand that the automotive equipment they use deliver sparkling, dependable performance. When life or death may be a matter of seconds, their gasoline must be good. Instant starting, unlimited power, quick getaway night and day. That's why so many police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Remember, this gasoline is exactly the same as that which you can buy at any Rio Grande service station. Also, cracked gasoline has 10 points average higher anti-knock rating than gasolines which are not cracked. If you are now a user of Rio Grande cracked with tetraethyl, then you know what police performance in the gasoline really means. If you are not, then try a tankful tomorrow and enjoy the performance required by police and fire departments. Rio Grande Cracked is sold at all Rio Grande stations. Tonight, Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department has sent as his personal representative Captain Burt Wallace, head of the homicide squad, who has a personal message for you. Captain Wallace.
Good evening, friends. It is the desire of Chief of Police James E. Davis to give the citizens enjoying these true police dramas diversified programs. Therefore, tonight, you will hear no machine guns or revolvers. You will, instead, hear of a different type of criminal from the more spectacular enemies of society who break the law with guns, knives, and nitroglycerin. Our subject tonight has a more quiet, though just as damaging weapon, a soul without a conscience and an agile tone. He was a forger and a bounceless check. He believed in the criminal's philosophy that only facts work. And he set out to collect from the world the living he believed it owed him. In lightheartedly appropriating other people's property, he broke the law. And although he was a clever scoundrel, he nevertheless was brought to account and made to pay his debt to society. The trail of outrageous impostures, unpaid loans, and bad checks he left behind him was traced all over Europe and across the United States. Repeatedly eluding customs and immigration officials in New York, Scotland Yard men in England, and officers of Paris police. He finally came to justice when he bucked up against two officers in our bunco details. But I am getting ahead of the story. It is best for Frederick Lindsley to tell you the details. It is midwinter 1927. Across the Kill Princeton campus,
the lights in the windows throw swaths of gold on the sparkling white carpet of newly fallen snow. Music is in the air, and the clear laughter of young women tinkles across the quadrangle. It is prom time. From Vassar, from Smith, from Wellesley, and from Park Avenue have come the most beautiful girls in the East. And from Harvard and Yale and Williams have come the coon-coated boys who are fortunate enough to have friends among the Princeton juniors. Among the visitors from other colleges is George Gaber, a Harvard law student, who with his Princeton host, Charlie Wallace, is standing in a secluded part of the ballroom watching the canine tactics of the stag line. The two young men seem to be hugely enjoying their own private little jokes.
It's a perfect disguise, George. There isn't a person I've introduced you to that doesn't believe you're really a German baron.
Never having seen a German baron, how would they know?
Of course, that rimless monocle helps.
No doubt. You'd go a long way to Germany before you'd find a real baron that wore one.
Yes, I suppose so. But for Princeton purposes, your monocle, your accent, and your big title of Baron Alfred von Krupp passes perfectly.
You know, as a matter of fact, Charlie, there aren't any von Krupp.
Really?
Sure. The Krupps, as you know, were famous munitions makers for years and years. Finally, the head of the family died, and there were no male descendants. So Wilhelm II arranged a marriage for a favor of his to the woman who was the head of the House of Krupp. And instead of her taking his name, he took hers.
Well, I'll be darned. I never knew that.
Neither does anyone else, I guess. You Americans are woefully ignorant of the Almanac de Gotha.
The Almanac de Gotha? Well, what's that?
Oh, that's well, you might say the who's who of European nobility.
Yeah? Well, if there is such a thing, we better not go too far with that little joke. Somebody may check up on you.
Who? You never even heard of the Almanac. And if you didn't, you suppose anyone else here has?
Well, maybe not.
Surely, I wager you I can pass as the Baron Alfred von Krupp any place in this country and get away with it.
Oh, no, you couldn't.
Sure I could. I can pull this gag in New York and Newport and Miami, any place, and get away with it.
I'll bet you couldn't.
I know I can.
But somebody would be sure to check upon you.
Charlie, as I said before, if you'll pardon me, you Americans are dumb.
Yeah, but just the same...
If I can successfully pass as the Baron von Krupp for 6 months, I tell you what I'll do. I'll be your valet for the next 6 months.
Oh, that's too easy, George. I know you can.
But if I get by with it, you'll be my valet for 6 months.
Okay, George. It's a bet.
The success of George Gaber's impersonation is attested by the amount of newspaper space the gullible press gives him during 1927. He is feted by society wherever it congregates. He makes friends with people in high places. Henry Ford is so taken with the engaging young fellow that he makes him a present of an automobile. George Gaber, alias the Baron von Krupp, is living off the fat of the land and anticipating the services of Charlie as his valet for 6 months, when at a house party on an estate in Delaware, his hostess introduces him to a countryman.
Baron, I'd like to present the Count von Schwarzendorf. Count, this is the Baron von Krupp.
Es freut mich sehr, Sie kennenzulernen.
Ja, excellent.
Es ist vielleicht besser, wir sprechen Englisch. Ich glaube nicht, dass unser Gastgeber Deutsch versteht.
Ja, it's better. I take your pardon, madame. It is so charming to meet a fellow countryman one naturally falls into the mother's heart.
Oh, of course. And I'm sure you two will have much in common. You see, Baron, the Count is in America inspecting our Delaware munitions plants for his government. And Count, of course, you know the Baron's family, the Von Krupps who made all those guns in the war.
The Von Krupp?
Oh, yes, of course, you know. They made the large Emmers or some gun like that. You know, the one that bombed Paris.
Oh, yes. You come from the Von Krupps of Essen, then, Baron?
Yes, exactly.
Very interesting, Baron. It has been a pleasure to meet you. Madame, you said something about the garden.
Oh, yes. Come this way, Count. I want you to see my dahlias. Auf Wiedersehen, Baron.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Madame, what do you know about this fellow, this
Why,
Baron?
Why, he has the best of recommendations. What do you mean?
He is an impostor.
Count, how dare you? He's my guest.
I am sorry, Madame, to be so brusque, but this fellow is no Baron. He cannot be.
Why not?
Because in all the nobility of Europe, there is no Von Krupp.
Great heavens, are you sure?
Positive, madame.
Then maybe he's come here to rob me. Maybe he's stolen my jewels. We must do something, Count. We must catch him.
Please, quiet. Allow me to handle this matter. There must be no excitement nor disturbance to alarm the guests. I shall call the police and then take the Baron for a walk in the garden. When the police arrive, we will transfer him to their automobile, and then you may announce to your guests that the Baron has suddenly been called away. And so, you are relieved of a possibly dangerous man, and your face is safe, and no one the wiser.
Oh, Count, you think of everything.
Thus, ignominiously, George Gaber's first impersonation ends in the Newcastle County Workhouse, where he is sentenced to serve 9 months. However, after he has been incarcerated 3 months, immigration authorities deport him as an undesirable alien. Ejected from one country after another, he finally is refused permission to enter his native Hungary on the grounds of having taken out first citizen papers in America. He is no longer entitled to Hungarian citizenship. But this resourceful man without a country manages to procure a birth certificate of a former Harvard classmate, and presenting it to the American consul with a story that he lost his passport, manages to get another issued to him in the name of his friend. His wager with Charlie Wallace has taught Gaber how easy it is to live without effort. So, equipped with his falsified passport, he journeys to London, where he prepares to get by on a really royal scale. The telephone is his only ally.
Embassy of the United States.
I wish to speak to the ambassador, please.
Who's calling?
This is W.C. Widener of Philadelphia.
Just a moment, please. Mr. Widener of Philadelphia calling, sir.
Widener of Philadelphia? Oh, yes. I'll talk to him. Hello, Mr. Widener.
Hello, Mr. Huffman. Never had the pleasure of making your acquaintance. I presume you know who I am.
I certainly have heard of the man who gave that beautiful library to Harvard.
Well, that was nothing.
I didn't know you were in town, sir. I hope I shall have the pleasure of entertaining you at the embassy.
Unfortunately, Mr. Huffman, I'm only in London for a few hours. I leave for Paris tonight. But there is something.
What is that, sir?
Well, my nephew, Taft Hugh of Richmond, Virginia, is arriving in England sometime tonight. If you could...
I'll certainly do everything I can to make his stay a pleasant one.
I've taken the liberty of telling him to call you when he gets in.
Excellent, Mr. Widener. I'll look after him.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, sir. Have a good trip.
That evening, George Gaber registers at the Grosvenor Hotel as Taft Hugh and calls the ambassador once more.
This is Mr. Houghton speaking.
Oh, good evening, sir. This is Taft Hugh.
Oh, yes, Mr. Hugh. Your uncle told me you'd be arriving. When did you get in?
Oh, about an hour ago.
Have a good trip.
Excellent.
Where are you now?
I'm staying at the Grosvenor.
At the Grosvenor? You must be my guest at the embassy.
Oh, I couldn't think of it, Mr. Hunt.
But I insist. I promised your uncle I would look after you.
Sir.
No objections, young man. I'll call for you in half hour at your hotel.
Very well, sir. I'll be expecting you.
And so George Gaber, alias Taft Hugh, becomes the guest of the ambassador to the court of St. James. For 10 days he is feted as members of the American colony and the elite of British nobility entertain him at garden parties, polo matches, banquets, and dances. Finally, tiring of England, he enters France by leaving the boat attired in the steward's white coat and carrying his own luggage. And within 24 hours, and by the same telephone technique, he is a guest of the American ambassador in Paris. When he leaves the French capital, he is armed with a warm letter of introduction from the ambassador. Disembarking at Halifax, for fear of another brush with immigration authorities in New York, he motors across the Canadian line to Vermont, stopping at Montpelier, where his letter from the ambassador gains him the hospitality of the governor. A trail of bad checks follows him west across the country, but never catches up with him. In Palo Alto, his ambassador letter gets him invited to the Hoover home for luncheon. The list of prominent people who are buncoed by this astonishing scapegoat during the next few months would read like a section of who's who. They include governors, university presidents, bankers, politicians, society matrons, Army and Navy officials. And from each, Gabriel manages to wrangle a loan or obtain an endorsement on a bad check. Then he flies the coop without bidding his gullible friends farewell. His junket leads him once more to the West Coast, this time to San Diego, where, posing as Taft-Sue Houghton, son of the ambassador to Great Britain, he is right royally entertained. At first, in the review of the fleet, on the strength of his unimpeachable credentials, and then becoming bored, starts for Los Angeles. The telephone is once more an important piece of his equipment. The manager of an exclusive Los Angeles club receives a call one afternoon.
Hello. Is this the manager whom I'm speaking?
Yes.
I'm Secretary for Mr. Taft-Sue Houghton, 32nd Solicitor General of the United States.
Yes?
I want to reserve a suite for Mr. Houghton.
An hour later, George calls the manager a second time.
This is Louis B. Mayer speaking.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Taft-Sue Houghton, a very good friend of mine, will arrive in the club shortly. I'll consider it a personal favor if you'll take good care of him.
We'll be pleased to, sir.
Tell him to get in touch with me as soon as he gets in.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Still another call comes to the club in the early evening.
This is Mayor Porter speaking.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're expecting a Mr. Taft-Sue Houghton?
Yes, sir. He's reserved a suite.
Ah, good. Please tell him I've arranged a banquet for him at the Jonathan Club.
I will, sir.
Ask him to call me as soon as he arrives.
Yes, Your Honor. And a half hour later, George Gaber, alias Taft-Sue Houghton, arrives, receives the messages which he has telephoned himself, and is escorted to a luxurious suite by the bowing and scraping manager. Gaber orders the stenographer, and in the presence of the awestruck manager, dictates a letter.
To His Honor, Mayor, City Hall, San Diego, California. Dear Sir, I wish to express my deep gratitude and appreciation for the courtesies you showed me during my stay in your city. Please also convey my personal thanks to the Chief of Police for the police escort he so thoughtfully provided me during my visit to San Diego. I look forward, honored sir, to another visit with you in the very near future. Sincerely yours. I'll get that out right away and now sign it.
Yes, sir?
Well, Mr. Houghton, how do you like your suite?
Very comfortable, it will do.
It is the best we have.
Good. I think I can be very happy here.
We'll do everything we can to make your stay a pleasant one.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, I'll need a car while I'm here. Could you suggest...
Your guest card entitles you to the services of the auto livery next door. The bills are simply added to your account.
Very convenient.
Yes, sir. Now, can I do anything else for you?
No, I think that's all.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what a nuisance.
What's the trouble, sir?
I believe I've only about $20 with me, and the banks are closed at this hour. I wonder if I'll need any money tonight.
Allow me, Mr. Houghton. It'll be quite convenient for me to advance you whatever you need. About how much shall we say?
Oh, 100 or so, I suppose.
If you'll pardon me, I'll go down to the office and get it right away.
Very well. Now I suppose I'll have to get ready for that silly banquet the mayor's giving for me.
Gaber takes the club for several $1,000s before polite demands for a payment on account forces him to settle with a bad check and move out. Now compelled to promote the hospitality of newfound friends in Los Angeles, he wrangles himself an invitation as a house guest of Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Baldwin. When he leaves their home, he also leaves a rubber check for $50, which Mrs. Baldwin has endorsed for him. Mr. Baldwin, furious, reports the matter to the police, and Officers Mouth and Williams of the Bunko detail interview Mr. Baldwin at his home.
You know, Mr. Baldwin, you're not the first one that's been caught with this Houghton, or whatever his name is. He's a pretty slippery customer.
No doubt. But I'm here to tell you I'll stop at nothing to see that fellow behind prison bars.
It just burns me up to think how we fell for that story of his, that he was trying to escape being served with divorce papers. Then after he eats our food and sleeps in our bed, he takes us for $50. I want him put in jail.
And so do a lot of other people. Well, have you any idea who else seen you in town?
No, I haven't, but he spent a lot of his time at the phones. Always spoke of his deals with his broker and the president of one bank or the vice president of another, or...
Spent a lot of time at the phone, eh?
Yep.
Where is the phone?
Over there in that alcove.
Mind if I take a look at it?
No, go ahead.
Whose number is Gladstone 1551, Mr. Baldwin?
I don't know. Why?
It's written down here on the wall.
Written on the wall? Well, if it's written on the wall, that pig did it. Mrs. Baldwin or I wouldn't think of writing on the wall.
Well, let's play a little game and find out whose number this is.
What are you going to do?
Get some information from someone, I hope. Listen.
Hello?
Gladstone, 1551?
Yes.
Let me speak to Mr. Harlan, please.
Mr. Harlan? You must have the wrong number.
Is this Gladstone 1551?
Yes, but there's no...
Well, Mr. Harmon must be there. He gave me that number.
There must be some mistake. This is Warren's residence.
What is your address, please? Possibly I am mistaken.
This is 5755 Tuxedo Drive, but there's no Mr. Harmon here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have the wrong number. Get anything? Yeah, it was a cinch. The kid that answered the phone told me all I wanted to know. Warren's residence. At 5755 Tuxedo Drive. All right, let's get out there right away. You, Mr. Warren?
I'm Jack Warren, Jr. What can I do for you?
Are you acquainted with a man named Houghton?
Oh, am I? I'll say I am. Why? Are you a policeman?
That's right, buddy.
Well, I was wondering when you'd catch up with him.
What do you mean?
Well, come on in and sit down. I suppose you want to ask me questions about him.
Yeah, we do.
All right, come on in. Sit down over there anywhere, on the Davenport. Smoke?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, what do you want to know?
How long have you known Houghton?
Just a couple of weeks. And that's 2 weeks too long. You know what he did?
No, but we want to.
Well, he got me to go to my dad's bank and endorse a $100 traveler's check for him. The next day they called up Dad and told him the check was a stolen one.
I'm not surprised. He's got quite a habit that way. Do you know where he is now?
Well, no, but he keeps calling me up and promising to meet me somewhere, but he never shows up. He's liable to call me any time.
Good. We'll wait until he does, if you don't mind.
Well, not at all. You know, I think there's something funny about the guy. Dad thought so from the first, and after he pulled that check business, I agreed with him. I can't understand, Taft. Why, just the other day he called me up and said he'd left something for me at the Richley Hotel. And I dropped by for it. It was a swell-fitted bag from Bullock's.
A fitted bag from Bullock's, eh? Add Bullock's to the list of victims.
Well, what do you mean? You don't think he stole it, do you?
No, not this bird. He wouldn't do anything so crude. He just charged it, but he'll never pay for it.
Oh, gee, I don't want the darn thing. If it's stolen property, I'll give it back to you. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe that's him now.
If it is, stall him and give us a chance to hear his voice.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Taft.
Hello, Taft. Where have you been?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Jack. I've been very busy. Tied up with the president of the bank all morning.
Well, where are you now?
Oh, I'm at the hotel, but I'm leaving right away. I'm due down at Santa Monica for the polo game this very minute.
Going to stop by.
Well, look, Taft, why don't you stop by on your way out to the beach? I got something I want to ask your advice about.
Well, I'll try to. But don't wait too long for me. I've got to go now. So long.
Goodbye, Taft.
Hey, give me that phone. Operator, place that call. This is Police Officer Williams, badge 238, speaking from Gladstone 1551.
Just one moment, please. I will try to trace it for you.
Now, look here, partner. You stay here with Jack in case this bird comes by, although I doubt if he will. And I'll get over to the place he's calling from just as soon as...
Hello?
Yes?
The call came from the Richley Hotel.
Thank you. Richley Hotel, eh? I'm going right over there. In the meantime, partner, you call them and tell them to detain... Mr. Houghton until I get there. Can I help you, sir? Oh, yes. I'm looking for a man by the name of Houghton who's registered here.
sorry, sir. Mr. Houghton has just checked out. Here's my card. I'm a police officer. You know where he went?
Say, what's the meaning of all this? A little while ago, a man called and said he was a police officer and ordered me to detain Mr. Houghton. And now you come here demanding to see him. Fortunately, Mr. Houghton had already checked out when the first call came. I'll have you know, my good man, that we do not like to have our guests annoyed in this manner. Mr. Houghton is a very fine gentleman, and furthermore...
Wait a minute, brother. How did Houghton pay his bill? By check?
Of course. Here's his check right here, on the Crocker National Bank of San Francisco.
I thought so. Well, maybe you think Mr. Houghton's a fine gentleman now, but when that check comes back, you may think different.
Right. What do you mean?
I mean that Mr. Houghton hasn't any account at that bank and that you're out just $64.
The stack of Houghton's bad checks grows higher on Captain Thomason's desk in the Bunko Detail Office. The Hotel Men's Association and the Merchants Protective Association are warned to look out for the man. Maug and Williams develop another angle of the case when they discover that Houghton has been trading on the air-mindedness of young boys, posing as an aeronautical inspector for the Department of Commerce and promising to make them licensed pilots, but in the meantime using their identification to cash worthless checks. It is this strange desire to impress boys of high school age that proves his undoing. For he is attempting to interest a couple of students at aeronautical school on Slaughton Boulevard when his erstwhile host, Mr. Baldwin, drops in to pass the time of day with the head of the school, who's an old friend.
Well, Ernie, how's the aviation school business?
Fine and dandy, Bob. How's things by you?
Well, I can't complain. Life's a little brighter since we got rid of that fake Virginia gentleman who was living off of it.
That was a funny case. If any, I've laughed over it many times.
Well, I'll tell you this much. It was almost worth the $50 he swindled us out of to be rid of him.
Yeah, I'll bet it was.
Never in my life have I seen a man with more brass nerve than that fellow had.
Ernie. What?
There he is.
Oh, where?
Houghton. There he is, out there in the shop, talking to those two students.
Are you sure?
Absolutely. Come on, he's not going to get away from me this time.
Bunko Detail. Morgue speaking.
Lieutenant, this is Baldwin speaking. You remember me, the man who entertained Houghton?
Yes, of course I do.
We've got our man.
You have? Where?
Out at the Pacific College of Aviation on Slaughton. Hurry up out here.
You bet I will.
Right this way, Lieutenant. We've got him locked in his office.
You sure he's the right guy?
Of course, I'm sure. No one ever swindled me out of $50 that I couldn't remember the next time I saw him.
Just a minute till I unlock the door. There we are.
Well, Mr. Houghton, or whatever your name is, you're under arrest.
Huh? Oh. All right. I suppose we dispense with the formalities and get down to brass tacks, or rather in this case, handcuffs. Never mind, Lieutenant. So, the game is up, gentlemen? And it's been worth it. I've certainly had one hell of a good time at your expense.
We voluntarily released our prisoner to federal authorities for prosecution on the charge of impersonating a federal officer. And for this violation of the law, he was sentenced to the federal prison at McNeil Island for 2 years. At the completion of that term, he was taken to New York, prosecuted for violation of the Passport Act, and sentenced to 2 more years in the federal penitentiary at Atlanta. While this term was served, he was deported to Hungary, and if he ever enters the United States again, he will face prosecution by the government for violation of the immigration laws. Thank you, Captain Wallace. When you buy Rio Grande cracked gasoline, remember, although good gasoline is essential to the proper performance of your car, the life of your motor depends upon the oil that you use. You all know what petroleum jelly is. You know how thick it is when cold, but how thin and watery when hot.
Most all oils contain this petroleum jelly because it is a costly process to remove it. It necessitates chilling the oil down to 60 degrees below zero. Sinclair oils are also de-waxed, removing the gummy properties in crude oil that clog the spaces between the piston and cylinder walls. Now, you may buy either Sinclair Pennsylvania, made from Pennsylvania's highest price crude oil at 30 cents a quart, or Sinclair Opaline, made from Mid-Continent's oldest crude oil at only 25 cents per quart. Remember, Sinclair Opaline is made from Mid-Continent crude oil, which is much superior to our Western oil. Sold only in tamper-proof extra major cans at only 25 cents per quart at all Rio Grande stations.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation dash 40 regarding a bunco artist. Suspect is now in custody. That's all. Rosenquist.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Once unleashed, the unit is invincible.
The crew is hunted by a computerized killing machine.
It's one of those things after my ship.
Now the Enterprise is targeted for destruction.
Return fire!
We missed!
Backup system's failing.
It's a duel to the death with an invincible enemy on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Louise, Marcia, Susan, I've called lots of women to the fur vault at Alexander's. Here they are, my customers in their beautiful new furs.
I'm Deborah. I'm Eileen. I'm Juanita.
Come to my January fur event. Get my lowest prices of the season. Up to 50% off on a special collection. Raccoon, nutria, coyote, even natural block llama mink.
I'm Bessie.
Susan, I'm still waiting for you.
Please, Mom, please, can I keep him? On one condition, you feed him. It's a deal. Okay, you deal with the smell and the mess.
And me with the cost, especially those small cans.
But Mickey's favorite cat food is tender victuals. Tender victuals?
Delicious tender victuals. No smell, no mess. And it costs a lot less than those small cans.
No mess?
No cans.
Oh, boy, then you won't mind meeting Stanley.
Tender victuals, no cans, no mess, and cost a lot less.
You're counting dimes, count on us to come through, 'cause we're the dime that starts with you. Savings, a mortgage, checking too, time accounts designed for you. Union Dime, the dime that starts with you.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thank you, D. Kirby. Here we go.
Any special plans for beginning the week?
I kind of thought maybe it'd be nice if we begin with music of some sort.
Now, that's what I call a real bright idea for Monday.
You know how Mondays are, Rosie. Who's going to grab the bull by the horn here?
I'm all ready.
Well, grab it.
It's a most unusual day. Feel like throwing my worries away. As an old native-born Californian would say, it's a most unusual day. There's a most unusual sky. Not a sign of a cloud passing by. And if I want to sing, throw my heart in the ring. It's a most unusual day. There are people meeting people. There is sunshine everywhere. There are people greeting people, and a feeling of spring in the air. It's a most unusual time. I keep feeling my temperature climb. If my heart won't behave in the usual way, well, there's only one thing to say. It's a most people meeting people. There is sunshine everywhere. There are people greeting people. And a feeling of spring makes your heart want to sing. It's the most unusual time. I keep feeling my temperature climb. If my heart won't behave in the usual way, well, there's only one thing to say. It's a most unusual, most unusual, most unusual day.
Ah, that was slick, Rosemary.
Ken, you're a nice fellow to butter me up like that.
No, I really mean it.
Then I guess I should rest on my laurels, huh?
Sure.
I wonder if I can persuade Mr. Crosby to move in here and take charge.
Be very happy to take over, Rosemary. Incidentally, I enjoyed your song very much.
Oh, I tell you, between you and Ken, you're just going to spoil me.
Way down yonder in New Orleans, in the land of dreamy scenes, such a garden of Eden, that's what I mean. Creole babies with flashing eyes, softly whisper with tender sighs, stop, won't you give your lady fair a little smile? Oh, now, bet your life you'll linger there a little while. There is heaven right here on earth with those beautiful queens down yonder in New Orleans. Orange blossoms, sweet aroma, and the strains of La Paloma seem to throw you into a coma when those orchestras play. Again I see a peacherino dance, so you know what I mean. Oh, she shakes a tambourino, so the Cajuns say, down yonder in New Orleans, mid the land of dreamy scenes, such a garden of Eden, oh, what I mean. Creole babies with flashing eyes, softly whisper with tender sighs. Look out, give your lady fair a little smile. Oh, now, bet your life you're gonna linger there a little while. They got angels here on earth wearing little blue jeans down yonder in New Orleans. The Wrigley people have their trademark on the next words in music for your enjoyment. Listen well now.
When you're in your favorite store, get the gum worth looking for. Enjoy America's favorite brand, the biggest little treat in all the land.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew.
Friends, when you're in your favorite store, get the biggest little treat in all the land, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley Spearmint, look for the spear on the package. You see, anyone can use the word spearmint, but only Wrigley's can use the spear on the package. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it's the Wrigley trademark, and it's your assurance of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
get the package with the spear, and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Well, the equipment's yours. Take the mic, Rosie.
Might just do that, Bing.
Lately when I'm in my room, all by myself, in the solitary gloom, I call to myself. Hey there, you with the stars in your eyes. Love never made a fool of you. You used to be Though he won't throw a crumb to you, you think someday he'll come to you. Better forget him with his nose in the air. He has you dancing on a string. Break it and he won't care. Won't you take this advice I hand you like a mother? Or are you not seeing things too clear? Are you too much in love to hear? Is it all going in one ear and out the other?
You know, Bing, every once in a while you and Ken engage in conversation, about how you have to wait for women to get dressed, how slow they are in getting dressed for a party and all that.
Well, you kids do linger, You dally a little, there's no doubt about it. Seems to me strange that a man can get dressed to the teeth in no time at all, and a woman takes forever.
You men just don't appreciate what we go through for you, that's all.
Well, we go through a lot too, Rosie. Terrible, nervous strain waiting for someone. There's nothing that makes a man more nervous than waiting.
Sit down, relax, forget about it.
Can't make it, I steam. You girls just got to speed it up. Now, come on.
Even in this speedy age, boys, it's impossible. Do you realize the time that we have to spend on our hair, our eyelashes, our face, lips? Oh, just an endless amount of things. We can't be speedy or sloppy about it. It looks that way then, and we have to groom ourselves properly and select the right dress and accessories. It takes time.
Well, how about this? How about starting out a little early, huh? Maybe that'd help. You ever think of that?
It's too simple, Bing. If you're going to go out in the evening, girls start about, 5 o'clock in the morning to get ready.
We have other things to do, and we do start early, but we just have so many things to do and have to go through so much that you men should appreciate it.
Yes,
even if we are a little late leaving for a party or the theater or whatever. You know, Pat?
Yes. However, I refuse to abandon my position. I say speed it up, girls.
Me too.
And remember, all these extra things that we do to beautify ourselves and all this time it takes, we do to please you men.
Oh, is that right?
So?
That's right.
You mean to say you don't go to all this trouble to doll yourselves up to impress other women, perchance?
Well, yes. We do buy new dresses and fix ourselves up to sort of show off for other women, of course.
And getting back to pleasing us men, I wonder maybe if you don't put on all these lovely clothes and stylish makeup and fancy hairdos to maybe to please yourselves, huh, girls?
Yes, we do dress to please ourselves, sure.
Now it's coming out. That's who you want to please. That's more like it.
But the point is, women fix themselves up all pretty to please themselves, other women, and men.
Oh, I see you do it to please yourselves, other women, and men.
In that order.
Now, wait a minute. Let's not put it down in any particular order, huh? We do it, and it works out great for all concerned.
Maybe so.
Another thing, we girls try to please everybody, and now I want to ask a question.
What?
Can you men say the same thing?
Well, what do you say to that, Bing?
No comment for the moment.
No?
Tell you what, Ken, let's be modest about this and admit that we're heels, huh?
Yeah, we've been asking too much for the girls to be ready on time, maybe.
Sure, the ladies try to please everybody. But do we men try to do that?
Oh, definitely not.
And with that abject admission of guilt, friends, we turn penitently to music. It seems we stood and talked this before. We looked at each other in the same way then, but I can't remember where or when. The clothes you're wearing are the clothes you wore. The smile you're smiling, you were smiling then, but I can't remember where or when. Some things that happen for the first time seem to be happening again. And so it seems that we have met before, laughed before, and loved before, but who knows where or when? Before and laughed before and loved before, but who knows where or when? Buddy Cole now. Gee, I wish we had a spotlight. We'd hit him with some amber, straw, baby pink.
Yeah, maybe we should get a spotlight.
Studio's too small. I'm afraid a hot spot might blister the keys. You're on, Bud. Rosemary and I have a real good hunk of advice now, if we may, friends.
And that advice is don't worry about tomorrow.
Well, while you're at it, don't worry about today either.
And, of course, yesterday, that's just out of the question.
Gone. The main thing is don't worry about tomorrow. Don't worry about have peace of mind that way.
Don't worry about tomorrow. Be grateful for each day. You'll find somehow everything turns out okay.
Just wear a great big smile and sing a happy song. For no matter what tomorrow brings, we'll always get along. Now don't you worry about tomorrow. Life handles things her way.
Don't worry about tomorrow.
Be thankful for today. Just wear a great big smile and sing a happy song. For no matter what tomorrow brings,
we'll always get along.
Now don't you worry about tomorrow. Life handles things her way. Don't worry about tomorrow. Be thankful for today. Well, that's practically everything we had on the boards for today, but we're going to be back tomorrow loaded, just loaded. See you then.
Thank you very much.
Not all of the interesting information about a news event is front page copy. It is the focus of attention, however, for Charles Collingwood and his weekday Dimension feature, Sidelights. Another Dimension feature that concentrates on stories behind the headlines is Observations USA. For fascinating studies of people and places in and around the news, hear Sidelights and Observations USA over this CBS radio network station weekdays.
A pretty girl gets caught up in a phony protection scheme on chips. Saturday.
In the heart of every kernel of corn is a Kellogg's cornflake waiting to be born. And the heart of the corn, if you had any doubts.
Did I ever have these before? I don't think so, dear.
Makes the cornflakes lover and you come out. Taste the heart of the corn, a great part of the corn.
If I did have these before, I liked them.
Get the heart of the corn from Kellogg's cornflakes.
Cora, I can't figure it. Coffee can help kick you up, wake you up, entertain guests, but you only got one kind.
Only need one kind, Cousin Helen. Maxwell House does everything coffee's supposed to do.
Tastes good.
I think it tastes best.
Ladies?
Jed!
I'm tired this morning. Coffee?
Maxwell House does everything coffee's supposed to do.
Maxwell House is good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
The Steelers and Cowboys and pregame excitement of Super Bowl 13 with Dick Shaft. The Road to Miami, Saturday night at 7:30 here on Channel 4.
Meatloaf, Sergio Mendes on Rock Concert tomorrow night at 1.
One of the most important questions a woman asks herself,
I wonder if I'm pregnant,
may now be answered in your own home with new AccuTest, a pregnancy test you do for yourself. AccuTest is safe, simple, and in just 2 hours you clearly see the result. A dark ring at the bottom of the test tube indicates pregnancy. AccuTest. Follow directions carefully, including instructions to see your doctor. AccuTest, at your drugstore now.
I had the most wonderful news.
Outward Bound, Rota, Spain. The Navy. See your local recruiter or call toll-free. It's not just a job, it's an adventure.
You're a strong finisher, Pat. Am I too strong? Then shower up with Irish Spring. The double deodorant soap. The very one. To get a strong man fresh. Look, and these green and white stripes are 2 deodorants to get a man fresh and clean. What a fine, fresh scent.
That's why I use it too.
Irish Spring with 2 deodorants gets a strong man fresh.
I didn't lie to you. I told you a Agree Cream Rinse and Conditioner helps stop the greases, and it does. Now here's a new shampoo called Agree, and it helps stop the greases some other shampoos can start. The complete story is in this booklet. See, some shampoos contain greasy-feeling additives, but Agree contains no greasy-feeling additives. Agree shampoo cleans your hair beautifully without leaving a greasy residue.
Feels and looks terrific, and no greasy.
New Agree shampoo. It helps stop the greases between shampoos.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Come in. Welcome. I am E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the fear you can hear. What do you think about witches? Not the bony hags and atrocious crones of Shakespeare and legend, or the poor unfortunates of Salem, but witches who are young, witches who are beautiful, witches who even fall in love.
Excuse me.
Who let you in here?
Well, I hope I'm not disturbing you.
I'm only trying to make a deadline.
Well, if you're in the news business, I've got something for you.
It better be good.
I'm going to have to kill my wife.
That won't be news till you do it.
I know. I want you to know why.
Okay. Why?
Because she's a witch.
Our mystery drama, I Warn You 3 Times, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Joan Loring. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. It's one of those miserable, stormy nights in the dead of winter. A thick, clinging, wet snow seems determined to smother the entire earth and everyone on it. You'd think that most people would choose the cheerful indoors, a warming fire, a relaxing drink, a comfortable bed. That's the problem with most people. You can't figure them. For instance, consider that line of cars crawling down Main Street, bumper to bumper, skidding, sliding. Where is everybody headed on a night like this? Have we become a race of lemmings? Do we follow some mysterious, unconscious drive? An interesting speculation, but we won't pursue it. We'd better consider the traffic, which has come to a complete standstill. A car seems to be stuck at the intersection.
Let's go, sister. That light's green.
Oh, officer.
Well, what are you waiting for, lady?
My husband.
Your husband?
The light was red, and he said he wanted to step out and clean off the rear window.
Hey, mister. You finished back there?
He just stepped out. It was a moment ago. Tom?
Well, maybe he slipped in the snow.
Tom, are you all right?
Lady, there ain't nobody around the back.
But he just went out.
Yeah, to clean the rear window. That's what you said.
But what could have happened?
Just sit there a minute, lady. Hey, lay off of that horn. I know you got one.
What's wrong, officer?
Did you see a guy get out of that car up?
Did I see a guy get out of the car?
Yeah. Did you? Huh?
Are the police after someone and escaped?
Oh, come on, Buster. Just tell me. Did you see a guy cleaning off the rear window of that car up front?
Well, to tell you the truth, I wasn't paying any attention. I was listening to the radio. Now, there could have been somebody, but then again, I couldn't say there was. It's not that I'm not trying to get involved, officer. I'm a citizen. I know my duty, but...
Well, thank you.
Officer, where is my husband? He was just there.
Lady, he disappeared.
How could he disappear?
I don't know. I do know he ain't here.
What am I going to do?
Well, you can't keep blocking traffic, lady. You got to move on.
Where?
Well, it beats me.
But you must find him.
Look, you got troubles with your husband, that's your problem. But when you hold up traffic, that's my problem. Will you feed her a little gas, please? Come on, let's go.
But I can't.
Lady, you got to go somewhere.
I can't go anywhere. I don't know how to drive.
Desk, Lieutenant Carroll. Yeah. Nobody wants this guy, you say? Well, technically, that isn't true. His wife wants him. Okay. Well, look who's here.
Lieutenant?
You won't win any Pulitzer Prizes around this joint tonight, Peterson.
I was hoping you might have a little bone to throw me.
Page 1.
I'll settle for 2 inches on the bottom of page 38.
If you promise to remember 2 R's and 1 L. First name Irvin, not Irving. Lieutenant Irvin Carroll. We may have something shaping up.
Ah.
I don't know where it can go. Everywhere or nowhere.
What have I got to lose?
Sitting over there on the first bench.
Ooh, that's nice.
And married.
Well, you win, you lose.
A very, very weird story.
Tell me about it.
No. Let her tell you about it. Why don't you ask her?
Excuse me.
Oh.
My name is Fred Peterson. I'm a reporter for the Union Messenger.
Oh, no, I don't want to talk to a reporter.
Why not?
Because
Because you're afraid? Why?
Could you put Tom's picture in the paper?
Well, that depends. Has Tom done anything?
He's disappeared.
Well, we'd need the how, the when, the where.
The when? About an hour ago. Where? On Route 986 at Main Street. How? I don't know. You see, we were driving south. It was snowing hard, and he said, I can't see out the rear window. The light was red. He stepped outside to wipe it off. He didn't come back.
Where did he go?
I don't know.
Well, where could he go?
I don't know.
In that snow. And there's nothing around there? Could you give me a why?
I can't imagine. I don't know what to do. I sit here waiting. Look, my name is Hetty Parsons. Tom and I, we've been married 5 years. We don't have any problems. I mean, we're very happy. If you print his picture in the story, maybe someone will see it who can help us.
Excuse me a minute.
Well?
Yeah, I think I'll run with it.
I don't blame you. I was always partial to girls with honey-colored hair and baby blue eyes.
Ah, so you noticed, too. Have you run a check on her husband, Tom Parsons?
Well, he's not one of the known bad boys. No record at all.
And what did she say he did?
He's an accountant. He has his own business in the Barstow building.
You looked him up in the phone book?
Checks out.
They were headed south, huh?
That's what she says.
If it was a trip, there should have been bags.
There were.
His and hers?
His and hers.
How does it look?
What do you want from me? I don't solve crimes. I sit here behind the desk.
Come on, Lieutenant.
Now, this is one for you, Fred. How could a guy disappear just like that?
And in that storm. There's no place to go.
He could have had a car following in back of them. A friend was driving it, maybe?
Well, he had to go somewhere. But why?
Right now, we're treating it as missing persons. It's all we can do. He's not wanted for anything. He's a legitimate citizen, as far as we know. He hasn't even done anything to her. At worst, he left her in a car. He hasn't even deserted her. Yet.
Who was driving?
He was. She can't.
Well, that's abandoning her, isn't it?
No. At best, we'd have him for abandoning the car.
Yeah. Yeah, excuse me a minute. Listen, Mrs. Parsons.
Yes.
Why don't you go home? I've got my
Oh.
car outside.
Oh, no. I want to be here in case they find Tom.
They'll let you know if they find him.
No, I don't want to be home alone tonight. I just want to stay
Yeah,
here.
but it may be hours. It may be even days.
Don't say that.
I'm sorry.
I'm just so jumpy and so nervous. I can't believe what's happened to me.
Well, if you're going to sit here, you should have some coffee and a sandwich.
Oh, I couldn't think of food.
I'll be right back. Hey there, Officer Dennis.
Well, look who's here, the friendly reporter.
Yeah, listen, that girl.
Yeah, I was going to ask what girl, but I won't.
Yeah, I want to start at the beginning.
Oh, well, you know, Lieutenant Carroll's got 2 R's, but Patrolman Dennett's got 2 N's.
Yeah. What did happen?
Well, like she said, he went out to clean the rear window, and he was gone.
Anybody see him?
I checked the car and back, but who looks, who notices?
Where could he have gone to around here?
Well, on the south side, you got open fields. On this side, a couple of warehouse buildings locked up.
Night watchman?
Yeah, he's a retired cop. No sign of anybody trying to break in, to hide, or whatever he may have wanted to do.
Okay, so what could have happened to the guy?
Well, it's all very interesting, but in 15 minutes I go off duty, and I won't have to worry about it.
Oh, thanks. I didn't think I could touch a thing, but I must have been starving. Has there been any word?
Yeah, you'll hear the minute they know. Now listen, Hetty, I can help you, but you have to help me.
I'll do whatever I can.
We have 2 basic roads to explore. 1, somebody was out to get your husband.
Oh, no. No. Tom is the mildest, sweetest, most obliging guy on earth. He has absolutely no enemies.
That you know about.
Tom and I have no secrets from each other.
Everybody has at least one enemy.
Tom is incapable of hurting anyone in any way.
He sounds too good to be true.
If he does have a problem, that's it.
All right. The second road to explore. He wasn't pushed, he jumped.
What does that mean?
It means he walked out on you.
Oh, it's inconceivable.
Why?
I've had a liberal education tonight, Mr. Peterson.
Call me Fred.
No, not yet, or maybe never. I've been introduced to a new world. I've been thrown in with people who basically don't believe in anyone, don't trust anyone, and perhaps they have good cause. Perhaps that's how life is in their world. Perhaps their world is the real world, but it isn't my world.
May I ask, do you come from another world?
It's entirely possible. I won't call you Fred unless and until we become friends. But that's just a little thing. The policeman who brought me here is a confirmed cynic. So is the lieutenant. And so are you.
I must plead guilty as charged.
All of you proposed 2 basic hypotheses. A, my husband was ambushed by enemies. B, my husband abandoned me. You can't conceive of people who... they simply don't make or have enemies. You can't conceive of people who are completely in love. I'm not a fool, Mr. Peterson. I read these attitudes.
What a wonderful world you live in, Mrs. Parsons. I hope you can stay there always.
We're so dependent on each other, Tom and I. We need each other. We're so complete together.
But we still have the basic fact of his disappearance.
Yes, but all you can see are 2 alternatives. There is a third, you know.
Really?
Perhaps he was taken ill, suddenly, and he just wandered off. Oh, maybe I should go back there.
I've already been back there. There's no place he could have wandered off to. Tell me, does he have a history of any sort of illness, amnesia, anything like that?
No, nothing like that.
Well, then, where are we? Nowhere.
Perhaps you are nowhere, Mr. Peterson.
Okay, tell me where you are.
I have faith. I believe Tom will be found, or he will find himself, and he will have an absolutely reasonable and rational explanation.
I hope so.
Hetty!
Oh,
Hetty!
Tom! Oh, Tom, darling. Tom, what happened to you? I was so scared. Oh, darling, you're all right?
Hetty, are you all right?
Yes.
I don't understand. I happened to tune in the news, and there it was. Tom Parsons, accountant, with offices in the Barstow building, had disappeared under mysterious circumstances.
Tom, I was so worried.
Mr. Parsons was driving with his wife. He stepped out of the car to clean off the rear window, and... Hetty, what did you tell them? I wasn't in the car with you. I was at home.
Well, here we have the story of two people who love each other deeply, who trust each other completely. It sounds like the Garden of Eden. But we all know what happened back there in the traffic and the snow. We shall return shortly with Act Two. You've seen these couples, or rather heard of them. They dwell in a sea of perfect harmony, never a ripple of discord. But when they do have a disagreement, well, it's a beaut. Here we have Fred Peterson listening to Hetty and Tom Parsons having a fantastic difference of opinion.
Tom, how can you say that?
Hetty, darling, I was not in the car with you. I was home. Home.
You said, let's get out of this miserable cold and snow. Let's head south for a couple of weeks.
Hetty, when did I say that? How could I say that? You know I'm swamped with work at the office.
You came home this afternoon, Tom. You said, how would you like to leave for Florida tonight? And I said, give me an hour to pack.
Excuse me.
Who's he?
Oh, he's just...
I'm just Fred Peterson of the Union Messenger.
A reporter?
Oh, please, don't be alarmed. I assure you it's a thoroughly respectable profession.
Well, I see no point in emblazoning this all over the newspapers.
Is there anything to emblazon, as you put it?
This is a private affair.
Tom, tell me what happened. What happened to you after you left me?
Hetty, I told you I never left.
Tom.
How could I have left you? I wasn't with you.
Oh, no, Tom. This time I have witnesses. The police officer, he knows you went out to clear the rear window.
How does he know?
Because
you told him.
Mr. Parsons, now, obviously your wife seems distraught. I would suggest...
Keep your suggestions to yourself, Mr. Peterson. Don't you dare imply that I'm overwrought or nervous or hysterical. I am completely calm, extremely rational, and absolutely in command of myself. I know what happened this evening.
Mr. Peterson, this is obviously a private matter between my wife and me, and nobody's business but ours.
What did you mean, Mrs. Parsons, when you said that this time you had witnesses? Have there been other times when...
Hetty, it doesn't do us any good to air this in public.
All right, Tom. Take me home.
Let me talk to that officer at the desk there. Find out if there's anything we have to do.
Well?
Well, what?
Friend, husband, Tom. He didn't turn out to be quite as advertised.
And what is that supposed to mean?
He isn't quite the sweetest, mildest, most obliging guy on earth, is he?
He is to me.
I guess it's all a matter of how these words are defined, isn't it? And about this oh-so-complete understanding between the two of you. Won't you at least admit you're having a difference of opinion right now?
I don't have to admit anything.
Okay, don't shoot. I'll go quietly. Are you sure you really want me to go?
Please.
Regardless of what you say to me. You are in trouble. No, don't deny it.
Well, what if I am?
I'd like to help you.
Why?
Because...
Would you want to help me if I were middle-aged and fat and sloppy and ugly?
It isn't 10 minutes ago. You accused me of living in a world where no one trusted the next fellow or believed in him. You accused me of being a confirmed cynic. Is it possible you don't remember what you say from 1 minute to the next?
I'm sorry.
Don't be. There's a great deal to what you said.
You're kind, but no one can help me.
I could try.
And no one should try either.
Why not?
It's too dangerous.
That was the wrong thing to say to me.
I'm warning you.
You're only getting me in deeper.
Please,
For
Fred.
openers, my business is to take chances and get myself into... Hey, you know what happened?
What?
You called me Fred.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
But you did, and that means we're friends.
Look, I only
You're the one who set up the ground rules for this thing. First names are for friends only.
Please, forget what happened here tonight. I warn you.
You've already warned me twice. It won't work.
I can only warn you 3 times.
Do you mean you keep score?
Please don't joke, Fred.
You keep saying the wrong word, or I should say the wrong name. The wrong name is Fred. You can't call me Fred and expect me to forget everything.
I warn you. I warn you for the 3rd time. Forget all about tonight for your own sake, for your own safety.
And after saying all that, you still expect me to forget about it.
Tell my husband I'll wait for him outside in the car.
Wait a minute, Hetty.
I warned you, Fred. I warned you 3 times. Now, goodbye.
Where's my wife?
She said she'd meet you in the car.
Mr. Peterson, if I were you, I'd forget everything that happened tonight.
Is that a threat?
No. A warning.
That's all I've been getting around here, warnings.
Well, for your own good, take them seriously.
And if I don't?
You'll regret it for the rest of your life, which may not be a long one.
You still insist that you're not threatening me?
I'm only trying to help you.
Really? And why should you do that?
Why? I don't know why. Maybe it's because the last guy tried to help me.
What last guy?
I didn't listen to him.
The last guy? What do you mean?
Nothing. Forget it.
You know, with you and your wife, it seems, everything turns out to be nothing and forget
I don't think it matters now. I have an idea. It's already too late for you. I'm sorry. Good night, Mr. Peterson.
Hey, Fred.
Fred? Yeah, Lieutenant, I'm coming.
Well?
Well, what?
There's nothing there for us boys in blue. What's in it for the 4th Estate?
Looks like he's trying to drive her nuts.
It could also be the other way around.
I don't think so.
Because of that honey-colored blonde hair?
Lieutenant, you always know where the exposed nerve is.
Just stop and figure it. Couldn't this also be her way of trying to drive him nuts?
As a reporter, I would have to say yes.
But, as a man?
I don't know.
Well, you got a problem, Fred. How are you going to tackle it? As a reporter? Or as a man?
Good morning.
Oh, Fred, what are you doing here?
Won't you ask me to come in?
Well,
You could also offer me a cup of coffee. It's been a long drive on a cold morning.
Oh, well, I suppose you might as well come inside.
How gracious.
I'm sorry. I'm still upset, and you should know why. Come into the kitchen. I was just pouring myself a cup.
Thanks. Charming place you have here.
Thank you. I suppose Tom is generous enough when it comes to money and things.
The implication being that he is not generous when it comes to what?
Fred, if you insist on talking about Tom, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Okay, let's talk about you.
No. We can't talk about me either.
What can we talk about?
The weather, politics, sports. You'd be surprised. I'm a very well-informed person. We could talk about art or literature.
I didn't come here to talk about those things.
I know why you came here.
Do you?
Fred, I'm a married woman.
But you're not a happily married woman.
I'm happy enough.
Okay. Let me tell you why I'm here. As a reporter, that is. It doesn't happen very often that you get a chance to be in on a story before it's a story. You follow me?
No.
Last night, all I could have gotten out of it might have been a squib on the back page, or maybe nothing. But something's happening here. Something's building. I don't know what it is. But one of you is lying. One of you is trying to destroy the other.
And you think you can stop it?
Oh, no, that's not my job. But there's going to be an explosion. And I want to be there when it blows. Because then I'll have a story.
And that's all this is. That's all I am to you. A story.
I was talking as a reporter. But as a man...
Yes?
As a man, I'd like to help you, Hetty.
Even if it meant losing your story?
Yes.
I'd like to believe that.
Why can't you?
I tried to warn you, Fred.
Look, we had all that last night.
I can't warn you anymore, but remember, I did warn you.
Yeah, sure.
Don't brush it aside, Fred.
Hetty, on the general subject of warnings, I've had a few in my day. From gangsters, from politicians. I mean from people who had clout.
But I did warn you.
Look, if you want me to, I'll sign a receipt. Let the record show that you warned me.
You were right. He is trying to destroy me.
Ah, finally. Why?
I don't know.
Okay, let's go through the standards. Is he after your money?
I don't have any.
Another woman?
I don't think so.
Is he tired of you?
I don't know.
Well, none of this is very helpful.
I'm sorry.
What was this business you were giving me back in the station house about your perfect marriage, about your perfect husband?
Because he is. It's just... Well, now and then he imagines things like last night.
What's now and then?
Oh, every few months. One time he stranded me up in Maine. Another time we were supposed to go to Europe. He told me he would be delayed and to get on the plane he would make the next one. And there I was, all by myself in Paris. He denied everything.
Has he seen a doctor?
Yes.
And?
It hasn't done any good.
Is he overworked?
Oh, yes.
Well, maybe he needs a long vacation.
I'm sure of it.
It all sounds pretty simple to me, except for one little item. Why have you insisted on warning me?
Because it was the right thing to do.
I don't understand. First, you imply that everything is so simple. Then, when I start to believe it, you drop a little suggestion that throws me off balance. I can't seem to get anything definite out of you.
Oh, but you did.
What was that?
A warning.
Lieutenant Carroll?
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yeah, how goes the Parson case?
How did you know I was going to ask you about the
That
part?
honey blonde hair.
Does it really show that much?
Pal, you are hooked.
You know something? That's true. And she may even be playing me like a fish.
So what can I do for you?
Well, no crime has been committed yet, but you can bet there's one on the way.
Well, till then, we're handcuffed around here.
Sure, but you got all the facts.
What fact?
I mean, you can get at them in a routine way. Work up both of them, some past histories.
That's spending the taxpayers' money.
You spend the taxpayers' money every day. Something's ready to blow up there. Just be ready for it. That's all I'm asking.
Actually, Fred, if you want the truth, we've already started.
And?
Keep in touch.
Yeah?
They said you're in this office.
Well, look who's here. Tom the Piper's son. Come on in, sir.
Mr. Peterson, I've decided to tell you everything. Because I know you're in love with my wife.
Wait a minute.
Now, there are all kinds of meaningless expressions. Wait a minute, see here, hold on, or a few. Let's dispense with them.
You can't accuse me.
I don't accuse you. I state a fact.
Well, now, let's be fair. I only met your wife last night. I admit she's attractive. I don't even know her.
That's what I told him.
That's what you told who?
The last guy. The last guy she was married to. I wish I knew how to start this.
Well, start at the beginning.
Okay. I'm an accountant. You're a reporter. Both of us are men of the world. I mean this world. You live on facts. I live on figures. So how can I tell you? How can I expect you to believe me when I say that Hetty isn't a human being at all?
She isn't?
No. She's a witch.
A witch? Yes, that's what he said. A witch. But how can it be? Wasn't all that witch business over and done with more than 200 years ago? Well, that's what we intend to find out shortly when I return with Act 3. Tom Parsons and Fred Peterson sit in a newspaper office. Both are young, alert, stylishly dressed, every bit the modern, sophisticated men of today. And yet, the subject, the very serious subject under discussion is witchcraft, of all things.
Well, it isn't every day a man accuses his wife of being a witch.
It isn't every day a man finds out he's married to one.
I can only say it's incredible.
I know. That's what I said when he told me.
When who told you?
The last guy.
Tell me about the last guy.
I met Hetty on a cruise ship about 5 years ago. She said her husband had just somehow disappeared. She was distraught. You know, she does the distraught bit to perfection.
I know nothing of the kind. What happened? Had he fallen overboard?
Well, that's what she made everybody think. Till we got a radiogram from shore. He claimed he knew nothing about the trip.
Well, either he had boarded the boat or he hadn't.
Okay, let's get all of that cleared away. There was a ticket in his name. There were some people who claimed they had seen him. The trouble is, there was a pretty drunk bon voyage party. Most everyone was in no shape to remember anything. Oh, yes, the steward did claim to have seen him aboard, but...
But?
I'm convinced the steward was bribed. So I bought her story. I fell in love with her. Just as you did. And I helped her kill him. Just as you're going to help her kill me.
You know what I think?
I know what you think. You think I'm a nut. You could look it up. 5 years ago, Stacy's Mountainville Lodge in the Adirondacks. She called me. She was desperate. Come up here. He's going to kill me. I flew up. I found them. They were near a cliff. She was screaming for help. I started fighting him off. I guess he slipped. He fell over the side. He was killed. Look it up. Coroner's office. You'll see. An accident.
Let's assume I buy all this. How does it make her a witch?
Oh. She told me. She'll tell you afterwards. She's a witch. She falls in love with men, gets tired of them, and destroys them.
I think you must
I know. I'm here to warn you. But I'm going to kill her first.
Let me get you a cup of coffee.
You're a fool. I'm here to save your life.
Sure.
Okay. Look her up. I mean that. See if you can find a trace of her. See if you can find out where or when she was born, who her parents were. She has absolutely no background, I tell you.
Don't get excited.
Lord, this is all so familiar. All of this is what he said to me. And what I said to him. Back there, before I killed him.
Now, nobody's going to kill anybody.
I don't know you. But you look like a nice guy. Take my advice. Save yourself. Save yourself.
I'm not sure I should be here with you tonight, Fred.
Well, you wouldn't let me visit you at home.
Oh, it just wouldn't look right.
Yeah, but it's all on the level. I'm a newspaper man. It's business. I'm doing a story.
I had a very proper upbringing.
Where were you raised, Hetty?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Why?
Well, I told you it was proper, but it wasn't happy. I shouldn't say this, but there were times when I thought my parents were ogres. Fred, is something wrong?
No. Gee, I just hope I didn't spill anything on you.
No. I didn't have a happy childhood. I don't like to discuss it.
Here's something we should discuss. I spoke with Tom this morning.
I think I know what he told you.
So far out, I even hesitate to mention it, but obviously he believes it.
I insisted that he see a psychiatrist. In fact, we both went. And it's the doctor's opinion that Tom is riddled with guilt. You see, he thinks he murdered Larry.
Larry?
My first husband. But Larry was a brute. I was very young, and we're really too young to know anything about people. But Larry was a drunk. I didn't know that either. And when he had a few, he would abuse me. Well, I shouldn't have done it, but I was terrified. I called Tom, and he came up and got into a fight with Larry, and... Well, there was that accident.
But why should he get that far-out notion about you?
According to the doctor, it had to be something... Well, something he could live with, something that could justify what he did, and he really has a vivid imagination.
Strikes me as a very sober-minded person, aside
He was
from...
a lit major at college. He became an accountant because he had to make a living. I don't know what I'm going to do about him, Fred. I've had so much trouble in my life, and he's really a wonderful guy, and I love him. Why does he want to destroy us? Why should he have a guilty conscience about Larry? Whatever happened was in self-defense.
Well, look, everything will turn out all right.
Oh, you're only saying that because you have to say something.
No, I believe it.
Hello?
Tom?
Yes, it's Tom.
But you said you were working late.
Well, I am. I just took a break for dinner. Join you?
Please.
Fred, you obviously didn't hear a word I said this morning, did you?
I heard every word.
Heard them all and listened to none?
Tom, you're not well, and I think we...
Oh, I know what you think. You think we should go away for a rest and all that. Forget it. I know what I have to do, and I'm going to do it. Poor Fred. I feel sorry for you. You're in love with her.
To keep the record straight, I'm a reporter. There's a story here. I aim to get it.
Sure. That's what you tell yourself.
Let's go along with you, Tom. Suppose what you say is true. Suppose she's what you say she is. Why not walk out, get a divorce?
I can't.
Why?
I hope you never find out. You see, she destroys you. She takes away your capacity to love, your feelings, your mind. It's as if you're only just nourishment for her. And when everything you have to give is gone, she discards you for someone else.
Tom, for your own sake, I think you should be under a doctor's care in a hospital.
I suppose I should. But I want to save you. It'll make up for Larry.
I must apologize, Fred, for exposing you to all this. I shouldn't have come here.
But you wanted to expose him to all this. That's why you came here. You knew I always eat here when I work late.
Tom, I'll do anything you want. Just tell me.
Disappear. As a supernatural person, you can arrange that without any problem.
Please, Fred, go now. Leave us alone.
But I don't want to...
He's my problem. I have to live with it. And if you stay, well, an audience always excites him.
Now, look who finally showed up. What happened to that Nobel Prize for journalism you were working on?
Lieutenant, there is no Nobel Prize for journalism.
Oh, well, what happened anyhow?
I got off it all. Couldn't make heads or tails.
Well, we're still on it. As a matter of fact, information keeps pouring in all the time.
On her?
On him. Funny duck. He was always interested in spirits, that kind of thing. He wrote his master's thesis on something called demonology.
Well, there's nothing there for me.
As a man or a reporter?
Both.
You know, I've been married 10 years, and I've never been tempted. But if I could be, she could do it. Oh, that dame is something.
I'm surprised at you, Lieutenant.
But there's hope for you. If what you say about the husband is true, he winds up in the loony bin, and after a respectable interval, she could be yours. That's what's in your mind, right?
You are the most cynical person I know.
Come off it. We're two of a kind. I'd even wait for her myself. Lieutenant Carroll.
Is Fred Peterson there, please?
Hold on, I'll see. It's the girl you love.
Cut it out.
Okay, the girl we love. You hear?
Yeah, I guess I'm here.
Take it.
Hello?
Fred, I'm scared.
What's the matter, Hetty?
Don't ask any questions. Just come to my place. Quickly. Come in, Fred. Oh, darling, I'm so glad you're here.
Hetty, why are you shaking like that?
I'm frightened. I'm so frightened.
Please, Hetty, calm down. I'm here. Everything is going to be all right.
I know it. I know. It's wrong for me to talk to you like this, to feel like this. But I can't help it.
No, we'll work it out. Somehow we'll work it out. Now. Why are you scared?
He asked me to take his suit to the cleaners this morning, and I found this in his pocket.
It's a receipt.
Read it.
From Carrington's. 1 double-action Danforth Wilson revolver, caliber 32.
He bought a gun. Don't you see? He bought a gun.
All right.
Why would he buy a gun if he didn't want to kill me?
Well, I think we have enough to interest the police now.
Are you sure about that?
Tom?
Well, answer the question, Fred. What do you expect from the police? I have a permit for this gun. I have every right to own it.
Look, Tom, I get very nervous when people point guns at me. Maybe it's unreasonable, but do you mind putting that thing away?
Well, I will. After I use it.
No, Tom.
Don't be a fool. You're not a killer.
I always thought that. Till just now.
Tom, listen. Let's say you're right. That she is a witch, okay? Don't you see? You couldn't kill her anyhow. You'd empty the gun at her. It wouldn't mean a thing.
Fine. Why don't we find out?
I won't let you.
Get away from me, Fred.
No.
Come on, step aside.
Behind me, Eddie. Behind me.
Fred,
Give me that gun.
If you move, I'll kill you.
Gun. Just lower it. Drop it.
I'm going to kill her.
No, drop it. Drop it.
Tom! You did it. Again, Eddie. It did it. Again.
Call a doctor, Eddie.
What for? You poor sucker. You think she's not worth it. You think she's paradise? She is. She is. But it doesn't last. It doesn't last. And then she'll kill you. She'll kill you, too.
Tom.
He's dead.
Tom.
You saw there was nothing I could do.
I know.
Better call the police.
Lieutenant Carroll.
Lieutenant, it's Fred.
Hey, Fred, I got news for you. What I mean is I have absolutely no news for you.
Lieutenant, listen to me.
You know, we drew a complete blank on that dame. We traced her back to St. Louis City Hall, where she married a guy named Larry Bellows. She gave her home address as Charterville, Illinois. But there's no such place.
Listen, Lieutenant.
It's as if this dame just materialized out of thin air. No background at all.
Wait a minute. Eddie. Who are you?
Hello? Oh, Fred. Fred, why did you call?
Who are you, Eddie?
Fred, what's on your mind?
Eddie.
I warned you 3 times, Fred. I warned you 3 times.
And how many warnings would you have needed? Or heeded? That's the trouble. When they have honey blonde hair, it's so hard to take them seriously. A mistake. You should always take every woman seriously. We'll be back shortly. Are there really witches? Everyone must keep his own counsel on the matter. However, if you should happen upon a damsel in distress, and she has honey blonde hair and baby blue eyes, remember, we warned you 3 times. Our cast included Joan Loring, Mason Adams, Tom Keena, Alan Manson, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
feeling's dynamite. Feeling free. Feeling free. My free-wheeling Ford is TNT.
Freewheeling means you get custom option packages right from Ford, like pinstripes on flare sides, custom van interiors, and more.
Top Fords, America's best-selling truck line.
It's the ultimate bubble. Bubblicious. It's the ultimate bubble. Soft and juicy. It's the ultimate bubble. So delicious. It's the ultimate bubble.
Available in regular or new wild strawberry.
Bubblicious. The ultimate bubble. Bubblicious.
Eye writing is here from Maybelline. New, easy way to write eyes as unique as your signature. Introducing new eye color styler pencils.
Invent. Have fun.
Line, shadow, contour, and style with luscious, blendable color.
Go from demure to dramatic. It's easy with a pencil.
That's eye writing.
For eyes as unique as your signature, get new eye color styler pencils from Maybelline.
There's a reason you called us the cheapest guys in sound at Newmark and Lewis's Sound Inn, and that reason, low prices on receivers, speakers, turntables, tape decks, car stereos, and portable sound systems. In fact, when it comes to compact systems, stereos for your home, or audio systems for your car, the Sound Inn has the largest displays at the lowest possible prices anywhere throughout Long Island, Brooklyn, Queens, and Westchester. We're the cheapest guys in sound.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to juvenile detail. You get a report that a teenage boy has been found in a downtown alley. He's in critical condition. Your job? Check it out.
It was Wednesday, November 16th. It was cool in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of juvenile detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Powers. My name's Friday. We're on our way into the office, and it was 9:17 p.m. when we got to the second floor of Georgia Street Juvenile. The squad room.
I don't know, Joe.
What?
You see a kid like that, you start wondering.
Yeah.
15 years old, trying to hold up a liquor store. Kind of worries the guy.
What do you mean?
What about your own kids? How are they going to turn out?
Oh, most of them turn out okay.
Yeah, can't help worrying, though.
Well, you're a father.
Maybe you're better off, Joe, not having the worries.
You really believe that?
Well, I guess so.
Well, why don't you stop trying to marry me off?
Oh, say, that reminds me.
Yeah.
You know the Phillips, live down the street from us?
I don't think I do.
They were over for dinner the same night you were.
Yeah.
Last summer, time Faye made fried chicken?
Oh, yeah.
Remember it?
I remember the chicken. Go ahead.
You're going to spend Christmas with us, aren't you?
Christmas.
Faye told me to be sure and remind you. It's only a month or so off.
That's soon, huh?
Yeah. Can we count on you?
Yeah, if we're not working.
Swell. I'll let Faye know.
What's this got to do with the Phillips?
Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's got nothing to do with them, Joe. Why are you so darn suspicious?
Which one of them has the sister?
Huh?
Come on, Mr. and Mrs., which one?
Both of them, for all I know.
Well, which one has a sister who's coming out here for the holidays? Which one?
Mrs. Phillips.
And they're all going to be at your place for Christmas dinner, is that it?
Well, Faye hasn't asked them yet. She wanted to be sure that you...
Mm-hmm.
Okay to ask them?
They're your friends.
You won't regret it, Joe. You know Mrs. Phillips is darn nice looking. Good talker to her. For sisters, anything like
Just
she
do
is.
me one big favor, will you?
What's that?
Christmas is still 5 weeks away. Don't start selling me now.
I wouldn't try to sell you on any girl. You know that.
You bet.
I never even met this one. I was just thinking that sometimes you can kind of sort of judge a person by family and...
Juvenile Friday. Where's that? I see. Yeah. Found a kid lying in an alley off Sheridan Street. He's hurt pretty bad.
An accident?
Knife in his back. Frank and I drove out to the address where the victim had been found. It was a dark alley that opened onto Sheridan Street in the block between 5th and 6th. An ambulance had been called, and the boy had already been moved to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. 9:42 p.m. We talked to one of the patrol car officers who had discovered the body.
We're only a couple blocks away. We headed right over.
Where'd you find him?
Yeah, I'll show you. Right here against that wall.
Mm-hmm.
Must have lost a lot of blood.
Yeah.
Knife still in him?
Mm-hmm. Small at the back. Looked like he'd been beat up, too.
You say anything about who did it?
Well, he mumbled something. We couldn't understand him, and then he passed out.
How old would you say he was?
Oh, 15, 16 maybe.
Uh-huh.
He's a good-looking kid, about 5'8", black hair, blue eyes, regular features.
What kind of clothes?
Had jeans and a jacket, windbreaker type.
See anybody around who might have done it?
No, not a soul. The street was deserted.
Mm-hmm.
My partner's out looking now. I'll give him a hand.
All right.
Who filed a complaint?
I don't know.
I would check the board.
I'm afraid that won't help. Well, they don't know either.
While a patrol car officer searched the neighborhood for suspects, Frank and I canvassed the area for the person who had reported the crime. 10:16 p.m. We talked to the patrons in a nearby bar and grill. They denied having any knowledge of the assault. 10:42 p.m. We entered a small tobacco shop on the corner of Sheridan and 8th.
Evening, gents.
How are you, sir?
I do, sir.
All right. What can I do for you?
We're police officers. It's Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Sam Crest here.
Mr. Crest.
Something troubling you fellas?
Like to talk to you for a minute, that's all.
Done anything I shouldn't?
No, sir, not as far as we know.
Well, you never can tell, you know. The way they keep making up new laws nowadays, a person can be a criminal without even half trying.
Mm-hmm.
Too many rules. That's what's wrong with this country. Too darn many rules.
Yes, sir.
Ought to be just one.
How's that?
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Golden rule. That ought to be more than sufficient.
Yeah.
Don't work out that way, though. Man could live up to it every day of his life and still wouldn't keep him out of jail.
Mm-hmm.
Golden rule don't say nothing about paying income taxes or taking out licenses or filing Social Security reports. Well, does it?
No, doesn't seem to.
But you're in jail if you don't do them.
Yeah.
Man can live by the golden rule, don't make no difference.
It makes a difference.
Oh, some maybe, but not enough.
Have you been here all evening, Mr. Crest?
Since supper time.
When was that?
6:30. Eat at the drugstore over on Soto Street. Stop serving food at 7.
I see, sir.
What time did you get back to the store, do you remember?
Oh, 5 odd, maybe.
And you've been here ever since?
Sure. You ain't doubt my word.
No, sir.
I tell the truth, you know.
Yes, sir.
I may not get all my government forms figured out right, but I'm a truthful man.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody suspicious come in here tonight?
Suspicious?
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid you'll have to explain that. You see, I ain't no policeman. Folks don't look suspicious to me. They just look like folks.
Well, any strangers, then?
Sure, lots of strangers. 8 or 10, maybe.
I see.
Strangers to me, leastways. I don't get acquainted with folks easy.
Uh-huh.
Man comes, buys a pack of cigarettes or some tobacco. Don't make him a friend.
Uh-huh.
Well, now, sir, had most of tonight's customers been in before?
Oh, some of them had, yeah. Some of them hadn't. I don't keep track.
I see.
Did you hear anything out on the street?
Traffic. Folks walking by. You fellas sure ain't very specific.
Well, anything like a fight?
Front of my place?
In the neighborhood.
Well, I didn't hear no fight. Somebody get to mixing it up?
Looks that way.
Oh, yeah, that's the trouble with this world. People always squabbling. Wherever you go, whatever you do, it ends up in squabbling.
Mm.
Who was it?
We don't know yet.
Anybody hurt?
Yes, sir.
Well, probably bung it on himself.
Maybe.
Were there any youngsters hanging around your place tonight, Mr. Crest?
Youngsters?
Teenagers?
Well, if there was, I didn't notice them. Kids, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, I just don't know what we're coming to.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sure. All right.
Good night, sir.
There was one.
How's that?
One young fella. He didn't hang around, though. He was in a big rush.
You know him?
No, I don't think I ever saw him before.
Could you describe him for us?
Oh, just an ordinary kid.
How big was he?
Oh, not big. He come up to about here on me.
Mm-hmm.
Probably don't have his full growth yet.
I see. You recall how he was dressed?
Well, I didn't pay much attention, only in the shop a couple of minutes.
What color was his hair?
Light, reddish, or blondish.
Nice-looking boy?
Oh, no better or worse than most.
What time did you see him?
Must be nearly a couple of hours ago, along about 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Come charging in all out of breath.
Yeah.
Asked if I had a phone. I pointed out the booth over there in the corner.
Go ahead.
Well, there's nothing more to tell. He run over to the booth, made a call, wasn't on the phone more than a few seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And he come out and left the shop.
Anything else you can tell us about him?
I don't think so, no. Except that when he was leaving, he wasn't in a hurry like when he come in. He sort of peered out the door first.
Mm-hmm.
Seemed as though all the steam had gone out of him. He looked back over his shoulder.
Yes, sir.
Doggonest expression on his face.
What do you mean?
Like he was scared to death.
While we're in the tobacco shop, we telephoned Georgia Street Receiving Hospital and talked to Dr. Sebastian. He told us that the victim was in a critical condition and had been moved to General Hospital. He also told us that they'd not been able to identify the boy. We called General and asked to be notified when he was able to talk. 11:31 p.m., Frank and I went back to the office. Homicide was notified. The patrol car officers who had discovered the body reported that they had not found any suspects in the vicinity of the crime. 11:46 p.m., we checked with the crime lab. An examination of the weapon had revealed no useful fingerprints. It was a spring blade knife with an 8-inch blade. 12:02 a.m., Frank and I went off duty and another team of detectives continued the investigation. The next morning, Thursday, November 17th, 8:12 a.m.
Morning, Joe.
Hi.
Anything new?
No, not so far.
How about missing persons?
Nobody's reported them.
It's funny. You'd think somebody'd be looking for him by now, his folks or somebody.
Yeah, you would.
Any coffee in that thing?
Yeah, help yourself.
Thanks.
Probably cold by now.
Better than nothing.
Did you miss breakfast?
Yeah, I wasn't hungry.
Oh.
Oh, you're right.
Huh?
It's cold.
Yeah.
Say, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
About Christmas.
What about it?
Well, we won't invite Mrs. Phillips' sister if you don't want us to.
Mm-hmm.
No. I got to thinking last night people shouldn't force a guy to get married and raise a family if it's against his best judgment.
Well, who's getting married and raising a family? It's just a Christmas dinner, huh?
Yeah, but you know Faye.
Well, you know me. I got it. Juvenile Friday. Yes, sir. All right, sir. Thank you very much. General Hospital, the boy's coming, too.
Yeah? We talked to him?
Yeah, for a minute or two. We better get a move on.
Oh?
Doc said to hurry. Frank and I drove out to General Hospital. The doctor in charge of the case was waiting for us in the hall outside the patient's room.
Mr. Friday?
Yes, sir. Is it all right to go in?
Don't stay too long.
All right.
You going to be all right, Doc?
It's too soon to tell. If the wound was an inch higher, I could give you an answer.
Yeah?
It'd be dead.
We went on into the room. The shades were drawn and the victim was in semi-darkness. His eyes were open, but he closed them as soon as he saw us enter.
How you feeling, son? Son?
I'm okay.
I'd like to talk to you for a couple of minutes.
No way of stopping you, is there?
What's your name, son?
What's yours?
Smith, Frank Smith. My partner's Joe Friday.
Cops?
That's right. Well?
Well, what?
How about telling us who you are?
I forgot.
Oh.
You know, amnesia.
Yeah.
How'd you get hurt, kid?
Forgot that, too.
We're trying to help you, son.
Not my fault if I don't remember nothing.
You know you're pretty sick.
Sure.
But it's not amnesia.
You a duck?
No.
And you tell what's wrong with me.
Who knifed you?
Now, what happened?
Come on, what's your name?
Abraham Lincoln. You guys can call me Abe.
All right, we'll find out.
Go ahead.
What were you doing on Sheridan Street last night?
That where I was?
You want him to get away with it?
Who?
The fellow that stuck a shiv in your back?
Now, who'd do a thing like that?
That's what we want you to tell us.
Hey, you know what?
Hmm?
It's all starting to come back to me.
Tell us about it.
There was this black sedan, see?
Mm-hmm.
Great big job.
Yeah.
I was walking along the street, sedan pulled up beside me, 12 guys jumped out.
Yeah.
Told you it was a big job.
Mm-hmm.
6 of them tried to grab me.
All right, that's enough.
But you want to know what happened? They was all wearing masks.
I said that's enough.
Sure.
Now, you listen to me, son. We're going to find out who you are and who stabbed you.
Sorry I ain't in a position to offer a reward.
You want your face in all the newspapers?
What for? I ain't important.
I said we're going to find out who you are. Well?
Okay. You want to play detective?
Let's have it.
Tom.
Tom what?
Marcotte.
Where do you live?
Diamond Street.
What number?
Apartment house, corner of Diamond Olympics, second floor in the back.
Now, suppose you tell us what happened last night.
Guy jumped me, that's all I know.
Who was he?
I don't know. I never saw him before.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
What did he look like?
I don't know. It was dark.
Somebody your own age?
Heck no.
How old was he?
30, 35.
Why'd he pick you?
I don't know. Must have thought I had some dough.
You never saw him before.
That's what I said.
How tall was he?
I don't know.
Did you get a look at his face?
Uh-uh.
Can you tell us anything about him?
Nope.
But you know how old he was.
I got a feeling, that's all.
Yeah.
Where do you go to school?
Taylor High.
What year?
10th.
Any gangs in your school?
I don't know.
You don't belong to one, do you?
Nope.
You had any kind of trouble lately?
What kind of trouble?
With the other kids at the school.
Can't you guys get anything straight? I wasn't a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you live with, Martha?
My old man.
Where's your mother?
Under a tombstone.
We'll get in touch with your dad.
What for?
He might be worried about you.
Want to bet?
We were unable to get any additional information from the victim. We went back to the office and checked the name Tom Market through R&I. They had nothing on him. 9:47 a.m. Frank and I drove out to the address he'd given us. It was a two-story stucco apartment house, badly in need of repair. We went up to the second floor.
Must be this one.
Yeah.
I don't hear anybody.
Take it easy, will you? All right. What's all the pounding for?
Market?
Yeah?
We're police officers. Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Well, what do you want?
Come in for a minute?
If you don't, I'm going to fall flat on my face. Oh, boy. My head's coming apart in shreds.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of tied one on last night.
That's so.
Haven't got an aspirin, have you?
No, sir.
Right not.
Can of beer?
No.
No.
That's what I really need. Usually keep a couple in the refrigerator for an emergency like this.
Mm-hmm.
But that kid of mine's been guzzling them again.
We'd like to talk to you about your son, Mr. Market.
Yeah?
You know he didn't come home last night.
Didn't he?
No.
No way of me knowing it. I work nights, drive a hack, don't get home before 5. He leaves for school before I wake up.
I see.
What'd you pick him up for?
He's not under arrest.
Huh?
He's in the hospital.
Hospital?
That's right. He was stabbed last night.
Huh?
Yeah.
He's going to be all right, ain't he?
They don't know yet.
Oh.
We thought you might be able to help us.
Help you?
Yeah. Find out who did it.
You know who your son's friends are?
I don't know nothing about him. We don't... Well, we aren't very close.
I see.
Has he been worried lately about anything? Upset?
No more than usual.
How's he doing in school?
Lousy.
Oh.
They always ask me to come down and talk to him. Principal, his teachers.
What do they say about him?
I don't go.
Mm-hmm.
I went a couple of times when he first came to live with me. Didn't do any good.
That's so.
I can't change him. Anything I tell Tom just rubs him the wrong way. So he's on his own.
How long has your son lived with you?
3 years.
How about before that?
He was with his mom.
Yeah.
She divorced me a couple of years after he was born. Took him with her.
Mm-hmm.
When she died, there was nobody else to look after him. He had to come back to me.
Yeah.
I gotta get me a glass of water. Only take a second.
Yeah.
Looks like the kid was right, huh?
Huh?
About his father.
Maybe.
She doesn't seem very upset.
No.
Just gotta stop his drinking.
Yeah.
Never used to feel like this when I was younger.
Is that right?
Could go on a bat for 2-3 days, come out of it and feel okay. Can't take it anymore.
Well, sir, we'll be leaving. If you'd like to see your son, he's at General Hospital.
Tom asked to see me?
He's pretty sick, Market.
You talked to him, didn't you?
That's right.
He asked to see me?
No, he didn't.
Didn't think so. I guess I can't blame him for hating me. He figures I didn't want him after his ma died. Figured I had to take him.
Yeah.
Tried to tell him different. He didn't believe me. We just can't talk, Tom and me.
Mm-hmm.
Father and son living in the same apartment. Like we speak a different language. Think I ought to go down and see him?
Well, that's up to you.
Being asked for me. It's funny. Live with somebody who hates you, your own son.
Well, maybe you're wrong about him.
Yeah, I see it in his face, his eyes, the way he talks. Every time I look at him, I can see it. Tom's the one who's wrong.
Yeah.
It's not his fault, but he's wrong. You wouldn't believe it on a stack of Bibles. Even you guys don't.
What's that?
But I love him.
Frank and I drove out to the Taylor High School on Grand Avenue. 10:57 a.m. We interviewed the principal, James Wingor. He told us that Tom Market was a poor student and that he was difficult to manage. He also told us that the boy had a good mind and was capable of much better work than he performed. He was unable to throw any light on the knifing and suggested that we talk with the victim's homeroom teacher, Miss Nora Rollins. 11:16 a.m. We interviewed Miss Rollins in a small room which adjoined the principal's office.
I'm supposed to be giving an English examination during this period, Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am. This will only take a couple minutes.
You have a student named Tom Marcotte?
Certainly, he's in my homeroom.
What kind of a boy is he?
Noisy, lazy, impossible to discipline. Similar to a number of the others.
Mm-hmm.
He's absent today, though.
Yes, ma'am, we know.
Has something happened to Tom?
He's had an accident.
An accident or a fight?
Why do you say that?
Wouldn't be the first time.
Has he had any fights lately?
Came to school with a cut lip 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Does Tom have any particular enemies?
I really don't know. There are over 75 students in my homeroom. It's a little difficult to know very much about any of them.
Yes, ma'am.
How about friends? Who's he pal around with, do you know?
Nobody in particular, as far as I can tell. No, wait a minute. There's one boy.
Ma'am?
Arthur Jollett.
And what does he look like?
Well, he's small, red-haired, almost as troublesome as Tom.
Is he in school today?
I believe so.
Well, ma'am, is there anything else you can tell us about Tom?
No, except that I don't have much hope for him.
How's that?
Well, I've asked his father to come in and see me several times. So far, he's always declined the invitation.
Yeah.
Is Tom badly hurt?
Yes, ma'am, pretty bad.
What was it?
Knife wound.
No. 17 years ago, when I first started teaching, that would have shocked me.
I see.
Was a very naive young lady, Sergeant.
Is that right?
I thought all a person had to do to become a teacher was to take the right courses, get a degree, and a credential.
Mm-hmm.
Seemed such a simple matter. I wanted to teach English literature, so I studied English literature. Shakespeare, Chaucer, Browning, Keats, Shelley.
Yes, ma'am.
As I continue in the profession, I discovered that I omitted one essential course.
What's that?
Judo.
We asked Mr. Wingore if we could interview the student named Arthur Jollett. He asked his secretary to have the boy sent in to us.
Sounds like he's the one who called in the report.
Yeah.
Must have been with Marcotte when it happened, huh?
Come in.
You want to see me?
That's right. Come in, son.
You're Arthur Jollett, huh?
Ain't that who you asked for?
Sit down, son. We're police officers. This is Smith. My name's Friday.
Do you have a friend named Tom Marcotte?
I know him.
Pretty good friend of yours, is he?
He's a friend.
You been with him lately?
When?
Yesterday, day before?
Sure.
Where?
Here. We've got some of the same subjects.
How about after school?
Uh-huh.
You saw him after school, did you?
Night before last.
Last night, too?
Uh-uh.
Where were you last night?
Movie.
Well, who'd you go with?
Went alone.
What movie?
Double bill in Hollywood.
And what'd you do afterwards?
Hitched a ride home.
Spend any time around Sheridan Street?
Where's that?
You want us to show you?
Huh?
Come on, we'll take you over there.
What for?
I'd like to have you meet a man who runs a tobacco shop in that part of town.
You kidding or something?
Young fella came into his place last night.
So?
The way he described him, it could be you.
He must be blind or something.
Well, let's find out. Come on.
Come on.
Okay, so maybe I was in his neck of the woods. What's the beef?
Your friend Marcotte was around there, too, wasn't
Coincidence.
he? Yeah.
What's the matter with Tom, anyhow?
Why?
He ain't been in school today.
He's in the hospital.
Oh.
It's a good thing you called us when you did. He might be dead by now.
Who says I called you?
Man who runs the tobacco shop?
How the heck could he tell that... Well, I mean, who I was calling.
All right, Jollop. Give us the whole story now, will you?
What story?
Come on, let's get it over with.
If it's about Tom, ask him.
We're asking you. You want us to take you in?
Of course not.
It's up to you.
Ain't much to tell. We're just walking around, Tom and me.
Yeah.
Fellow jumped out from an alley, came at us with a knife.
Go ahead.
Took a swing at Tom. I ducked off.
Yeah.
Called the cops. That's all I know.
Who was it, Jollop?
Your guess is as good as mine.
We don't think so.
Suit yourself.
I thought Tom was a friend of yours.
He is.
Well, we want to know who stabbed him.
What do you expect me to do? Dream up a name?
How big was he?
Medium size.
How old?
19, 20.
Tom says he was about 35.
Tom ought to know. He's a lot closer to him.
All right. Let's go down to the Juvenile Bureau.
What for? I told you everything I know.
Want to show you some mug shots.
Forget it. I wouldn't recognize his picture.
Let's give it a try anyway.
I'll take it easy, will you?
What's the matter?
I don't want to be seen leaving with you guys.
Is that right?
Wouldn't do my reputation any good.
Who are you afraid of?
I ain't afraid.
The guy who knifed your buddy? Is that who you're afraid of?
Look, if Tom wanted you to know, he'd have told you, wouldn't he? Tom ain't dead.
All right, come on, Jollop. Let's go.
Give me an answer. Is Tom okay or not?
Does that make any difference to you?
Sure, it makes a difference.
It doesn't look like it to us.
I'm no squealer.
All right, you've had your chance. Now you got to go in. Come on.
You can't arrest me.
A boy was stabbed last night. You saw it. As far as we know, you're the only other person who was there. Now, you figure it out.
I didn't have nothing to do with it. Tom will tell you so. You throw me in jail, my own man will kill me.
Well, that's tough.
I ain't going to take the rap.
It's up to you.
Okay, it was Jerry.
Jerry who?
Longren.
You go to this school?
Yeah.
What was it all about?
Tom tried to date Jerry's girl. Jerry heard about her, followed us last night.
I'll get a hold of Longren.
All right.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah.
If Jerry finds out I squealed on him, he'll do even worse to me. He ain't going to find out, is he?
We won't tell him.
If it tumbles, you can start sending flowers. Jerry's the big man around school.
Yeah.
We're 6 foot, lots of muscle, lots of shove.
Well, that doesn't make him a big man, does it?
Huh?
He needs a knife.
The story you've just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On December 2nd, a hearing was held in Juvenile Department, Superior Court, State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. Petitions were filed on both the victim and the subject. The victim, Thomas Marcotte, was placed under 24-hour supervision in a foster home. The subject, Jerome Longren, due to a previous juvenile record and the viciousness of the attack, was sentenced to a juvenile correctional establishment.
You have just heard Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action, and starring Jack Webb, a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
This was a false prophet some 2,000, 3,000 years ago. Why did they stone him?
To the 12 million people who've read this book, the ancient prophecies have a terrifying meaning for all of us on this planet. In the amazing new motion picture, The Late Great Planet Earth, featuring Orson Welles.
Rated PG, The Late Great Planet Earth from Hal Lindsey's best-selling book, now showing throughout New York City area, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Look for this ad.
SBLI has just lowered its rates. Pass it on.
SBLI has just lowered its rates. Pass it on.
SBLI has just lowered its rates. Pass it on.
The word's beginning to get around, so we thought you ought to hear it from us. On most new cash value policies, Savings Bank Life Insurance has just lowered the rates. That's lowered the rates.
That's something about dates?
For more information on our new low rates, see the SBLI specialist at a nearby savings bank in New York State. He can spell it out for you. SBLI.
Once again, New York, the sound of morning laughter is heard. WNBC has a radio team that's fun to listen to. They're Brink and Belzer.
I'm Brink. And I'm Belzer.
WNBC makes it fun to get up in the morning again, New York. WNBC, and the sound of music and laughter is heard throughout the land.
I certainly hope you're having a good time, because there's a whole lot more to come. Peaches and Herb, Sarah Dash, the Jeff Kutash dancers, Blondie, and Queen, all gonna be back. So if you gotta take a pause for the cause, now is the time. Be back 96 seconds from now. 95, 94.
A pretty girl, a phony protection scheme,
force John and Ponch to keep one step ahead of ruthless con artists on Chips. Then Super Bowl Saturday night with O.J. Simpson, Ted Knight, Bob Hope, The Village People, and more. First Chips, then Super Bowl Saturday night. Saturday on NBC.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself and Gardner. Here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, with our guest tonight, Margaret O'Brien, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Duffy's Tavern, where do you late meet to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, guess who's coming down tonight? Margaret O'Brien. What? Look, Duffy, we can't have cheesecake every week. Besides, she's cute, you know, and her name is O'Brien. That's better, huh? Yes, Duffy, she's Ireland's answer to Bobby Breen. I should what? Buy her a set of blocks? Look, Duffy, this kid already owns a set of blocks. All the way from Sunset Boulevard to Hollywood and Vine. You know, she's a movie star. That's right, little Margaret O'Brien from the movies and the banks. The stock market. Uh-huh. When other kids was learning about the birds and the bees, she was learning about the bulls and the bears. Huh? Well, what brings it down? I'm writing a television program for her. Hello? What a critic. Let's see here. Act 1, Scene 1, Prologue. How do you spell prologue?
Prologue.
Oh, thanks. The heroine speaks. Darling, do not prologue the agony. Just hope the kid is able to pronounce long words like that. Now, look, this Margaret is just a kid. You know, as the French say, a June filly. We want Duffy's Tavern to look real nice. Miss Duffy, how long do you think it'd take to make the place look respectable?
Well, let me see. This is 1950.
Look, I ain't kidding about this. Wait a minute. Eddie.
Yeah?
Look, you see that bottle up there we got marked champagne?
The one we changed from bourbon?
No, the other one. The one we changed from gin.
What do we do with it?
Change it back to 7-Up.
Okay, but it'll still be water.
Well, just so it won't rupture the kid's mind, huh? Let me see, what else might not be de rigueur or, as we say, muy no bueno? Oh, yeah, that statue in the corner there.
What's wrong with that statue?
I'm afraid it's a trifle unrisque.
What do you mean that's unrisque? It's just Aphrodite.
That's the trouble. She ain't wearing one. Let's figure here. What else could we do to make the place attractive? You know, something that would appeal to the mind of a child.
Hello, Arch.
Oh, hello, Finnegan. Look, I don't want you to bother me tonight. I'm going to be busy writing a television play.
What?
You heard me. I'm about to give birth to a brainchild.
Oh. Shall I boil some water?
Please. The brainchild is a television play.
Oh, boy. Can I act in it, Arch?
You an actor?
Why, certainly. I'll never forget the time I played Hamlet. Boy, the way that audience yelled.
Why did they yell?
To play with Macbeth. By the way, Arch, who else is acting in this play?
Only Margaret O'Brien.
Let me see, Margaret O'Brien.
Yeah, you Margaret O'Brien. You've seen Little Women, ain't you?
Yeah?
Well?
She's a midget?
I mean, I think when they handed out brains, you got falsies. Please, stop bothering me, will you? I gotta finish this television play. Now, let me see. The heroine says, "Begone, fair prince, ere I stab you with your own Lancelot." Eddie, you look pensive. What are you thinking about?
Well, I'm thinking what it would be like to have all the money in the world and be real rich like Margaret O'Brien.
Look, Eddie, money ain't everything. Money can't repair a broken heart or put a dream back together, you know? Money can't brighten the heart or repair the portals of a shattered home or take the place of the fond affection that gleams from the eyes of a loved one.
Mr. Archie, that sure was a lovely speech.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yes, sir. I bet you nowhere in the world has anybody ever said more beautiful things about Confederate money.
Archie, I think Margaret O'Brien is here.
Where?
Outside. The back of her car just pulled up.
What makes you think it's the back of her car?
The front part went by 5 minutes ago.
Hey, you're right. Let me look. Hey, it is Margaret O'Brien. Well, itty-bitty Margaret O'Brien. Does oo like oo's Unclekins, Archikins?
Well, I find you amiable, winsome, and ingratiating.
Does that mean she's glad or she ain't glad?
Oh, I like 'ems, my Unclekins, Archikins.
You do? Ain't she a cute little trike? Take that, Eddie.
Hello? Okay.
What was it?
Uncle Duffykins wants Uncle Archykins to empty out the garbage can.
Stay out of here, will you? Well, Margaret, gee, I don't know how to talk to kids. Tell me, what do you think of the tavern here?
I'm speechless.
Can't say a word, huh?
Not with this cobweb over my face.
Oh, pardon me, I'll remove it. There, now how does the place look?
Archie,
Yeah?
put the cobweb back.
If this kid didn't own 6 major studios, I'd throw her out of the joint. Well, tell me, Margaret, can we get you something to repast yourself? You seem a little hungry.
What makes you say that?
The way you looked at the free lunch.
Well, it looked at me first.
Well, stick around a while, it'll get used to you. Well, Margaret, what do you have? A slug of sarsaparilla? Shot of Ovaltine?
If you don't mind, I think I'll just take 3 fingers of milk.
3 fingers of milk, good for you. You know, after what I hear about some of them Hollywood kids, I'm glad to hear that you're a real toper. And I want you to take home a good report to your mother.
Thank you. And now, Archie, if you don't mind, I'd like to meet your mother. I beg your pardon.
Margaret, this is Miss Duffy. She just works here.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Tell me, Miss Duffy, you like your job? Well, You know, this job is just temporary. I'm just doing it until, well, there's a certain person who's just insisting on my getting married. There is? Who?
Her father.
Pay no attention to him, Miss O'Brien. It happens that I'm engaged to Rodney Haybinder. You know, it's funny. I know a Rodney, too. Oh, really? What's he like? Oh, he's very good looking. Owns his own home and a swimming pool. I wonder if I could meet him. Say, Saturday? He's only 15. Around 6 o'clock?
This dame don't stop at nothing. Miss Duffy, the kid is only 15 years old.
Archie, I'm just trying to hold on to my youth.
Well, you ain't holding on to this one.
Hey, Arch, how about an introduction?
Just a minute, Finnegan.
Archie, what is he supposed to be?
A human being.
My goodness. Who is your casting director?
Boris Karloff.
Oh, permit me, Margaret. This is Miss O'Brien, Mr. Finnegan.
Charmed.
Frightened.
Well, I seen you've grown up.
Yes. Why haven't you?
Oh, I don't know. I just keep putting it off.
Finnegan, please butt out of this, will you? I'd like to tell Miss O'Brien about the television play that I wrote for her.
Oh, sorry, old bean.
We'll return. All right, leave us rehearse this television program. Read me announcement, Eddie.
Okay. Presenting Uncle Archie and his Itsy Bitsy Kitties program. Mothers, let Uncle Archie and his bedtime stories put your children to sleep. Permanently.
Hey, stop adding words, will you?
Sorry. Tonight, your lovable Uncle Archie brings you that beautiful, heartwarming story, Cinderella. Wrote and adapted by Archie.
Archie, you insist that I do this?
Why shouldn't you?
I'm too young to die.
Please, Margaret, don't say things like that, or Uncle Archie will have to give you castor oil and send you home to bed now. Give me a nice big kiss and show the television audience we're good friends.
Uncle Archie.
Yes?
Couldn't I just have the castor oil?
Beginning to think that youth is much too good for this kid. Now leave us start the play. Camera, action, Vodio.
I am Cinderella. Nobody loves me because on the surface I am a very ugly-looking tomato.
The word is tomato, Margaret. Now read the lines right.
On the surface, I am a very ugly-looking tomato.
Get back.
But beneath my dirty face and ragged clothes, I am a real hunk of punkritude. If the fellows at the pool room knew how really beautiful I am, I would be as popular as... Archie, do I have to say this?
Go ahead, read what I wrote.
As popular as a glass of water at a herring dinner. All day long I work in the scullery, sweeping the kitchen, peeling onions, cleaning fish. Yet somehow the boys just seem to turn up their noses and stagger away.
Now, to continue our story, Cinderella has two crummy stepsisters. A couple of real beasts named Heifer and Zephyr. Heifer's got the kind of a face that'd stop a sundial. And Zephyr's got ears that stick out so far she looks like a stagecoach with both doors open. Kiddies, yous have never seen such a bony-looking dame. She can't even take a bath because she's so skinny that when she starts slapping herself with the wash rag, she misses herself. On the other hand, Heifer is so fat that if she painted every other tooth black, she'd look like a baby grand piano. Now, I hope you kiddies is enjoying the fairy tale.
They should. 1,200 years later, Fred Allen made a fortune with the same material.
And now we return you to Cinderella's house, where we find Heifer, the fat sister, answering the telephone. And she says...
Hello, Cinderella's house where the hags wear rags. Heifer is hippo speaking. Zephyr ain't here. Oh, hello, King. What? You're throwing a wing-ding at the palace tonight? Okay, Your Majesty, count us in. We'll be there just as soon as we can shave and get ready.
Oh, goodness. A party at the King's Palace? Am I going too?
Not you, you little crumb. Back to the scullery.
Well, kiddies, when Cinderella hears she ain't going to the party, her poor, sad little eyes fill up like a drunk at a convention. She sobs.
Oh, misery. Why, oh, why must I be treated thus? I would rather be dead. Do you hear? Dead! Dead! Dead!
Look, Margaret, you already got the Academy Award. Now, take it easy, will you? Well, kiddies, there she is, poor Cinderella, all alone. No date. No way of getting one. Sad as a church mouse when all of a sudden a beautiful fairy godmother appears. And she says gently...
So why you moping around like a dope? So why ain't you at the King's party?
Lovely lady, who are you?
So well, I'm your fairy godmother. Tell me, kid, what's eating you?
I wasn't invited to the party.
So what's to stop you from crashing?
But, fairy godmother, how can I? All I have to wear is this off-the-shoulder Pillsbury flour sack.
Well, sir, one wave of the wand and Cinderella's wearing glass slippers and a shiny red, white, and blue dress spangled with gold sequins. All she needs is a tightrope and an umbrella. So, she says...
Good fairy, why are you looking at me like that?
I'm thinking what a schnook I am for not wearing that dress myself.
You're very kind. And just to think, a few minutes ago I was cleaning fish.
Ooh. Well, we better take care of that, too.
Another wave of the fairy's wand and Cinderella smelling like Chanel No. 5. And still another wave of the wand and Cinderella has a hairdo you can't tell which one is the Tony. So the fairy godmother says...
Kid, you're the hottest dish to Tittown since Howard Hughes waved the magic wand over Jane Russell. You'll kill that stag line.
I fear not, good fairy. Alas.
Why alas, lass?
I don't know how to dance.
Oh, no? Just hand me that magic wand. I'm swine dry.
3 more waves of the wand and Cinderella is holding a diploma from Arthur Murray. Now she's really ready. And now, kiddies, here we are at the palace, at His Majesty's annual flea hop. All of high society is present. It's the kind of a party where you wouldn't dare burp unless you used the broad A. Suddenly, the king's son, Prince Charming, happens to look up from the eggnog bowl. And when he sees Cinderella, his eyes start spinning around like cherries in a slot machine. She hits him like a ton of bricks. Since the eggnog has also hit him like a ton of bricks, the 2 tons of bricks walks over to Cinderella and says...
Dear Prince Charming. Hey, baby, how would you like to take your walk around the moat?
Not knowing what a moat is, Cinderella plays cagey, and she says,
Sir, would you ask that of your sister?
never stuck for an answer. The prince, who was educated at Oxford, says, Then later he adds, And finally he goes so far as to say, Well, sir, by now it's almost midnight. So Cinderella, who has fallen in love with the prince, says to the fairy godmother,
Fairy godmother, do you think that romance has finally come into my life?
Sure, kid. There's romance in the sky. There's romance in the stars. There's romance in the moon.
Don't you have something within walking distance?
Wait a minute, Cinderella. Forsooth, the clock is striking 12. We better take it on the lam.
But what about Prince Charming?
Don't worry. We'll take another belt at him tomorrow night.
Well, sir, the next night the king's party goes on again. The joint is jumping. The king is playing the drums, and the queen is playing two of the royal grenadiers. One grenadier for romance, the other a lookout for the king. Cinderella has just arrived, so she says,
Oh, Prince Charming, where are you?
I'm out at the moat, indulging in my favorite pastime.
What's that?
Bobbing for peasants. Well, shoot me old man or call me king if it ain't Cinderella. Fair one, wouldst thou neck with me on the drawbridge?
Well, sir, at the word neck, Cinderella recoils. She's so ladylike, she wouldn't even parse an improper noun. So she says,
Fair prince, I know nothing of love.
So the fairy says,
Are you kidding?
And before the fairies waved the wand 3 times, Cinderella spent 3 seasons in the balcony at the Bijou. So Cindy turns to the prince and says,
Okay, prince, lead me to that drawbridge. Say, Archie.
Yes, Margaret?
Don't you think I'd better grow up a bit before I hear the end of the story?
What are you talking? It's Cinderella, ain't it? It was wrote for kids. Well, anyway, the prince and Cinderella's up on the drawbridge, and it's a beautiful moonlight night. Suddenly, the palace clock strikes 12, just as the prince is putting his arms around her and he's kissing her. Hearing the clock strike, she says,
I'm sorry, Prince, but my fairy godmother says if I don't leave right now, I'll turn into a bundle of rags.
So the prince says,
Look, kid, I've heard alibis in me time, but this one takes the cake.
So Cinderella says,
The back of me slipper, Toyo.
She flings the slipper at him and races home. The prince don't know who she is. His only clue is that she wears a slipper size 2.5 AAA, that it has French heels, and that it's made by the Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company. Okay, Eddie, take the finish, huh?
Will Prince Charming wind up with one of the ugly stepsisters? With the fairy godmother? Will he go back to his yo-yo? Or will he find happiness in the feet of Cinderella?
But, Archie, don't we end the story tonight?
No, we end it tomorrow night. This is a cliffhanger, you know. Well, good night, kiddies. Well, Margaret, now that you've acted in my television program, do you think it can do big things for you?
Oh, yes.
What?
My studio can start saying that I'm only 3 years old again.
3 years old? I don't understand. How come?
A play like this will put me back 10 years.
Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah, well, have a good time and he'll be with you next week.
All right, it's time for the question of the day, which you can answer in the comments below. And today's question is, what is your favorite song by Weird Al Yankovic? For me, it is Dare to Be Stupid. Nothing quite hits like that song. But what is your favorite Weird Al song? Answer in the comments below. Now, let's get back to the shows. Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
In the last episode, Jimmy Allen and Speed Robertson landed near the ranch house on the Croft property, and upon entering the building were confronted by a strange Mexican. He tells them a fascinating story of a vast treasure of gold coins and precious jewels buried in a cave a few leagues from the Croft ranch house. And the Mexican, Ortez Escobedo, makes the startling announcement that Britt Bender killed his brother and stole the map showing the exact location of the hidden wealth. Now we find them still in the ranch house, Jimmy and Speed listening intently to his tale of the lost treasure.
Si, senors. The dead do not talk. I shall never see my brother Amos again.
Gosh, what a story. But are you sure Rip Bender killed your brother, Ortez?
I am certain, because Ramos always carried the chart with him.
You mean he had the map to the buried treasure?
Si, Senor Robertson. The Benders murdered my brother to get possession of that chart and the gold, silver, and precious jewels. They would have killed me, too, had I not escaped that evening and fled to the mountains here.
Well, Ortez, that certainly is a remarkable tale. I'm beginning to think...
Speed. Look, Speed. Look through the window.
My great Scott, it's old man Bender.
See, look, it's Bender.
Why is he looking through the window?
I guess he wonders what we're doing here. I'll call him in. Hey, Bender. Hey, come in here, Mr. Bender.
Oh, Senor, Bender has come to kill me.
Don't worry, Ortez. You're safe. We won't let him touch you.
Hello, Bender. Come on in.
Howdy, boys. I was up here hunting some stray cattle, and I seen your airplane by the cabin here, and I figured you must be around somewhere. Well, if it ain't that rascally scamp Ortez.
Si, Senor Bender, you have arrived just in time. I will...
Hey, Ortez, drop that gun.
Why, you no-account rascal.
No, you don't now, Bender.
Let go of me, Robertson. I'll show this yellow dog.
Drop that gun, Ortez. Drop it.
And here, you fellas know rough stuff. Grab that Mexican's pistol, Jimmy. All right, Bender, I'll take charge of your shooting iron for a while.
Gringo Bender killed my brother, and he would kill me.
That's a dirty lie. Your brother's a horse thief, and you're worse.
Where is my brother Amos?
I ain't seen him. He done left our place owing money.
You lie, Bender. You kill him.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Now, let's take it easy. You'll get nowhere yelling at each other.
He's plumb crazy. He's a cattle rustler, too.
I am an honest man, senor.
Never mind all that. Now, both of you, shut up. Now, look here, Bender. Jimmy and I are flying back to the Diamond A right now, and you're going with us.
Nothing doing. I'm taking Ortez down to San Rafael and turning him over to the sheriff.
I would never reach San Rafael alive.
Shut up, Ortez. You're going to be all right.
You're coming back with us, Bender, and we're leaving right now.
I ain't no such thing. I got a horse outside.
The horse will get back to the ranch, all right.
Well, if I left him here, why, Ortez would make off with him.
No, he won't, Bender. Now, you're coming with us right now.
I tell you I ain't.
Now, come on, Bender. We're leaving.
You let go of me, Robertson.
You're coming with us now, Bender, whether you like it or not.
Say, listen, Robertson. I'll have the law on you for this. Letting a horse thief like Ortez get away.
Now, listen, Ortez. We're going to help you get that. But look out for those Benders. We'll come back soon and talk to you.
Senor Allen, you help me and we shall get the treasure. But I cannot stay here longer.
Oh, that's right. You better hide up in the mountains and keep an eye on this ranch house. Look for our ship, and when we land out here, you'll know it's all right. Now, here's your gun. I'll give it back to you.
As soon as we take off, you beat it.
Gracias, Senor Allen. I shall be watching.
All right, Bender. Get up there in that front seat. Jimmy will fly this ship back.
Now, you're letting the dangerous man get away, Robertson. Well, he'll come down to our ranch and knife us all.
Well, look out for that. All right, move over while I get in.
Shall I fly her back, or do you want me to take her?
I'm getting up there with Mr. Bender, Jimmy. You take her back.
Oh, that suits me okay. We all ready to go?
Now, step on it, kid. You've got lots of room to get off in.
Yeah, there's worlds of it here.
Anytime you're ready, Jim.
Okay, Speed.
Hey, Mother, look. I think that's Jimmy's airplane. Off to the west there, see?
Your eyes are better than mine, child. I don't see anything.
Yes, I'm sure it's their ship.
I guess you're right. I can hear it now.
Say, they're coming down low, getting ready to land. Let's go out and see them, Mother.
Yes, I'm very anxious to know if they've discovered anything of interest.
Jimmy said he'd take me for a ride over the ranch tomorrow, and Speed Robertson said I'd be perfectly safe with him.
Oh, yes, I'm sure you would be.
There, they've made the landing. Oh, I'm so anxious to know if they found out anything.
To be quite frank with you, Barbara, dear, I don't anticipate much news. But if they had time to visit San Rafael, they may have learned something about the Benders.
Hello, boys. Did you have a good flight? Oh, look, Mother, Mr. Bender's with them.
Why, how strange. He left the ranch hours ago on horseback.
We had a swell ride. Hey, we sure looked over your ranch, too.
Hal, let's crawl out, Bender. Here, I'll help you. I wouldn't want to see you walk into a propeller.
Yeah, all right, Robertson. Well, here I am. Thanks.
Why, Mr. Bender, I didn't know you made the trip with the boys.
No, he didn't. We ran across him up in the foothills, and he decided to ride back with us.
Well, some things I gotta look after here, but let me tell you something, Robertson. I don't care for them high-handed methods of yours, and they won't go around this here ranch.
Yeah, sorry you couldn't have had your little gunplay, huh, Bender?
What in the world's happened to Mr. Bender? He seems pretty mad.
Nothing much.
Did you boys see anything of interest on your trip?
Oh, I'll say we did, eh, Speed? Gee, I'm sure glad we landed at that old ranch house of yours.
Oh, tell us all about it.
Go ahead, Speed. You tell a story.
Well, Mrs. Croft, we may have discovered Bender's great anxiety to buy your land.
How wonderful. What is it?
Well, it's a long story, which I'll tell you later, but the gist of it is this. We landed at your ranch house, went inside. There we found a Mexican who had been living there the last couple of weeks.
Well, did you find out anything about him?
Yes, indeed. He told us a story of a hidden treasure somewhere in that mountain range which forms part of your ranch.
A hidden treasure? Great heavens and earth.
Yes, he claims that he and his brother discovered the map showing the location of the treasure, but that the Benders murdered his brother and stole the map.
Why, I never heard of anything so positively weird in all my life.
Yes, and he claims that the Benders are out to kill him. And I must say that old man Bender's actions today certainly bore out his words.
Why? What happened?
As this lad was telling us the story, we caught old man Bender peering in the window. We called him in the house, and when he saw the Mexican, he pulled his gun. I grabbed his hand, or we might have had real trouble.
Boy, I'll say so. And the Mexican pulled his gun, too.
Amazing.
This buried treasure, Mrs. Croft, if such a thing exists, may be the reason for Bender's great interest in your property.
Do you think that Ortez was lying to us, Speed?
Oh, no, Jim. He believes that story with his whole heart and soul. That's easily seen. But you know, there are hundreds of stories and legends about this country down here.
Yes, but aren't those stories true?
Well, that's just the trouble. Some of them are true. I'd like to see this map. We could get a better idea then of the plausibility of Ortez's story.
Oh, here comes Rip Bender. Does he know about it?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Hello, Rip.
Howdy, boys. Well, did you see any oil fields hidden up there in them mountains?
Not a sign of an oil rig, Bender.
Well, Mrs. Croft, I reckon we've talked long enough about this deal. Are you ready now to do business?
I don't believe I am, Mr. Bender, after hearing what Jimmy and Mr. Robertson have to report.
I reckon you mean that crazy Mexican they met up at your hunting shack. My old man was telling me about it.
That fella seemed to know you, Bender.
I reckon he ought to know me. Been stealing our horses and cattle. Why, if he went plumb crazy, we'd string him up.
Did you ever meet his brother, Rip?
That crazy Mexican ain't never had a brother. I suppose he was telling you that story about buried treasure.
Yeah, he mentioned something about it.
Don't pay no attention to that galoot. He's plumb out of his head.
Oh, maybe so.
Mrs. Croft, I don't see no sense of wasting any more time. Them boys will tell you that land's just like I says, and I'm going to buy a piece of property today. If it ain't yours, it'll be Hawkins.
Mr. Bender, I don't know just what...
Excuse me a moment, Mrs. Croft. I'll tell you, Bender. Mrs. Croft will be prepared to give you a final answer this evening. But until then, nothing doing. So there's no sense in trying to talk her into it right now.
Looks like you kind of appointed yourself a business manager, Robertson.
I think Mrs. Croft will agree with that plan.
Yes, indeed. You may have my final answer this evening, Mr. Bender.
Well, in the meantime, Jimmy and I are going to do a little more flying.
Where you all thinking of going? Up to look for that Mexican?
No, we just left him, Rip. I'd like to take another look at that Croft Ranch, though.
Look out for them mountains to the west with them clouds hanging around them. It makes dangerous flying when the clouds are hanging low.
We'll be careful, all right.
Well, I'll see you at eating time.
Gee, Barbara, I wonder if that Mexican story is true. I wonder if there is a map of the treasure.
Oh, Jimmy, it sounds so wonderful. I wish we could find that map.
Well, I'll talk to you about it later. We've got to get going now.
Take her off, Jim, and then head straight west.
We're at 8,000 feet now, and nothing but clouds in sight.
Ah, you're high enough. Pull over to that level area, Jim.
Okay. Gosh, those two peaks certainly stick up in the air.
Yeah, it's a pretty sight.
Look at that flat tableland.
That's just what I want to see. That's what they call mesa down here.
Looks like it'd make a swell landing field. Pretty high up, though.
Yeah, it sure is. Believe me, you'd land hot at this altitude. That mesa must be 7,500 feet above sea level.
Sure. We can't be over 500 feet above the ground right now.
Hey, look down there, Jim. What does that look like to you?
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, right under us. You see those long marks on the ground?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think so. What of it?
Those are tracks of airplane wheels, kid. This place has been recently used as a landing field.
Why was old Mr. Bender so anxious to be alone with Ortez the Mexican? Do the Benders know anything about a map showing the location of a hidden treasure? And who has been using the lonely mesa high in the mountains for a landing field? Don't miss the next episode of The Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
My mother was really worried. This is my first apartment. Go ahead and sit down. Now, she thought I'd be in this empty room with no furniture, sleeping on the floor, newspapers for drapes. But I went to HFC and I took out a loan. So, instead of skimping and saving every month until I'd saved enough, I used my HFC loan to get everything I want now. You can eat steak anytime, Daddy. This is special.
Isn't everything great, Dave?
And to pay back a little every month. Simple. Oh, HFC has been a big help to me. They really have.
Sandy, you have to give us the recipe.
Household Finance, where people use our money to get the most out of life.
Everything has to cook very quickly.
For large or small loans, see HFC. Household has offices in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. See your phone book for the office nearest you.
Cash in with the Hall of Fame game right now on Stereo Solid Gold, WCBS, FM 101.
The Frank Field Smoking Test, tomorrow night at 7.
How do we make it better than we have to?
Here's to you, Ocean Spray.
How do we make it better than we have to?
Ocean Spray has always meant quality, like cran apple. Cranberry apple drink. We make it with sweet apples and tangy cranberries. We won't make it with artificial preservatives, flavorings, or colorings. Ocean Spray Cran Apple.
We make it a little better than we have to.
Here's to you, Ocean Spray.
Port of Call, Caribbean. your local recruiter or call toll-free. It's not just a job, it's an adventure.
It says here, take as many as 13 albums for only 1 penny when you join the Columbia Record and Tape Club. Terrific? You bet. But I'll show you a secret way to go this offer one better and get up to 14 records or tapes instead of 13, all for that same penny. Yes, 14 stereo records or tapes you choose yourself, the music you want most. Just look for Columbia's announcement in the new TV guide. Here on this coupon, you'll find a secret gold box. No explanation, just a gold box. Inside the gold box, write the number of that additional album you want as your bonus. Then list your other 13 choices and mail the coupon. Mind you, that extra record or tape is an extra bonus for you just because you're watching me now. The Columbia Gold Box is in TV Guide, this Sunday's Parade Supplement, or in these magazines.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson with Fibber. For Home and Industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Goderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. And Phil Leslie, music by the King's Men. That some homes seem to have so much more charm than others. Expensive furnishings? Well, not as a rule. Usually it's a matter of good taste in arrangement and good housekeeping, in which richly polished floors and other surfaces play an important part. Floors that are regularly polished with Johnson's wax become more and more beautiful. They acquire a gleaming, mellow sheen that sets off your furnishings to best advantage. Tabletops, woodwork, radios, and sideboards shine with beauty when they're wax protected. In every room, there are many uses for this old favorite. Ornaments, chair arms, leather goods, and 100 other accessories glow and sparkle when polished with Johnson's wax. Of course, you know that the tough wax film protects all these surfaces against dirt, wear, and spill things. Also, it saves you hours of work because wax surfaces are so easy to keep clean. Why not add to the friendly charm of your home with Johnson's wax, paste, liquid, or cream? Mrs. Molly Magee of 79 Wistful Vista loves her little home and everything in it. But there are certain things in the living room which she thinks could be freshened up a little, such as the coats, pants, and shoes on the fellow lying on the sofa. Listen to her now addressing the poor man's Adolphe Magee as we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
And while I don't expect you to lounge around the house in Scotch gray and brogues, fitted dress shirts, and ascot ties, I do think you might give yourself a little more care. Frankly, dearie, you look like an inhabited donation to the clothing drive.
Well, you know me, Tootsie, strictly desire for comfort.
Well, I have nothing against comfort, sweetheart. However, the creases you don't have in your pants are beginning to show up as wrinkles on my forehead.
Baby, never let it be said that Magee wouldn't cooperate. What do you want me to do? Name it, and I'll consider it.
Well, to start from the bottom and work up, give a thought to your shoes.
What's the matter with them? Oh, I'll admit if Prince Charming found one at the ball, he wouldn't scour the village for Cinderella. But they're comfortable.
Why, the heels are run down like an absent-minded pedestrian. They have less polish than a Mississippi senator. And the lowers are definitely on their uppers. Really, dearie, a man in your position should have new shoes.
A man in what position?
Lying down on the sofa. People can see how worn your soles are. And the shoelaces. No wonder you get dressed so fast in the morning.
What do you mean?
You must make 30 knots an hour just in your shoelaces.
My dear, I have never pretended to be a dude. I'm no bro bummel. I'm not a fop. But rather than cause you a moment's distress, Tootsie, saddle the mules and we'll gallop down to the Bonton. I'll buy some new ones.
Oh, good for you. You love some new shoes.
I didn't mean new shoes. I meant new shoelaces.
Oh, dear.
Come on, get your hat and let's go. We can be back in...
Come in.
Oh, hi, Elsie. It's Elsie from the beauty parlor, Molly.
Hello, Elsie. Did I leave my compact there again?
Yeah, honey, and I just left it there. I said to myself, Miss Merkel, I says, quit dragging that compact back and forth like a Labrador receiver.
Retriever, Elsie.
Oh, is that the kind of a dog which you throw a stick in the lake and he runs in and brings back somebody's bathing cap, Mr. Magee?
That's the kind, Elsie. Do you have a dog?
No, Mrs. Magee. I always wanted one because Mom always told me to be done with the kind animals. But when I went shopping for a dog, I had a horrible experience.
What happened, Elsie? Get a wire hair with a short circuit?
No, but the salesman who was trying to sell me a Doberman turned out to be a pinch himself.
Heavenly days, how revolting. What did you do, Elsie?
Honey, I hung a shanty on his eye that would solve the housing situation until 1972. I was so perturbed that when I got back to the Wistful Vista Saloon of Beauty, I turned out 3 clients with purple hair.
Sounds rather attractive, Elsie. Beauty parlor work must be kind of interesting. Incidentally, you know the best way to avoid falling hair?
How, Mr. Magee?
Just duck to one side.
Oh.
You get it, girls? To avoid falling hair, it's a fun involving a...
Ain't funny, Magee.
It certainly paints.
Well, that's odd. I've used that joke for 22 years. Hey, you gotta go, Elsie?
Yeah, I think it's safe now.
Safe, Elsie?
Yeah, Mrs. Magee. There's a certain fella which has been following me for several days now, wherever I go. And I don't want to stay out of sight too long, so he might get discouraged. Goodbye.
Quite a character, that Elsie.
Yes.
If I had her job, I'd soon be a woman-hater, and I'm glad I'm not, because you being a woman...
I hate to interrupt what might turn out to be a lovely little bit of sentiment here. But if we're going down to the Bonton to get some shoestrings, remember the days are getting shorter.
Huh? Oh, yeah, well, come on, let's go. Where's my muffler?
Muffler? Why, Magee, it's warm out here.
Yeah, I know, but if I wear a muffler, I don't have to put on a necktie. Where do you suppose I put my muffler? Oh, I know where it is, right here.
No, Magee, please, I haven't had a chance to get it.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and South America, take it away.
my, look at that mob of people.
Well, it's expected to be a mob of giraffes.
No, but I forgot this was dollar day at the Bonton.
Let's go home then. Anytime I pay $1 for a pair of shoes.
All right. Let's keep moving along now. Keep the entrances clear. Keep your going in, your coming out, so make up your minds.
Hey, watch who you're shoving there, you slab-sided bunion grower.
Bunion grower, is it? Yes, and me sabers and me garter. Another typical Hibernian expression. I've got a good mind to run you in, you slut.
Oh, Magee, it's Officer Mulcahy.
I don't care if it's Ellery Queen. Get your fruit-stained pinkies off my coat collar, you ham-handed stop sign.
Why, you little spalpeen,
Oh, pipe down. You road company Mick. What are you doing in this precinct anyway? Like the trap drummer that was playing the fly speck, you're a little off your beat, aren't you?
Don't be impudent, you larrikin. What's the matter with you today that the sweet music of me nightstick on your noggin wouldn't cure?
Well, himself is a little allergic to shopping trips, Mr. Mulcahy. Be nice, dearie. The officer's only doing his duty.
Well, let him do his duty to somebody else then. Come on, let's get this over with. So long, Square.
Good day to you, officer.
And good day to yourselves. If I do say it myself, I don't mean a word of it. Take care of yourselves and may your cows never go dry. All right, now, keep the entrance clear for us. Keep your calling in, or you're coming out, or you're coming out.
Magee, the officer's name is Mulcahy. Why'd you call him Square?
Because when you want him, he's never around. Come on, let's go.
Oh, my. Quite a crowd, isn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose we'll find the shoestrings in the notion department. Let's ask the floor walker. Do you see him anyplace?
That's him right over there.
How do you know?
He's the only guy in the store that's standing still. Hey, Bud, where do you keep your shoelaces?
In the top right-hand drawer of my dresser, sir. I usually... Oh, you mean in the store. The notions counter, sir, 4 aisles over, and I beg your pardon. Aren't you Mr. Fibber Magee?
Well, if he isn't, there's going to be quite a scandal in our neighborhood.
Why, Bud?
Well, I'm so glad you came in, sir. The new suits you ordered in 1942, 43, 44, and 45 have arrived. They've already been altered and charged to your account.
What? At this late day?
We did the best we could, madam. After all, he signed for them, you know.
Oh, what if I did? My gosh, you should have known when peace broke out I'd want to cancel the order. Call the manager.
Yes, sir. Have you $7.65 in change?
Why?
I'll have to call him long distance. He's in Palm Springs at a menswear convention.
Come on, Molly.
Oh, Magee, look at those beautiful California sports shirts. Why don't you get one?
Think they are?
Yes, they're so comfortable. Wear the collar open, no tie, the tail out.
That ain't my trouble. I wear the collar out and the cuffs out, but I never wear out the...
Now, Magee.
Well, look who's here to coin an old expression. Good day, Molly.
Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hi, Jim Grafton. If you're looking for the cutlery department, it's in the basement, and for a low character like you, the basement is...
Oh, Magee, mind your manners.
Never mind him, my dear. One can't expect courtesy and refinement from one whom the stork delivered on the wrong side of the airport.
Whom delivered whom on the wrong side of what airport? Look, you medical misfit, I can trace my ancestors back through Richard the Lion-Hearted, Ivan the Terrible, and Pierre the Plucky. Your family tree has such a slippery elm you couldn't hardly hang a horse thief on it.
What? Why, you little outcast? My great-grandmother was a Cherokee Indian. I have more American blood in my earlobes than you could get with a transfusion from the Rainbow Division.
Is that so? Compared to my family, the Indians were immigrants. Why, you're...
boys, stop it. The way you wrangle, anybody would think this was a peace conference. Doc Doctor, are you shopping for something?
Why, yes, my dear. Tomorrow is Miss Tremaine's birthday, and I thought I'd pick up some little gift.
Let me give you a tip, Doc, old man.
Yes?
We're good friends of the girl who does her work at the beauty parlor, and I happen to know Miss Tremaine's favorite perfume is called Destiny at midnight. $22 an ounce.
But, McGee, I don't think...
That's all right, my dear. If it were $97 an ounce, it wouldn't make any difference.
What? It wouldn't?
No, because I've already bought her some handkerchiefs. I'll see you later, Molly. Good day, worm face.
Are you trying to stir up trouble? Elsie Merkel said Miss Tremaine hated Destiny at midnight curfew.
It was a fairly safe suggestion, kiddo. Gamble thinks no more of $22 than England thinks of the crown jewels. Hey, which way's the notions counter? Let's get those shoelaces and scram out of here.
All right, dear. He said 4 aisles over, and
I beg your pardon. Isn't this Mr. and Mrs. Fibber Magee?
No, sis. I am Mr. Molotov, and this lady is Catherine of Russia. We're shopping for some iron curtains.
Doctor and Mrs. Magee.
Oh, I have some news for you.
Yeah.
I'm so glad, madam. I have
Miss Impudent. Yes, Miss Impudent. Yes, Miss
wonderful news for you.
Yeah.
I'm so glad, madam. I have rub. Yes, sir. The $5. Isn't that marvelous?
Sis, come back here.
What on earth?
5 dozen rubber gloves.
Here's Hey, greetings. Hello there, Molly. Greetings. Hello there, Molly. Here's Hey, greetings. Hello there, Mom. Hi, to the buyer. My wife.
Egg timer?
Yeah, the new egg timer. Shall I get one for you? Gags. You experience with your gags. For you, with your timer.
Gags, Junior. You take. Never mind my gags, Junior. You take. Never mind my gags, Junior. You take. Never mind my Gently Take care of the whites. I'll.
Excuse me, Magee.
Too late. That's right.
What you looking? The manager this morning. I had a message for you from the manager this morning. He said, and shall they deliver?
Pigeons, Magee.
An easy feeling I did. Oh, and I wanted to help you. I cancel the order, will you, Junior?
I think it's too
close. Let's get out of here, Magee.
Hey, it's on the third. We'll drop up to the household group. Demonstration of floor, kids. Marvelous day.
Somebody.
Floor, kids. Marvelous day.
Somebody invented a new can opener.
Johnson self-polishing glow coat.
Johnny, you've heard
glow coat. I believe years now, off and on.
Well, off and on. Demonstration.
Oh,
really amazing.
Really? For all these years, Mr. Wilcox, you've made awfully easy.
Well, I still... To think how a little glow coat poured out, spread around, and let dry can make it again. Yeah. And in 20 minutes or less.
Yeah, but...
To see those faded colors come back to life. To see the scuffs and rough places disappear. To know that some housewives have hours more of leisure. Sometimes I just...
Emotional.
Look at his lip quiver, Molly. One of these days, his wife is going to sue the wax factory for alienation of affection. One of these days, his wife is going to sue the wax factory for alienation.
Speaking of the factory, pal, listen, we're all invited to Racine November 5th for their 60th anniversary. Can you go?
Can we go? We can get himself here some new shoelaces in the...
If the company sees me barefooted, he might consider... Already expressed himself on that.
Tell him we'll be there November 5th, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I'll get a bird off first thing in the morning.
You'll do what?
Send them a bird. I communicate with the factory by carrier pigeon. Didn't you know?
How interesting. Why, Mr. Wilcox?
No stamps. I saved $17 last fiscal year. Well, see you later, chillin'.
Come on, Molly, let's get over there. I want to get those shoelaces before the joint closes.
Yes, we've been holding Old Home Week here in the island.
I beg your pardon. Is this Mr. Magee of 79, Mr. Rister?
Yes, sis. What can I do?
When you have a free moment, can you step into the special equipment department? I am Miss Beetletrim, the buyer.
Why, certainly, Miss Beetletrim, but what did you want to say?
Oh, I just wanted to show you your stuff. 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 It's arrived. Wonderful. We can send it out to you by... Wonderful. We can send it out to you by...
I never ordered any such a... I never ordered any such a... I never ordered any such a... When was that, sis? When was that, sis?
It's up on your signed order.
That's 7 coats, 5 dozen rubber gloves, 3 bare orders. Magee. Who's orders? Magee.
Wait, why?
I want to send her a nasty
Wait, why?
I want to send her a nasty
Wait, why?
I want to send her a nasty
Wait, why?
I want to send her a nasty
guitar, took a lesson, got a cowboy vest. Now I sing mighty wistful, got a pearl-handled pistol and a craving for the west. The sun will soon caress me. If the old so, partner, just address me out California way. Out California way. Out California way. Out California way.
Look, Molly, we've been trying to get to that notions counter for 45 minutes. I got to get those shoelaces. Dad, dread it, there goes my left shoe again. Where's it? Oh, I got to get those shoelaces.
I know, dearie, but I just couldn't resist looking at these darling bridge favors. Every time I see these, I wish I played bridge.
You do play bridge, remember?
You never saw me bring home a sterling silver bud vase, did you? That little group of public enemies I play bridge with is strictly from Oak Ridge, Tennessee. When they get through with my hand, it makes Hiroshima look like Shangri-La.
Well, don't play with them, Tootsie.
And why not, may I ask?
Well,
a finer bunch of girls never look for a price mark on our draperies. How can you stand there and accuse my good friend?
Okay.
Molly, good day, Magee.
Oh, hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Latrivia. Hey, I got news for you.
Really?
Now, Magee, if it's about...
Look, Latriv, we just met Doc Gamble in here, and he says it's Fifi Tremaine's birthday tomorrow.
The information, I believe, is available to anyone with sufficient curiosity to look into any theatrical reference book.
Oh, well, we don't care how old she is, kid, but look. I happen to know that Fifi Tremaine's favorite perfume is Destiny at Midnight. And get this. Gamble only bought her some hankies.
Yeah, but, Magee, I told you that Miss Tremaine didn't...
How about it, Triv? You gonna let that 40-cent fracture peddler beat your time? Get her a slug of that stuff, boy. It's only $22 an ounce.
I thank you for the suggestion, Magee.
You going to do anything about it?
No.
Oh.
If Dr. Gamble doesn't think he can afford such an expensive gift, I shall not take advantage of the situation. I shall get her some handkerchiefs, too.
Oh, good for you, Mr. Mayor. You're a sportsman.
Thank you. As I once told Miss Tremaine when she was singing in Oklahoma.
Oh, whereabouts in Oklahoma, Triv? I got a cousin in Muskogee.
I was referring to the musical play by that name, Magee.
Oh, it was wonderful, too. But where in Oklahoma was it playing when you met her, Mr. Mayor? Oklahoma City?
It was in Yonkers.
Don't be silly, Latriv. Yonkers ain't in Oklahoma.
Of course not. Oklahoma was in Yonkers.
Why, that's ridiculous. Any schoolboy knows that Oklahoma is in Kansas. Furthermore, Mr.
I didn't say the state of Oklahoma was in Yonkers. I meant the play. When the state of Yonkers was in... I mean, when the play Yonkers was in Oklahoma.
Look. Let's not get excited. Let's give it a chance. Now then, you met Miss Tremaine where?
In Yonkers.
Good. Now then, what was she doing?
Singing in Oklahoma.
That's a physical impossibility, Latriv. If she was in Yonkers, who could hear her singing clear out in Oklahoma? If she had a voice like that, she
She didn't have a voice like that. I didn't say she sang from Yokohama to Oklahoma. Yonkers. I mean, she played in the... sang in the theatrical production of Yonkers. In the Yonkers Company of Oklahoma City. Now, wait a minute. I met Phoebe Yonkers in the play of a thing in Oklahoma. But you...
McGee?
Yes?
Would you care to have a job with the city?
Oh, he'd love it, Mr. Mayor, wouldn't you, dearie?
That depends. What kind of a job, Latriv? I don't want to have any particular favors, mind you. I want to start at the bottom.
You will. You are the new sewer inspector. Good day.
Listen, McGee, why must you try to stir up trouble between the mayor and Dr. Gamble? Don't you realize they're both gentlemen and nobody can win anything from a gentleman except another gentleman?
No, I'm just trying to needle them along, baby. That love affair of theirs is too quiet. Needs some fireworks. If love was supposed to be conservative, don't you think Cupid would wear more clothes? My gosh, I don't see what...
Oh, I say, aren't you Mr. McGee?
Oh, no, not again.
What is it, Bud?
You're just the man we've been trying to contact, Mr. McGee. It's here. We've even got it on the truck for delivery.
You look ill, dearie. Lean on the counter. I'll ask the man. What's loaded on the truck for delivery, sir?
Why, the combination bomb shelter and septic tank Mr. McGee has had on order. He's had on order for 3 years. It's simply beautiful, Mr. McGee, really.
Yeah, but that was way back. But
a bomb shelter. Now, wait a minute, Bud. The suits I can maybe use. The gloves I can sell. The clay pigeons I can shoot. The deep freeze.
Yeah?
I'll think of something for that.
But a bomb shelter, Bud. If you think for 1 minute I'm going to be
I'm
stuck for...
sorry, sir. We have your signature on an order. You'll have to discuss the details with the credit manager. Good day.
Well, this has been quite a shopping trip. Hey, how are we fixed for rocket ships and diving suits?
Quick, kiddo, quick. Don't rub them in. I feel awful enough as it is. Let's get my shoestrings and go home.
All right, Pet. We'll get out of this somehow. Here's the notion counter. Say, miss, my husband wants some shoestrings, please.
28 inches, sis. Brown ones.
Shoestrings, sir? Oh, I'm sorry, but we haven't been able to get metal tips for several years. We had a war on, you know, but if you'd care to sign this waiting list, we'd be glad.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Looking at some beautiful miniature rooms the other day, and among them were some old kitchens. Gosh, they certainly give you something to think about. Can you imagine having to go back to kerosene lamps again, or drawing water from an outside well? Or think of the hours of continual scrubbing it took to keep those big old floors looking nice. Now, you're more fortunate on that floor business. With Johnson's Glow Coat, it's the easiest thing in the world to have kitchen floors that are always clean and bright. You know, of course, that Glow Coat is self-polishing. You apply it, then let it dry. That's the whole simple Glow Coat story. There's no rubbing or buffing. In 20 minutes, your linoleum is wax-polished and gleaming, its colors and patterns clear and fresh. Glow Coat also saves you work because it's so easy to keep a glow-coated floor beautiful and clean. Wipe the shining surface with a damp cloth and spill stains and dirt simply vanish. Why don't you find out what beautiful linoleum and other floors you can have in a jiffy with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat?
Imagine all those wartime orders coming to life. Clay pigeons, 4 suits, rubber gloves, deep freeze. This is terrible.
Now, don't you worry about it, dearie. We'll think of some way.
By George, just the man I'm looking for, Mr. Magee. I have it.
You have what?
Your 3-ton dump truck, Mr. Magee. Just arrived yesterday. It's taken us 4 years, but we got it.
A dump truck?
Just what I need. Back it up over at the Bonton, Bud. I got enough stuff over there to... Huh? Oh. Good night.
Good night, all.
speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, and thanking the menswear Palm Springs Fashion Roundup for its hospitality. We invite you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Battery, assault, aggravated assault. It happens to women like these every day. It's called wife beating, and it's a sickness. That's why Eyewitness News looked into it. If we helped even one woman, it was worth it. I'm John Severino, and as long as I'm general manager at KABC TV, we'll keep looking into these touchy subjects, no matter what anyone says, because I believe there's more to life than news, weather, and sports.
It's hard to imagine a place where you'll find space travelers, animals, cowboys, comedians, bad guys, lovers, and kids all together. But that's Hollywood. And each week you're invited to come along and explore the excitement, nostalgia, and magic of the great stars, the great scenes, and the great films with Tom Bosley. A half hour of fabulous entertainment. That's Hollywood, Monday night at 7:30 here on Channel 7.
Meet the Mississippi minister and his tiny band of followers who are trying to clean up sex on television. Find out why TV's game shows have been controlled for so long by so few. Learn how an author can successfully maneuver his book through that minefield called the talk show. Read about the legendary Lily Langtry, who helped England usher out the Victorian age. It's all in the new issue of TV Guide. Look for Mike Farrell and Alan Alda on the cover.
Music makes money on Name That Tune.
Blueberry Hill.
You are on your way to $100,000.
It takes split-second timing.
The theme from The Godfather.
That is it.
And quick thinking.
You can't name it. Oh, we ain't got a barrel of money. Susie.
Right side.
That's it.
The music never stops.
You were first, Mark.
Love will keep us together.
That is it.
Name That Tune, Wednesday night at 7:30 on Channel 7.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen, music by Peter Van Steeden, and a new Town Hall variety. New music, new voices, new laughs. It's Town Hall tonight. Listen to that crowd cheer Fred Allen as he heads the parade down Main Street to the old Town Hall. Fred's leading the band with a hockey stick, followed by those pros and pucks of the drama, the mighty Allen Art Players. Let's join the merry throng. Everybody's going to the old Town Hall. Everybody's going. Here they come, 6-day bike races.
Do you ride 6 days with that radio on your handlebars, Mr. Jones?
Yeah, but I only use the radio Wednesdays, lady. It's Town Hall tonight.
Bridge Club.
Are you stopping the bridge tournament for an hour, Miss Steele? Yes. The girls have voted to listen to the radio, Miss Shuffle. It's Town Hall tonight.
Old Cowhand.
You ain't putting that cow in the barn without milking her, see? Yep, I gotta see what Ellen's pulling on the radio lamb. It's Town Hall tonight.
Well, I see that Fred stopped in front of the old Town Hall. It's a little cold here tonight, and Fred's using heated words to warm up the crowd. Let's listen.
I dreamt I dwelled in marble halls, folks, but I woke up to find myself at the old Town Hall. Oh, goody, goody, goody. Now, don't stop to gossip, neighbors. Go right in.
Evening, Chatterbox.
Hi there, Deacon.
Evening, Mr. Allen.
Evening, Mrs. Dugan. Was your church taffy pull a big success?
Well, the church made money, but I got stuck with the taffy.
Had your hands full, hey? Check your coats and hats, 'cause the show's the cats on the inside, folks. So hurry, hurry, hurry.
We're all set, Fred.
Okay, Harry. Peter's opening the show with Rolling Home from Born to Dance.
Righto, Fred. Let her go, Peter.
Rolling home.
fast and start rubbing up fast. We're rolling home. Rolling home. Come on, you lazy crew. A whole course is set to race over the west. We're rolling home. Oh, can't you see the light in your mother's eye when the son of a gun, her rolling son, attacks a piece of pie? And can't you taste the lift of a certain miss when her pride and her joy, her sailor boy, the max her with a kiss? And can't you hear the cheering on the pier? So quick out, get on your jobs and tell the engineer we're rolling home. Our chores are nearly through. So step lively, pal, you'll soon be with a gal. We're rolling home.
Presenting that forever flowing fountain of fun, frolic, facetious facts, and frothy folderol, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. That's the second largest industry in the country, raising applause cards. It's a new... Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we undo our cufflinks and show you what we've got up our sleeves for this evening, I'll read you the town hall bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, everybody's grocer, says that some troublemaker started a rumor that there's a Santa Claus in his store, and for the last 3 days the place has been mobbed with kids. Now, Hodge says he knows who started this nefarious propaganda. He saw you peeking in the window when he was changing his clothes, lady. And what you saw wasn't Santa Claus. It was only Hodge in his new red flannel. So much for peeping tomboys around the village. And now for the town hall news. The curtain, Harry.
Dumbing count, Fred.
Dumbing count. If it's coming down the way you're talking, it's going up. However, the lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows all. New York City, New York. Dr. Frank Jewett, head of the Bell Telephone Laboratories, talks over a 3,780-mile cable telephone circuit to newspaper reporters in the next room. Town Hall News makes test calls to check on Dr. Jewett's long-distance feet. The scene, office of the Town Hall News.
Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Well, good morning, press. Are the newsreel men here?
Yes, the camera's all set, Mr. Allen.
How all of you reporters are familiar with the nature of my experiment, I hope.
You're going to phone around the world, aren't you? I'm from Harper's Bazaar.
Regardless. From my office here, I will call Zimmerman's drugstore next door and order a cherry Coke. The call will go to Kansas City, San Francisco, across the Pacific to Java, then to Amsterdam, London, back to New York, and next door to Zimmerman's drugstore.
Wonderful.
Amazing.
What a
Oh,
man.
no, it's nothing really, folks. Now, are you ready, newsreels?
Okay, action. Camera.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Is there anything wrong, Mr. Allen?
No. Once I get the New York operator, the rest will be smooth sailing. Here we are. Hello?
Hello, I'm ringing your party.
Wait a minute, operator. I haven't given you the number yet.
Excuse it, please. Number, please.
I'm making an experimental round-the-world call to Zimmerman's drugstore in Radio City by the way of Kansas City.
I'm ringing Kansas City. Here you are. Kansas City Chief Operator. Excuse it, please.
I'm making a round-the-world call. Zimmerman's drugstore.
There is no Zimmerman in Kansas City. Sorry, I'll return your nickel. The party is calling New York, Casey. The party is in New York. You have a complaint?
No, I'm satisfied up to now. This call is going round the world. Get me San Francisco.
Hold the line, please. Ready?
Yes?
Hello?
San Francisco?
No, this is Topeka. Alf speaking.
No. I want San Francisco.
Call operator, San Francisco testing. Wham. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wham.
Never mind the WAF. Get me Zimmerman's Drugstore, New York via Bombay.
San Francisco testing. Wham! 1, 2, 3, 4. Wham!
All right, the WAF is on me. Now get me Bombay.
I'm ringing your party.
Who are you?
New York calling.
Wham! 1, 2, 3. Wham!
Listen, I want Bombay. Bomb, boom. Bomb as in explosion.
Kansas City calling Bombay. Excuse me, please.
Banzai, you call Shanghai?
Get off of there. I want Zimmerman's Drugstore in Radio City.
You keep straight on. Ringing party.
Operator.
London Telephone Exchange, Piccadilly Division. Oh, you call Shanghai?
No, definitely. You rang here.
Somebody screwy.
Oh, screwy. This is a round-the-world call, party to party. I want Zimmerman.
Kansas City standing by for San Francisco.
Wham! 1, 2, 3. Wham!
I'm ringing your party.
You crazy in South China government. This mean war.
Piccadilly calling Zimmerman's chemist shop.
Hello, Zimmerman. Send me over a cherry coke.
Palestine calling Chauvin.
Is Zimmerman there?
Zimmerman, phooey. Hello, round the world call.
Yes.
I'm getting Zimmerman's Drugstore.
I want a cherry coke.
Ringing Zimmerman.
Tingling Zimmerman.
Flying Zimmerman.
Wham! 1, 2, 3. Wham!
Here's your party, Zimmerman's Drugstore. You want a cherry
No,
coke?
no. Tell Zimmerman I want an aspirin. Goodbye. Paris, France. The French government, through Foreign Minister Yvon Debeau, expects to make definite statement as to its ability to pay United States war debt in 1937. Town Hall News shows American delegate discussing debt with French diplomat way back in 1930.
Well, monsieur, on behalf of America, shall we be frank and earnest?
We shall be earnest, but no frank.
Tin Pan Alley, New York. Town Hall News presents a 10-second preview of the leading hit song of the week, The Organ Grinders Swing. The Organ Grinders Swing.
Judge, these 3 organ grinders are guilty of murder. What is your verdict? Very good. The organ grinders swing.
Give a gag enough rope and it'll go over. Budapest, Hungary. Dr. Frank Sauger's public duel #1 fights 3 duels in one day. Town Hall News shows Dr. Saugers meeting 3 opponents. The 3 duels.
Oh. Missed by Himmel.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. A famous criminal lawyer recently said, I'm quoting, "It is absolutely useless to cross-examine women. They don't know what part of their story is for them or against them." I'm unquoting. At the risk of finding subpoenas in our oatmeal, we heartily disagree with the learned barrister and prove our disagreement by doing a little cross-examining ourselves. The witness is yours, Mr. Von Zell.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Now, Mrs. Wayne, where were you on the night of December the 2nd?
I was at home with a cold.
Well, you certainly haven't any signs of a cold now.
No, that's because I took care of it right away.
And do you mind telling us how you did it?
No, certainly not. I just got plenty of rest. I drank a lot of liquids, and I was very careful about my diet. And, I almost forgot the most important thing.
What was that?
Well, at the very first sign of my cold, I put 2 teaspoonfuls of salopatica in a glass of water and drank it.
Now, why did you do that first, Mrs. Wayne?
Well, because I've learned from my doctor that you can often throw off a cold more quickly by doing 2 things right away. Remove waste from the body and help nature combat the acidity that usually accompanies a cold.
And since sal hepatica is the mineral salt laxative that not only removes waste from the body, but also helps nature combat acidity, you felt that it was just what you needed to start fighting your cold. Is that the reason?
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Wayne. And that is the reason so many physicians recommend sal hepatica, and why so many people remember it, for the smile of health.
evening, the Ipana Troubadours have just played the new Splinter song, I've Got You Under My Skin, from the hit picture Born to Dance. Now, on Friday night at... Oh, gosh. Oh, quiet, please.
Hello?
Well, sir, they laughed when the magician stepped into the coal bin. They didn't know he was going to do them a dirty trick. If it isn't Portland.
Yes, Mama sent me out to get an osteopath, but the store was closed.
The store was closed. What do you think an osteopath is?
It's some kind of a little mattress, isn't it?
You don't mean an ostomore by any chance?
Oh, I'm not that dumb.
No, that's right. In order to be dumb, you have to know at least one thing. Then you can be dumb by comparison.
You mean you have to have a one-track mind?
Your mind is all cracked. If I had your head, I'd wear it in a splint.
I didn't come out to discuss millinery.
Make up your mind. Is it discuss or discus? A discus is one of those things they throw at Olympic Games besides contestants who have champagne on the trip.
Well, I didn't come out to discuss millinery.
Uh-huh.
I've got to get an osteopath.
What for?
There's something the matter with Papa's throat.
Oh, look, an osteopath has nothing to do with the throat. An osteopath is a doctor who manipulates bones.
Oh, no wonder Mama wants one.
Why?
We had fish for dinner, and Papa's got a bone stuck in his throat.
He's got a bone stuck in his derby when he's got it on, too. If there's any news.
That's hearsay. Papa's a lot smarter than you think.
Now, look, I don't want to discuss...
I get it. Mr. Lapidus!
Now, don't call those people in here. We have a...
Come in. Gradually, I trip it as I go and delight fantastic thought.
Where are the others, Mr. Lapidus?
Coming, Blossom? Coming, Sir Guy?
Coming. Here already, Beverly.
Likewise, Beverly.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is this?
Mr. Lapidus runs the Lapidus Little Theater downtown, Mr. Allen.
Yeah. Correct. I am Beverly Lapidus, leading man, general manager, and on the Lancy Street of personality.
And I am Blossom Loudvogel. George Jim Nathan is calling me the Tallulah Bankhead of the ghetto.
Yes, and I am Sir Guy Lewis. In my left row, Moshe Pippet. The Daily Prophet is giving me a 4-star.
This company is bigger than Noel Coward on the east side, Mr. Allen.
I've never seen the east side of Noel Coward. I wouldn't know.
Who is Noel Coward, a foreigner? Beverly Lapidus is bigger already than Minsky.
I'd hate to have your nerve in a tooth.
But be it so. Watching be it so, Mr. Snappy Answer. We are the royal family, slightly with an accent.
No doubt.
What shows have you played, Mr. Lapidus?
This season we are opening with Little Nally Callie, starring Blossom Loudvogel, an artiste to the fingertips.
What an opening. Dress suit. Oi, camphor you could smell 4 blocks away.
Well, at least it killed the aroma of the acting, I'll wager.
Well, the second production is The Man with a Load of Mischief, starring Beverly Lapidus, who I happen to be. Yes. You are not knowing what mischief is until you are seeing me in this part.
You are not forgetting Blossom Loudvogel is stealing the second act, Beverly.
You are not forgetting, Blossom, that Sir Guy is in the second act, playing Roderick Duville, a fat part.
Always Sir Guy's in the second act.
So, I'm an actor. I should be in the lobby.
Now, look, before I revive He Who Gets Slapped, what is this?
Mr. Lapidus wants to put his company on Broadway, Mr. Allen.
Such a season, everybody is playing Hamlet.
John Gielgud, Leslie Howard, Johnny Newcomers.
Well, don't tell me that you people play Shakespeare.
Do we play Shakespeare?
I'm laughing. Macbeth and Sir Guy Lewin is like Damon and Runyon. Last summer, for instance, we are presenting a Shakespearean season up and down the East River on Goldstein's combination delicatessen and showboat. Yes, and Sir Guy Lewin is playing Othello de Moor, a darky.
And again, Blossom Loudvogel as Desdemona is stealing the second act. in costume.
Did you play Shakespeare yourself, Mr. Lapidus?
Confidentially, in The Merchant of Venice, I am playing Shylock. For me, it's a character part.
I'd like to see that.
Oh, you are putting us to the test?
Yes.
I'm giving you warning, boys. Again, I will steal the second act. For it's monotonous.
Could you give us a short scene, Mr. Lapidus?
A pleasure. Company, we will presenting a brief interlude from the courtroom scene.
What's the piece so I'll know what I'm acting?
The Merchant of Venice.
Oh, so Guy is playing Antonio, a fat part.
Well, it better be fat. You lose a pound of flesh in it.
Quiet. I am getting in the mood for Portia.
Let's go, then. The scene's a courtroom.
As Shylock, I will speak. I play it in dialect. Listen. A fire upon you all. The pot of flesh is mine. I'm asking 16 ounces.
So maybe you got an anesthetic for suit?
Gadzooks, Antonio. I have aught but the sharp blade.
Have you no mercy, Shylock?
Piping down the nation. I am here to cutting an acquaintance.
You got no mercy, butcher?
So it's your business, buddy. I got an agreement and a knife.
The quality of mercy is not strange. It's dripping like the Gentile rain from heaven.
Rain or shine, I am here to getting a pound of flesh.
So taking your pound of flesh, Sherlock. But remember...
Business is business, so what's to remember?
Only the flesh you are taking home should be kosher.
Oh, a Daniel is coming from the lion's den.
Oh, speak, Antonio. Are you kosher?
Playing this part, I'm a ham.
A ham? Fui. I go with hands.
With what hands?
With empty hands. Exhume. Exhume time.
Curtain. Wonderful, Mr. Lapidus.
You would perhaps like a snitch from Much Ado About Nothing.
Oh, no. I've just seen it, thanks.
You got any suggestions, Knocker?
Yes, all's well that ends. Exjunct.
As you like it, we'll go to Sam Harris.
Better Sam Harris will come to us.
You should live so long. Goodbye, Portland.
Tally ho!
And now for the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys overlook their rheumatics and sing You Should Have Seen Grandpa Swing.
Poor Grandpa, poor old man, poor old Grandpa, they sent him to the promised land.
My Grandpa from the Golden West could hardly even sing, so not a person would have guessed that he knew how to swing. But one fine day he showed them that they were very wrong. He was in the course of stealing a horse when the sheriff came along. Oh, you should have seen Grandpa swing. You should have seen Grandpa swing. Now, when it came to music, he was a loss, and rhythm made him very cross. But when he tried to steal that horse, you should have seen Grandpa swing. Poor Grandpa, poor old man, poor old Grandpa. They sent him to the promised land. Poor Grandpa, poor old Grandpa. That rope sure had him swinging high.
Did you say swinging low? Said swinging high.
The rope sure had him swinging high.
Now, I always led a life of ease. I never cussed or begged. I stole them horses, if please, just to keep myself amused. But when the sheriff caught me, I cussed and cussed and cussed. For they turned me loose on the end of the noose, and the noose refused to bite.
Oh, you should have seen Grandpa swing. You should have seen Grandpa swing.
Now, when they hung him on that hickory tree, the folks come around for miles to see.
And when they counted 1, 2, 3, you should have seen Grandpa swing. Poor Grandpa, poor old man, poor old Grandpa, they sent him to the promised land. Poor Grandpa, poor old guy, poor old Grandpa, that rope sure had him swinging, it had him swinging high.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And thank you, boys.
Stop.
Stop what?
Look.
Look where?
Listen.
Hey, what's going on here?
Well, I'm just going to say something about Ipana toothpaste.
Why, doesn't somebody tell me these things?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Gosh.
Seriously, ladies and gentlemen, what I was going to say is this. Stop being handicapped by unattractive smiles. Look to your gums as well as your teeth to give you attractive smiles. Listen to what dentists say.
Teeth are seldom white and sparkling when gums are soft and tender. And most of the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays do not give our gums enough exercise and stimulation to keep them firm and healthy.
That is why, like so many dentists, we earnestly advise the regular use of iPana and massage. For iPana is the toothpaste designed to help benefit your gums as well as to brighten your teeth. So every time you brush your teeth with it, massage your gums with a little extra iPana. In that way, you'll give them the toning and stimulation they need to help guard against gum trouble. Firmer, healthier gums, whiter, brighter teeth, and far more attractive smiles are certainly 3 good reasons for remembering iPana, for the smile of beauty. There's the theme song of the Mighty Allen Art Players, and they'll be with you immediately after your station announcement.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present those forgotten men and women of the theater, the Mighty Allen Art Players. Tonight, these Humpty Dumptys get down from their walls to bring you a slice of life direct from the radio studios. It's called the Community Sing. Or, if you want to sing like the birdies sing, why don't you go south for the winter? Overture, Peter.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the studio audience. Tiddles Tousle Toupees, the sponsors of this Community Sing, welcome you to our broadcast tonight. And Mr. Tittle, the maker of Tiddles Tousle Toupees, personally hopes you'll all have a good time. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I want you to meet our master of ceremonies, that bald-headed music maker, Kendall Fall.
Well, thank you all, neighbors. Now, neighbors, I know you all ain't here in the studio for no good. You're all here to sing. Now, before the broadcast starts, I want to give you all a few instructions. Now, the words of the songs will be flashed on this screen, and Mr. Petrie here...
Thank you, neighbor.
A relative, no doubt.
Yes.
Mr. Petrie is vice president in charge of pitch pipe. Show the neighbors, Mr. Petrie. That's plenty, Mr. Petrie. Now, before we go on the air, neighbors, let's try that old favorite, Silver Threads. Ready, neighbors?
You're right.
Ready, Mr. Petrie? That's it, neighbors. Bellow!
Sorry, I am growing old. Silver threads.
Right good, neighbors. Just take it a little slower. You sang Darling okay, but you grew old a little too fast.
How was I, Mr. Squall?
Now, altogether too dominant with your pitch pipe, Petrie. Don't try to make it a solo.
I'm sorry, Mr. Squall, but the pitch pipe isn't just a French horn.
I know, Petrie.
I'm vice president in charge of pitch pipes, and my fan mail proves that 90% of our radio listeners are pitch pipe lovers.
This is a community sing, Petrie, not a pitch pipe recital.
No touch.
Now, I'm telling... Never mind your touch. I'm running this here sing, and I'm telling you to cut down on your keynote.
There.
Well, that's better. Now, we're just going to have time to try Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea. I'll sing the first part alone till we get to those lines, the gates of Hades are ajar. Then you all come in with me.
Between the...
Hold on, neighbors. Who done that?
It's the buzzer, Kendall. We're on the air.
This is station YELL, folks. The correct time is, well, I can't see the clock from here, but what's the difference, folks, hey? Say, if you got time to listen to the next program, you ain't going no place anyway. And here it is. Tiddles Tousle Toupees present the Community Sing. Let's go.
Let's go sing like the
neighbors. Now, here's a request come in from Mrs. Lummock of Lily Pad, Virginia. Mrs. Lummock wants to hear there's a tavern in the town. Now, we going to let Mrs. Lummock down, neighbors?
No!
You bet we ain't. Here's the words on the screen. Here's Mr. Petrie. And here we go, neighbors.
There is a tavern in the town,
In the town?
where they'll never let you down, turn you down.
Turn you down.
Hold on, neighbors. There's some smart aleck at the sing tonight. Now, who's putting in them obligatas down there? This is a community sing, neighbors, and we're going to sing like a community. Now, the next rugged individualist that solos, out he goes. Okay, neighbors, I'm taking that as a vote of confidence. Now, let's try that again. There's a tavern in the town.
I'm sorry, Kendall. We're late. The commercial comes in here.
But the neighbors ain't finished yet.
Kiddles, toupees come before the neighbors.
Now, wait
hold
a minute.
it.
I'm
going to get in this commercial announcement. How many of you men are suffering from scalpitosis? Scalpitosis, the medical term for bald head. Do your friends laugh when you tip your hat? Do the girls look the other way when you come up head first in swimming? If they do, ladies and gentlemen, if they do, get a Tiddle Tousle toupee, the only toupee already tousled. Your best friend will think you forgot to comb your hair. Don't go through life with a Sally Rand scalp men. Now let us hear what happened to John Brown.
If you don't sign on the dotted line, Morgan, the deal is off.
I can't see the dotted line. The sun is shining in my eyes.
Then you lose $2 million, Morgan. A good day.
Brown.
Yes, sir?
You know why I couldn't see the sign of the dotted line?
No, sir.
The sun was glaring off your bald head. It dazzled me.
I'm sorry, sir.
Sorry, your bald head cost me $2 million. You may be my partner, but you're fired.
Did John Brown give up? No. He bought a toupee. The next day, he returned to the office.
I saw the sign outside. Partner wanted, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, my partner was bald-headed. I fired him.
I have a wonderful head of hair. Look.
You're hired.
John Brown got his old job back, and his own partner didn't know him because he wore a teetle-toddle toupee. Toupee. You, too, can get your old job back. Buy a tousle toupee. You'll be tickled no end.
And now, neighbors, we're going to sing The Old Oaken Bucket.
The old oaken bucket.
Bucket.
The iron bucket.
Now, hold on, neighbors. Somebody's ringing in an extra bucket here.
It's that same voice, Mr. Squall.
I'm warning that show-off neighbor. If I find out who's putting in that superfluous bucket, I'm going to pull it down over his ears. Now, let's get going again, neighbors.
The old oaken bucket.
Who's doing that? Now, see here, neighbors. I'm slow to rile. But one more peep out of that baritone radical.
Mr. Squall. Oh, Mr. Squall.
Are you doing that stale singing, sister?
No, but I'm the sponsor secretary. Mr. Tittle says if there's any more interruptions, he'll throw you and the whole community sing out and put on hillbillies.
Hillbillies?
Yes, he says they can't sing either, but at least they always finish together.
You tell Tittle to go tousle his toupee.
Yes, sir.
Now, you all heard that, neighbors?
Yes.
You all don't want to go back on sustaining, do you, neighbors?
No.
All right. Now, let's have that old oaken bucket again. Ha, 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 ha. And no tomcatting.
Bucket.
You can't wait, hey? Wise guy, where's the studio cop?
Right here, Mr. Squall.
Grab that heckling neighbor there, right down there.
Hey, come back here, you.
Hey, but I gotta catch a train.
And that ain't all you're going to catch if you're the one who's trying to break up our community sing.
No, really, I didn't. Honest. Let go of my coat,
Oh,
officer.
no, you don't. No,
It
you
wasn't me. Can't you tell by my voice?
No, now here. Just give us the first line of that ditty, neighbor. We'll make sure.
The old
Here.
bucket.
Don't try to disguise your voice. Give us them pure tones.
Take your hand out of my collar. You're cramping my Adam's apple.
Never mind that. Sing.
The old oaken bucket.
I knew it. You all even double-crossed yourself.
Why, you music hater.
No, don't hit me. I'll confess. I did it. I put in the extra bucket.
Trying to get me fired, hey? This is nocturne sabotage, neighbor.
No, No, I wasn't trying to hurt you.
No? Then what's your idea in breaking up this community scene?
It was Tiddle's Tozzle toothpaste. I swore I'd get even. Tittle ruined my business.
What business?
I'm president of the Fuzzo Hair Tonic Company.
Oh, yeah? You may be president of the Fuzzo Hair Tonic Company outside, but you're just another contralto in here. Now you sit down and keep quiet.
All right. If I can't get even with Tittle, I'll end it all.
Nope. If you fold one more bucket, I'll end it all for you.
I'll show you.
Hey, put away that gun.
Oh!
Well, the poor guy, he's kicked the bucket.
Bucket!
I knew it! Why, if I told
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Now, tonight, we inaugurate something new. Just been in the community sing 2 minutes and my voice is changing. But tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we inaugurate something new to Town Hall. Instead of our usual amateur contest...
Oh, Fred, you skipped me.
Well, I know, Harry. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're going to be a little late. Now,
Listen, Fred, wait a minute. What would our sponsors do if I didn't say a word or two about how good Salapatica is for that logy, half-sick, headachy feeling?
Well, I don't know, Harry. Why don't you ask them? Mr. Bristol is over there in the control room, right beside the stage telephone.
Well, I could ask him, but it's...
Then here's the phone, Harry.
Okay, thanks. Well, hello, Mr. Bristol. No, nothing's wrong. I just wanted to ask you something. Do you mind if we go right ahead with the program without saying anything about Sal Hepatica? Well, everybody knows how good it is for that under-par feeling, or they wouldn't keep on using it the way they do.
What did he say, Harry?
Wait a minute, Fred. What's that, Mr. Bristol? Acidity? Oh, surely. Earlier in the program, you remember, we said that Sal Hepatica was the mineral salt laxative that not only removes waste from the body, but also helps nature combat acidity. The two things that usually cause that dull, half-sick feeling. Oh, I'm sure everyone knows that physicians have been recommending Salapatica for 40 years. All right, fine. Thanks, Mr. Bristol.
What did he say, Harry?
Said, all right, we can skip it this time.
Fine.
Now, the Town Hall Varieties. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are presenting our first variety show. Now, before we start, I want to explain that we have relaxed the rigid amateur requirements maintained in our shows for the past 2 years. We feel that most of the talented amateur artists in the New York area have had an opportunity to appear in our town hall contest. And starting this week, we are auditioning and will present young men and women who are not necessarily amateurs. Some of them have worked professionally. Others are making their first bid for radio recognition. But here comes Fred now, leading this new array of talent to our microphone. Let's give them a real town hall reception. Come on.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that through the presentation of these variety programs, we will be able to help both embryonic and professional talent to receive the radio recognition that a nationwide network can supply. While this is not a competition, to offer further encouragement to ambitious talent, cash awards will be made to the acts selected by the applause of our studio audience here tonight. Your applause, ladies and gentlemen, will be recorded on our applause machine, and the acts receiving the highest ratings will be called back later for a final check. Now, first tonight, I would like to present the Sweet and Low Trio from Brooklyn. 3 charming young ladies, 2 blondes and 1 brunette, with 3 violins. The violins are all brunette, aren't they? Good. Would you mind if I asked you how long this act had been together?
Oh, for quite a number of months, Mr. Allen.
It has. Have you been playing in, around, or about New York City?
No, we haven't, but we'd like to.
Well, I hope you get your wish. Have you played in any cafes or theaters or...
No, we haven't.
You haven't, huh?
No.
Well, you know, upstairs in this very building here, Mr. Rockefeller is running a nightclub. It's called the Rainbow Room. So I tell you what I'll do. Well, as soon as you start to play, I'm going to sneak out and open one of the ventilators. And then the music will seep up through the building into the Rainbow Room. And the first thing you know, somebody will be down here to see what's going on. And the finish will be that you girls may be up there and I won't be here, or vice versa. But I'm just going to ask you what your number is going to be.
Would you?
Would you? Well, all right, you go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
He holds her in his arms. Would you
rubber charm. Would you? They met as you and I, and they would all be friends. But before the story ends, he'll kiss her with a sigh. Would you? If the girl were I, would you? And would you dare to say the same as they? I would you?
Thank you very much. That was the Sweet and Low trio, ladies and gentlemen. Sweet and Low, which it certainly was. And now I would like to present another act, gentleman I have known for a great many years, ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Hyde and his Honey Boys. Tommy, I haven't seen you for quite a long time.
Right.
You have been in minstrel shows, had your own minstrel acts, and been in minstrelsy for a good many years, haven't you?
Yes, a long while, Freddie.
When did you... Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
No, go ahead.
I won't bother the other Honey Boys. I'll just pick on you, Tom.
All right.
Of course, you can keep them here for protection if anything crops up.
Yeah.
But you have... do you mind if I ask you when you first started in minstrelsy or in the minstrel business?
Why, I started with L.G. Fields in 1900.
1900, huh? I remember the field show. I used to see it years ago. It came out of, it always opened in Columbus, didn't it, around the fall of the year?
We rehearsed in Columbus and opened there.
I remember that. You must have played with and remember a great many fellas who started in minstrel shows with you years ago.
Oh, yes, lots of them.
Could you tell me some of them offhand? Or?
Well, some of the better-known minstrels were like Bill Van with the L.G. Fields show.
Billy Van?
Yeah, then with the Dockstader show, there was such names as Neil O'Brien, Carol Johnson, Lou Dockstader, and the best known of all, maybe it would be Al Jolson.
Al Jolson?
Yes,
was he with the field show?
No, he was with the Dockstader show. That was the Dockstader. I roomed with him during the season 1907 and 8 with the Dockstader show.
Gosh, you imagine? I don't know. I hate to see minstrel shows sort of disappear, and they have, haven't they?
Oh, yes.
I hear from Lasses White once in a while. He's on the radio down in Nashville.
Yeah, that's what I understand.
But it's a shame because the minstrel show was always in good financial condition. It always ended up in the black no matter what happened. But I know that you're not going to have time to do your full act, Tommy. But would you mind, have you selected a number from it to do, or?
Yes, I'm going to do the boys are going to sing a little minstrel atmosphere for an opening. I'm going to do a schottish, which is known as a soft shoe dance in modern rhythm.
All right. Have you got enough room on the mat there?
Yeah, sure.
All right, we'll go right
and
ahead.
I forgot to mention that one of the most famous men I ever trooped with was a fellow that when we first went in vaudeville, Freddie Allen did the juggling act.
Oh, I meant to ask.
Bill with us.
I meant to ask you. Tom, confidentially, how was that act I used to do?
That was pretty good. You remember we opened with you at the Colonial here in New York?
At the Colonial. Was I there that night?
Yeah.
Oh, it was the Alhambra where I wasn't there at night. I remember that. Well, all right, Tom. And you go right ahead. Thank you.
Where is the gal that I used to know? Where the pale moon shows. Anyone can see what's troubling me. I'm crying for the Caroline. I'm crying. Can't you hear my lips a-saying? Crying for the
and his honey boys. Tommy, I don't see how you keep so limber. I can barely make it creeping around here. I noticed some ivy passed me on the street today. It's got me worried. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present another very good friend of mine. A few years ago, we played together many times in vaudeville, Jim Kelso. We did. I'm not fibbing, am I, James? Where was the last, what was the last?
At the Maryland Theater in Baltimore. It's the last date we played together.
The Maryland Theater in Baltimore. Do you remember the bill?
Whispering Jack Smith.
Did he ever get his voice back? The Dodge Twins?
The Dodge Twins. And Upside Down Harry Kahn.
Upside Down Harry. That's right. I was working with a fellow named York then, I remember.
That's right, yeah.
Well, it certainly is a shame to see vaudeville all but disappear, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Vaudeville was the training ground for practically all of our great stars today. And it's funny, this is a whole new business. I never thought it would come to this, 10 cents worth of tin and a stick here, do we? Well, it just goes to show you a comedian now in radio tells more jokes in 6 months than Raymond Hitchcock perhaps told in a lifetime. The only difference today is that Raymond Hitchcock owned the jokes that he told. But, Jim, we're a little pressed for time. I'm just going to ask you what you're going to do tonight.
Well, I'd like to do a bit that I did some years ago in the Ziegfeld Follies. An impression of a gentleman that had dined, I'm afraid, not wisely, but a little too well. You understand what I mean?
A little too well.
And he insisted upon reciting Gunga Din, regardless of the fact that he had a bad cold.
Uh-huh. A
like
cold flush dining too well.
Yeah, that's right.
Gunga Din. All right, you go right ahead.
Gunga Din.
Thank you.
You may talk of gin and beer when you're quartered safe out here and your cent a penny fights that ever shot it. But when it comes to slaughter, you'll do your work on water, and you'll lick the bloomin' boots of him that's got it. Now, in India's sunny clime, where I used to spend my time as servant of Her Majesty the Queen, of all them black-faced crew, the finest man I knew was our regimental beastie, Gunga Din. The uniform he wore was nothing much before and little less than after that behind. For a piece of twisty rag and a goatskin water bag was all the field equipment he could find. And when the sweating troop trains lay in a siding through the day where the heat would make your bloomin' eyebrows crawl, we shouted, Harry Boy! Till our throats were bricky dry, and then we whopped him 'cause he couldn't serve us all. It was din, 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 with the bullets kicking dust spots on the green. And when the cartridges ran out, you could hear the front files shout, Hi! Ammunition mules! I'll not forget the night when I dropped behind the fight with a bullet where my belt plate should have been. I was choking mad with thirst, and the man that spied me first was our good old grinning, grunting Gunga Din. He lifted up my head and he plugged me where I bled, and he gave me half a pint of water. Green, crawling. And it stunk. And of all the drinks I've ever drunk, I'm grateful to one from Gunga Din. Yes, din, 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 you Lazarusian leather Gunga Din. Though I've belted you and flayed you by the living jam that made you, you're a better man than I am, Gunga Din.
Thank you very much, Jim Kelso. That was swell. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present Miss Marion Berman. Are you from New York, Miss Berman?
Oh, no, I'm from New Brunswick, New Jersey.
New Jersey. New Jersey, as I recall, is a strip of land nature placed across the Hudson River so that people who went up on top of the Empire State Building would have something to look down on when they... But you have been studying the piano for a great many years, haven't you?
Ever since I've been 8.
And how old are you now? Do you mind?
18.
18, huh? 10 years. And what are you going to play for us tonight?
The Rondo Capriccioso by Mendelssohn.
Well, thank you. I was going to say you took the words out of my mouth, but you certainly didn't, because those particular words have never been in there that I know. Will you go right ahead, if you will?
Thank you.
Miss Marion Berman from New Brunswick. Miss Berman has appeared in quite a few concerts and recitals throughout New Jersey, and tonight we're very fortunate and happy to have her here. Are you ready, Miss Berman? Can you move that platform back a little, Harry? Little trouble at the piano there. Mr. Von Zell has crowded the furniture so that no one can get around. All right. Thank you. Berman. That was Marion Berman from New Brunswick, New Jersey. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present Harold Brinkman. And, Mr. Brinkman, I'm just going to ask you what you're going to sing.
Will I Ever Know?
Will I Ever Know? Thank you.
Will I ever know the joy of living lost in the spell of night, sharing its rare delight in somebody's arms? Will I ever find those arms around me, lips that are pressed to mine, making this world divine? Will I ever know? The moment that I see her, I will know her, no matter how impossible it seems. I know just what she'll do, I know just what she'll say. We have met before in dreams. Will I ever know that happy ending like in a book or play, when someone leads the way?
Thank you. Mr. Harold Brinkman concludes our town hall varieties, ladies and gentlemen, and while I go into my weekly huddle with the applause machine, Harry will call the signals. All right, Harry.
To keep abreast of our fast-changing times, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you every week new fun, new music, and a variety of new talent. However, two things about this program will never change. The two products that make all of these Wednesdays with Fred Allen possible. You can always depend on the never-changing quality of Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. All right, Fred, have you got the results now?
Yes, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause meter divulges that your applause has been heaviest for the two acts we have asked to kindly step out on the stage. Now, as I call the names, I'm going to ask the boys and girls if they will kindly step out and take a bow. And I'm going to ask you to please applaud once again, if you will, and select your outstanding act for this evening. Now, first, the three charming young ladies with their violins and harmony singing, who sang Would You, the Sweet and Low Trio. And then the delightful minstrel act, Tommy Hyde and his Honey Boys. Thank you. What does the machine say? Thank you. The first award, $100 in cash, goes to your selection, ladies and gentlemen, as outstanding act this evening, to Tommy Hyde and his Honey Boy. The second award of $50 goes with our compliments to the Sweet and Low Trio. And thank you all for a splendid show. Good night.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Flounder's love-struck over Mandy, but does she care? Find out on Delta House next.
The world, turning endlessly in a succession of sunrises and sunsets, triumphs and tragedies. Here at the Los Angeles Times, they work to stop the world each day so that you can get your bearings. Times people all over the world and all over Southern California have a single aim, to bring you your world and help you understand it. Round and round it goes. Where it stops is here, every morning. When you pick up the Times, you pick up the world.
At Alpha Beta, supermarket games and sweepstakes really ruffle our feathers because we know we'd have to raise prices to pay for them. We'd rather save you money. And so Alpha Beta offers you the lowest price in town. Right now on bacon, just check any major chain's chain-wide newspaper advertised price on a 1-pound package of Farmer John bacon. Alpha Beta's price will be the lowest. Which market saves you money by not playing any games? Tell a friend.
Tonight
A nightmare revisited.
Who would kill 4 people in cold blood?
Cold.
Full day's work deserves a full-course dinner.
Blooded.
We're leaving no witnesses.
Killers.
Why'd you kill him? No special reason. Just the hell of it.
In cold blood. Terrifying. True. Robert Blake stars with John Forsythe. Tonight at 11:30 on Channel 7.
Cranston tries to revive this Ohio deal. The result of today's meeting at 11.
Here's another reason to just say natural. Itemizing my spouse and spouselings is so taxing on me. So while I'm misfiguring my redemptions, I like to relax. Withholding my favorite beer, natural. It's got the smooth, clean taste that comes from slow, natural aging. Oh, the label still says Anheuser-Busch Natural Light, but that's so hard to declare. In fact, that's what led me to this brilliant deduction. Just say natural. That's the short form.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Come on now.
In you go. Chester, open up the cell. We got a customer.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Gracious me, Mr. Dillon. Don't look like he could sober up in a month of Sunday.
Yeah, well, he's been working at it good and steady.
There we are.
All right, in you go. Go on.
Know who he is, Mr. Dillon?
No, I don't think I've ever seen him before. He wasn't in any shape to tell me his name.
I ain't sure he'll ever remember it, the way he looks.
Well, we'll give him time to recollect. Yeah, come on, Chester. Let's go get some breakfast.
Oh, you sure did a good job there, Doc. That's a beautiful little girl of Molly's.
Oh, I can't take much credit for that, Kitty.
No, but you didn't hurt her any bringing her into the world.
And I tell you, Kitty, if every woman was as sensible about having children as Molly is, a lot of doctors would be out of work.
Yeah. Well, she's had a lot of practice. I'll say that for her.
With that brood of kids running around, she doesn't have much time to fuss about having another one, I guess.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it was good to see her again. She never has time to come into town anymore.
I should think not.
And I don't have much time to get out of town. Oh, even the dry prairie looks good to me.
I don't know.
Doc, look there. It's lying in the road.
Oh, yeah. I see it, Kitty. Come. Oh, there.
What? It's a woman. How is she, Doc? Is she alive?
great Scott.
Doc, what is it?
Well, she's got a baby, Kitty. She was almost lying on top of a baby.
A baby?
That's what I said, a baby. Here, Kitty, hold it.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
I want to get that woman into town as fast as I can.
Can I help you move her?
I'll make it. Poor thing, she's just skin and bones. There now, Kitty, you see if you can support her head a little bit, will you? Hold her baby in your other arm.
Yeah, all right, Doc. There. Is this all right?
Oh, that's fine, yeah. All right, now, we'll go. Come on.
Doc.
Yes, Kitty?
Did you call this her baby?
Well, sure I did. She was holding it so close she was nearly smothering it.
I don't think the baby is hers.
Oh, what kind of foolishness is that?
She's a white woman, isn't she?
Well, you can see for yourself she's a white woman.
Well, I just got a good look at the baby's face. It's an Indian baby, Doc.
Indian? Here, let me have a look at it. By George, Kitty, I believe you're right.
Well, sure I'm right.
Well, no matter. We'd best get the both of them back to town. So come on. Up. Matt.
Where did you expect me to be?
Well, I never expect to find you in your office, I'll tell you that.
That nice buggy ride out in the country with Kitty didn't improve your disposition much, did it?
Nice buggy ride. I made 3 calls, chopped a load of wood for old Lady Thomas, and brought another patient into town.
All right, Doc, all right. I didn't mean to insult you with the idea of having a good time.
As a matter of fact, Matt, it might be a good idea for you to talk to the patient I brought in.
Why? Has he been shot?
It's a woman.
All right, then. Has she been shot?
No, but she's in bad shape from exhaustion and exposure. And she has a baby with her.
What? Well, that sounds more in your line than mine.
I'm not so sure, Matt. You see, she's a white woman. But the baby is Indian.
Well, those things happen sometimes, don't they?
Well, of course they happen. If you'll just listen to me, I'll tell you why I think this is different.
All right, Doc.
I don't think the baby's hers. I think she kidnapped it.
Kidnapped? Maybe I better have a talk with her.
But please go easy with her, Matt. Whatever she's been through has been very hard on her.
Well, do you want me to see her or not?
I want you to see her.
All right. Come on.
You can talk to her.
Well, looks like she's asleep, Doc.
I don't think so. Go ahead and try.
Huh? All right. Ma'am? Ma'am? I'd like to talk to you, ma'am. I'm the marshal. It's about the baby.
My baby. My baby.
That's what I'd like to know about, ma'am. The baby.
Where is he? Give him to me.
It's all right. It's all right. He's right here.
Oh. No. They took him. They killed my baby.
Who killed him, ma'am?
The savage. The savage Indian. Joe.
Joe?
Joe.
think he must be her husband. The way she keeps calling his name.
Yeah. Ma'am, where is your husband?
Joe.
Where is he, Joe?
Run off. Joe run off. Baby. My baby. Give him to me.
This isn't your baby, is it, ma'am?
They killed my baby.
I know, but this baby. Where did you get this baby?
A woman needs a baby. Give him to me.
I'm going to give him to her, Matt. It'll make quiet her and bring her out of this.
All right, Doc.
There you are. You just hold him there, quiet and gentle.
Baby. Baby.
Ma'am, he's an Indian baby.
They took my baby.
So you took this one?
Baby. Joe.
I guess there's no use talking to her anymore, Matt. Maybe later.
Yeah. All right, Doc. Maybe I'll know more about it later myself.
It's all right with me, Mr. Dillon, riding way out here and all that.
I'm glad to hear that, Chester.
But it don't seem to me that you can be sure of getting anywhere just picking out any little old bunch of Indians and asking them about one little old baby. It's like that needle in a haystack the fellow was telling me about.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, sir, it just don't figure to prove out.
It won't prove out if we don't start somewhere either.
Well, yes, I guess you're right, but
Do me a favor, will you, Chester?
Well, sure I will, Mr. Dillon. I'd be proud to.
Just keep your doubts to yourself until I get through here, will you?
Yes, sir, I sure will.
All right. Now, we'll leave the horses here.
All right, sir. Don't look like there's nobody here but just the squaws and kids.
Yeah. Men are probably off hunting.
Reckon so. Oh, there's one, Mr. Dillon. There's Brave.
Yeah, it's old Hawkwing. You stay here, Chester. I'll go talk to him.
All right, sir.
I've come to talk, Hawkwing.
It is well.
Sounds like you want to talk to me, too.
It is well the marshal comes before the young men return from hunting.
All right, Hawkwing, you tell me what's on your mind first.
The marshal knows. It's a baby.
Mm-hmm. But there are two babies, Hawkwing.
A baby is missing from the lodges. When the young men come back, there will be trouble.
I want to talk about a white baby.
The white baby is dead.
It is said that your people took the white baby. That your people killed it.
That's not true.
But you know the white baby is dead.
My people buried white baby.
Tell me what happened, Hawkwing.
Baby lay dead of fever in arms of mother. My people bury baby. The women brought the mother to the lodges.
What happened to the mother?
The marshal asked that question.
You tell me, Hawkwing.
Mother walked out into the night. She took baby of my people.
You know this to be true?
I know this to be true.
All right, Hawkwing. I was afraid it might be.
It would be well if baby come back before young men return.
Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
Well, sure, she's better, Matt. I had her moved here to Ma Smalley's so she could be quiet for a while. I found out her name's Dory. That's all.
Maybe she'll talk to me this time.
She's able to, that's all I can say. Whether she will or not is another matter.
Yeah. Well, let's go in and see.
Ma put her in a room on the first floor. Here it is. It's me, Dory. Doc Adams. I brought the marshal. He'd like to talk to you.
I don't want to see him.
It won't take long, Dory. It's important.
Please, go away.
I can't, Dory. I've got to talk to you about the baby.
My baby.
Well, that's just it. I'm afraid he isn't yours.
I'll care for him, Marshal.
Well, I'm sure you would, Dory, but he still isn't yours, is he?
Mother has a right to a baby.
An Indian mother has a right to a baby, too.
But they took my baby, Marshal. They killed my baby.
Your baby was sick, Dory. Isn't that so? Your baby died.
They buried my baby. The savages buried my baby.
The Indian women were trying to help you.
They took my baby right out of my arms.
Because he was dead, Dory. Now, you really know that, don't you? Don't you, Dory?
Doc?
Go ahead, Dory. It'll be better if you face up to it.
I guess I know it, Marshal. But the fever and all...
Yes, I know you've been sick. And that may save your life.
What do you mean?
And the Indians may be willing to let it go at that when they get their baby back.
A baby?
You'll have to give him back, Dory.
Maybe they won't know, Marshal. They've got lots of babies. Maybe they won't care.
They know. They care. We'll have to give him back.
But, Marshal...
Listen to me, Dory. I'm sorry for you. But I'm not so sorry for you that I'll risk an Indian uprising. The baby has to go back, or your life won't be safe. Lots of lives won't be safe.
Doc?
Well, he's right, Dory. Do what he says.
Can I have him just tonight, Marshal? And you take him in the morning?
And I guess that's all right, Dory. It's too late to get out there tonight anyway. But I'll have to take him the first thing in the morning.
All right, Marshal. First thing in the morning.
Here's your coffee.
Don't seem none too hot.
You're about as ungrateful of a prisoner as I've ever fed. Of course, it's mighty early, but the marshal and me has to ride out the Indian camp.
You gonna let me out?
Maybe he will at that. He's got an awful lot on his mind over that woman and her baby.
I've been locked up long enough. What woman you talking about?
Why, that woman that took a baby from the Indians, walked right out of their camp with it, nice as you please.
Who is she?
I don't know. Some woman the Indians found way out west of town somewheres. Seems her baby got killed or something, and she went and kidnapped herself an Indian baby.
What's her name?
I ain't never heard her name.
Look, you better turn me loose right now.
Well, what? Well, then you listen here.
Marshal!
I've got authority to... Yes.
Marshal!
Here.
Let me out of here.
What's the trouble,
Marshal, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. This fellow suddenly started going crazy.
Marshal, the woman and the baby, what's her name?
I only know her first name is Dory.
That's my wife.
There you go.
Now let me out. Let me out.
Just wait a minute, will you? Wait a minute. You weren't doing her much good when she needed you before.
I thought she was dead, Marshal. I thought they was both dead. I rode off to get help.
Well, I was awful sick.
Yeah, I know.
I got lost, Marshal. I didn't find nobody, and when I got back the wagon, I seen the grave. I thought they was dead. I ain't cared about nothing since.
I can believe that. All right, let him out, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Tell me your name.
Joe Dant.
Oh, Dant, your wife needs you pretty bad right now. I think you better go to her.
Oh, I sure want to do that, Marshal. Where is she?
Well,
Matt! Matt!
I'm in the back here, Doc. Yeah, what is it?
The woman, Dory. She's taken the baby and gone.
She did what? Dory's gone.
Get the horses, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Get one for Dad, too. His wife's going to be needing him more than ever now.
I'll say this for her, that woman can sure drive a buggy at a good clip.
Dory can drive, all right.
Let's just hope she can drive fast enough this time.
You think she might be able to get away, Mr. Dillon?
And if the Braves haven't come back from hunting, she might have a chance.
Marshal?
Yeah, Dan.
If the Indians get her with that baby, what'll they do to her?
I don't know. They have their own laws. I don't know what they'll do.
Mr. Dillon, look yonder. The buggy.
Yeah.
He sure did wreck it.
There's quite a bunch of them. Look at those tracks.
You think they got her?
Yeah. I think they got her. Come on.
Braves is sure back all right, Mr. Dillon. Look at them horses.
Must be a couple dozen.
Yeah, they're back all right.
Do we go in shooting?
You were born with more sense than that. We go in shooting, we're dead as soon as we get there.
Well, how do you figure it then, Marshal?
We walk in as quiet as we can and hope we can get out the same way. Let's leave the horses here. Just walk slow and easy and let me do the talking.
She's my wife.
You better hope it'll stay that way. Just don't start anything. The quieter we are, the better our chances are.
Sure. Up there. They're lined up. Waiting for us.
Yeah. Just walk easy. All right, just far enough. I've come to talk with Hawkwing. Send for him.
He's going after him.
Yeah.
Dory. I see Dory. She's there.
Take it easy.
Well, they got her tied up.
Wait a minute, Dan. Wait a
Get
minute.
your hands off me.
He unconscious, Mr. Dillon?
He's lucky he isn't dead.
You're a brave man to come here now, Marshal.
I've come to ask that your people be merciful. I've come for the woman.
It is not decided about the woman.
She's seen much trouble, Hawkwing.
She took baby from my people.
The woman was sick with fever, Hawkwing. There was an evil spirit with her.
My people had not harmed her, yet she took baby.
The baby's back. The baby's unharmed. Let her go, Hawkwing.
I have told you it is not decided about the woman. Man you struck down. Who is he?
He is the white woman's husband.
When she was found, the white woman and baby, there was no husband.
It is I said, Hawkwing. She was sick with fever. The husband had gone for help. She needs help now.
Her husband cannot help her now.
No, Hawkwing. Your people are the only ones who can help her now.
Mr. Dillon, that Indian woman with the baby, she's coming up here.
Just keep quiet, Chester.
I am the mother, Hawkwing. Let me speak.
Little bird has suffered.
I know. And I'm sorry.
But White Mother has suffered more. My baby is back with me. He shows good care. Her baby will never come back.
What are you saying, little bird?
I wish White Mother go free.
You do not wish that she be punished?
She has been punished enough.
Come then. We will tell the council.
You think they will set her free, Mr. Dillon?
I think they will, Chester. Indians think pretty straight. And I have an idea that Dory and Joe will be able to start all over again.
And directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Nestor. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Ralph Moody, and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Latest news follows, then Mitch Miller with tonight's guest stars on the CBS Radio Network.
Want any man who's there to notice what you wear? Try a new bra instead. Instead, the Sexy Bra by Playtex. Look, it not only lifts from the bottom, but also shapes from the sides. For extra fullness, they can't help noticing.
He'll notice this, I said, but I really turned his head when I get a new bra instead.
Now save 20% on all Instead bras from Playtex. On sale, limited time only. Hurry.
Hey, Nurse Alexander, Ultra Bright toothpaste wants to proposition you.
Right here? In a semi-private room? Here's the proposition. After using one tube of Ultra Bright, look in the mirror. If you had yellowing stains, you should see whiter-looking teeth. Ultra Bright's rousing taste and whiter-looking teeth. Now that's the best proposition I've had all year. Well, almost.
Whiter-looking teeth are just one tube away.
Land sakes, way folks are buying that Alamo brand.
Hi, Bob.
Fred, dear. What does that dog food have going for it, anyhow?
Oh, Alamo brand? Well, a couple of things, Mom. Dogs love it, and it's got golden grains and meat and bone meal. Yeah, they take protein-rich meat and bone meal, turn it into red chunks and golden O's, and that's Alamo.
So, think I'll take home a bag for my dog?
Mother knows best.
Oh.
Alamo brand with meat and bone meal. And also look for Alamo brand in a can.
Sunday on Battlestar Galactica, Apollo and Starbuck meet a space spirit only they can see. Then Peter Strauss,
I'm going to win a gold medal.
a three-time loser, gets one last shot
In the Olympics.
at getting out of hell.
All right.
The Jericho Mile.
Tomorrow night on ABC.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Grape Nuts Flakes program, the first radio program to come to you from Williams Field near Chandler, Arizona, and starring Jack Benny, with Murray Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. You know, friends, the other night I saw a movie about a young man as rich and distinctive as the rich, distinctive flavor of Grape Nuts Flakes. And he met a young girl as truly appealing as an appealing bowl full of Grape Nuts Flakes. And when they got married, they lived as happily as folks who have that grand-tasting Grape Nuts Flakes at breakfast every morning. Well, friends, the moral of this story is just this. You'll find malty, rich, sweet-as-a-nut Grape Nuts Flakes. Grape Nuts Flakes bring you your form of delicate, toasty brown flakes. A flavor that's utterly distinctive because it's a two-grain blend of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. toasted golden brown and crisp. Grape Nut Flakes, America's fastest growing cereal. So for a smooth-tasting, delicious breakfast treat, ask for Grape Nuts Flakes in the thrifty 12-ounce package. This is the Army, Mr. Jones, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Williamsfield near Chandler, Arizona, we bring you a man who, after a week under the blazing Arizona sun, no longer looks like a frog's belly in the moonlight, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Frog's belly in the moonlight. Jello again. Grape Nut Flakes again. This is Jack Benny speaking. And Don, although you put it rather crudely, there's no question about it. I do look much better with my desert tan.
Yes, Jack, you certainly do.
Well, why not? I'm outdoors all the time, horseback riding, swimming. I tell you, Don, I feel like $1 million. 25,000. You can't feel like $1 million anymore. You know, Don, this Arizona sunshine seems to have done you a lot of good, too.
Oh, it has, Jack. Every afternoon I've been taking a sun bath up on the roof of my hotel.
You take sun baths on the roof? That's a little dangerous, isn't it?
What do you mean, dangerous?
Well, there are a lot of planes flying around here, and from 10,000 feet, you must look like a landing field. Really, I'm not kidding.
Oh, now be reasonable, Jack. From 10,000 feet in the air, I look like an ant.
Well, it must be that fat ant of yours that lives in Denver. I know a landing field when I see one. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Well, get a load of you. What a tan you've got.
Haven't I, though? Tell you, Mary, I look just like those toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes.
Yeah, but you still shake like Jell-O.
I do not. I'm the picture of health. Gosh, I've been outdoors all week.
Well, why don't you get a room?
I've got a room. I'm living at the Arizona Biltmore, and what a ritzy place that is.
The Arizona Biltmore isn't even opened yet.
All right, so I have to make my own bed. A little bending over isn't going to hurt. But that hotel is lovely. You kids will have to come out and visit me.
Oh, I'd love to, Jack. Which room are you in?
Oh, you can't miss it. It's the one with the boards knocked off the window. But do come over.
Imagine moving into a hotel that isn't even open. That's the cheapest thing I ever...
All right, forget it. Where are you living?
I'm at the Westward Ho, and it's one of the most beautiful hotels in Phoenix.
It is, eh?
But you wouldn't like it. It's got maids and bellboys and telephones and everything.
You're right. I'd rather rough it at the Biltmore. That's me, huh?
Tell me, Mary, have you been having a lot of fun this week in Phoenix?
Soldiers and cowboys? How can I miss?
You're always thinking of men. What's the matter with you?
Perfectly normal. Look it up.
I don't mean that.
Hey, Jackson, ain't it wonderful here in Arizona? They ain't nothing like them wide open spaces.
Oh, hello, Phil. Yes, it is. And the climate is so grand.
Yeah, this air's the nuts. That's because there's very little humidity.
Who what?
Humidity, stupid. That means no moisture.
I know what it means. I also know how to pronounce it, but I'll be darned if I'll tell you. Say, where are you living, Melonhead? See, I'm glad I put that in, you know. I'm kidding, Phil. Where,
Well, look, Jackson, I'm staying at a beautiful place. It's called the Camelback Inn.
Oh, at the Camelback, eh? Having a good time?
Well, I've gone without water for 7 days, if that's what you mean.
Well, that's typical of you, Phil. You come to a beautiful place like this and you don't get any rest at all.
What are you talking about? I'm under the bed every night by 10 o'clock.
Well, Phil, I'd like to ask you why you don't sleep on top of the bed, but I know your orchestra is there. By the way, you and your boys came all the way from Hollywood on the Santa Fe bus, did you?
All but my guitar player. He bought a new pair of shoes and he wanted to break them in.
Oh, my goodness. Now I've heard everything.
Say, Mr. Benny, I was wondering if I could dedicate my song tonight to my...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, I was wondering if I could dedicate...
What? What'd you say?
I was wondering if I could dedicate my...
How do you feel out here in the desert, kid?
Oh, fine.
Good.
I had a slight case of cactus in my seat, but it's all out now.
Well, there's a lot of it going around, you know. I know about that.
Jack backed into a cactus the other night.
Never mind.
And he had to take off his pants with a pair of tweezers.
All right, all right.
Say, Mr. Benny, I was wondering if I could dedicate my song tonight to a girlfriend of mine. I'm singing Conchita.
Oh, is that your girlfriend's name?
No.
Conchita?
No, Babe Marks.
Well, what's the connection between Conchita and Babe Marks?
Well, she Conchita more than any girl I ever had.
Dennis, you better get a big hat. The sun here is taking advantage of you.
He was a handsome young Irish lad, she was a Mexican beauty. It was Fiesta and I might add, romantically he was in beauty. A boy and a girl neath a star, I can tell it in 64 bars. His Irish heart went bingo when he saw the Rose of Juarez. Oh! Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Oh, you're a lovely thing, oh. For me there's but one girl, he says. Oh! Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Mandolin began to play, and her lips were there to kiss. As they danced, I heard him say, New Jersey was never like this. The bells began to ring, oh, as they rolled away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita O'Toole. And there's little Teresa, Maria, Elisa, and Patsy, and Molly, and Mike, and Jose, and Pancho, and Pedro, and Sancho, and Tommy, and Timmy, and Spike. Of course there are others, they're sisters and brothers. They're older and they go to school. There's no more to my song now, so I'll run along now. That's all for Lopez and O'Toole.
That was Conchita Rosita Lopez, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very important announcement to make. Last Monday afternoon, Jack Benny went to an official automobile graveyard in Los Angeles and contributed his famous Maxwell to the junk salvage drive.
Yep, little Maxie is going to do her bit in the war effort.
So at this time, folks, we would like to reenact for you all that took place on that historic occasion.
Gosh, did I make history?
Why, certainly. They want to take Paul Revere out of the school books and put you in.
Oh, stop. I know better than that.
John Paul Revere, what a sailor he was.
Oh, quiet. Continue, Don.
Jack felt that his whole radio gang should be present to take a farewell ride in that old jalopy. So he told us to be at his house at 3 o'clock sharp, and we'd all ride to the junkyard.
Oh, imagine. Imagine turning a car like this into the junk pile. Why, the motor is in wonderful condition.
Wonderful condition?
Yes.
I lifted up the hood yesterday and the spark plugs were playing Ring Around the Fan Belt.
That's a lie because I'm wearing the fan belt. You know, fellas, I realize I should give my car to the salvage drive, but, gee, you can't blame a fella for being blue and all choked up.
Did the laundry shrink your collar?
No! Pay attention. I'm sentimental. Take it easy, Rochester. No use getting another ticket for speeding.
Holy smoke, Jackson. You mean to say you got a ticket for speeding in this car?
That's right, Mr. Harris. Our bumper got hooked to a fire truck.
I don't care how it happened. We were going like the wind. Now watch what you're doing, Rochester, and grab a hold of the steering wheel.
I'll catch it the next time it comes by.
Well, you better. God. Imagine after all these years, parting with my little Maxwell.
Oh, boy. Hey, look at that gorgeous blonde standing on the corner there.
Where? Who? What? Where? Oh, yeah, I see her.
Oh, Jack, put down that telescope.
Well, I know the girl. It's Shirley Truebucket. Hello, Shirley. Remember me?
Jeepers, yes.
Turn here, Rochester. That junkyard is down on Western Avenue. See, it ought to be around here somewhere.
There's the sign, Jack. Official automobile graveyard.
Oh, yeah. Turn in here, Rochester.
Okay.
And watch that curve.
Easy does it.
Well, that's it, fellas. That was our last trip. Our last ride in the Maxwell.
I'll buy a drink.
Never mind. Hello.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm Jack Benny. Are you the head man in this junkyard?
I'm not wearing this carnation in my overalls for nothing.
Oh, yes. Well, I've got a car here I'd like to turn into the salvage drive. This is it right here.
Well, we do need junk, but aren't you overdoing it, old man?
Look, buddy, scrap is scrap. Now, how much am I offered?
The rate we're paying here is $7 a ton, so I can give you about $7.50.
$7.50? Now, wait a minute, mister. I've got a lot of extras on this car. For instance, the radio and the fog light, this cigarette lighter.
What cigarette lighter?
Right there.
That's a candle.
Well, if you can't light a cigarette with a candle, brother, you ought to give up smoking. Now, how much am I offered?
It's still $7.50.
Oh.
Now, you can have cash, but if you like, I'll pay you in war stamps.
Well, I'll take the war stamp.
Yes, sir. Would you like a wet sponge, or have you strength enough to lick 'em?
Yes, give me the stamp. I'll handle it. Thanks. Well, that's that.
Come on, Jack, let's get going.
Yep. Gotta get going, I guess. Yes, sir.
Come on, Jackson, let's get out of here.
Yep. Gotta leave my little Maxie. Oh, well, it's for a good cause. Yep.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Yeah. Let's go. Well, come on. Come on, Rochester.
I'm coming, boss. I'm coming.
Oh, stop bawling, or you'll have me doing it, too.
Come on, let's get out of here.
gentlemen, it is several hours later, and Jack has returned to his home in Beverly Hills, and as we pick him up now, it's about bedtime.
5 years. 5 years I've had that little Maxwell. Now it's gone forever. Well, I might as well turn in, I guess. Get my pajamas out, Rochester.
I put a nightshirt right there on the bed, boss.
I don't want a nightshirt. Been getting cold lately, and a nightshirt creeps up on me.
This one won't do any creeping. I put stirrups on it.
Good. I don't think I'll bother creaming my face tonight. Really, I'm too tired. My complexion is all right.
But I got some new stuff from the drugstore. Betty Bunker's Beauty Balm.
What's that?
It says here, put it on and take a snooze, clears up wrinkles on face or shoes.
Well, just put it on my shoes tonight. I'm all in. Here, hang up my pants and undershirt. Well, good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Stripped for your physical, I see.
No, I'm just getting ready for bed. I've been very restless lately,
Well, in that case, you must try one of my new sleeping pills. Here you are.
But, Mr. Billingsley, this isn't a pill, it's a baseball bat.
Well, if that doesn't do the trick, you ought to see a doctor.
Well, thanks anyway.
Don't mention it. Good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night.
Oh, I haven't seen her in years.
He's a strange fellow. Boy, am I all in.
Pleasant dreams, boss. Brace yourself.
Rochester, put down that baseball bat. You're as bad as he is. Gosh, this bed sure feels good. Although how I can sleep with my Maxwell all busted up in that junkyard, I don't know.
Boss, why don't you look at it this way? Before you know it, the scrap from your car is going to be part of a battleship or a tank or an airplane.
Gee.
I tell you, boss, if everybody in the country turned in their old junky cars and dug up all the scrap they could, there wouldn't be no shortage of nothing, especially victory.
You're right, Rochester.
Absolutely right. Well, good night.
Good night, Mr. Benny. If your hot water bottle springs a leak, just put a Band-Aid on it.
I will.
See, no wonder I'm tired.
Gee, I practically helped Henry Kaiser build a ship today.
Gosh, just think. Little Maxie's going to be a ship. Or a tank.
Or maybe an airplane.
$7 a ton.
Calling Bombardier Benny. Calling Bombardier Benny. Report to commanding officer immediately.
Bombardier Benny? Gee, that's me. I'm a bombardier.
Calling Bombardier Benny.
Coming, sir. Bombardier Benny reporting. Did you call me, sir?
Yes, what kept you?
Sorry, I was creaming my face. What's up, sir?
There's a bomber waiting outside, and you're assigned to the crew. Your destination is Tokyo.
Tokyo?
Yes. Are you ready?
I sure am, Colonel Bridget. I'm all set to shove off.
Good. You'll find your bomber on the north runway. The pilot's warming up the plane now.
Wait a minute. I forgot my radio, my fog light, and my cigarette lighter.
Here's a candle.
A candle?
Yes. If you can't light a cigarette with a candle, you ought to take off that fan belt.
Gee, the Colonel's in a happy mood today. Oh, boy, Tokyo. I'm gonna blow that joint to smithereens, or my name ain't Bombardier Benny. all those bombers. I wonder which one is mine.
Your plane is coming right up.
Where? Well, I'll be. It's my Maxwell. Only it's got wings on it. Maxie, speak to me. It knows me. Gee, it's nice up here. How high are we, Rochester?
10,000 feet, boys.
Good. At $7 a ton, that's a fortune. Well, we're off to Tokyo.
We sure are.
Oh, there's a red light up ahead. Slow down, Rochester.
Red light, that's the sun.
Well, it just turned green. Step on it. Look at that water down there. Is that the Pacific Ocean Navigator?
It sure is, Jackson.
Phil Harris. Are you the navigator, Phil?
I ain't wearing this carnation in my nose for nothing.
Oh, yes. Where are we, Phil?
Well, according to the calculations I just computed on my Mercator chart, we're at the zenith of the apex, longitude 42, latitude 51, and a wind velocity of $7 a ton.
What does that mean? Where are we?
St. Joe, Missouri.
They love me there. Come on, we got to get to Tokyo. Gee, I hope we brought enough bombs with us.
Cigars, cigarettes, bombs. You can't have any fun over Tokyo without a bomb.
I'll take a few of those, miss.
You want a wet sponge with them, or can you drop them yourself?
Yourself? Oh, I haven't seen her in years. What's the matter, Rochester?
We're running into bad weather, boss. Look at that cloud up ahead.
Where? Why, I know that cloud. It's Don Wilson. Hiya, Don.
Hello, Jack. Where are you going?
Tokyo.
Good. I rained all over it last night.
Do you want to come along with us, Cloud?
I'd love to, but I gotta float back to America now and tell everybody about America's fastest growing cereal. Those toasty brown, sweet as a nut, grape nut flakes. There you go again. It's grape.
Well, come on, Harris, you're the navigator. Which way is Tokyo?
I'll have to check my position by radio.
Tune it in.
And so, chin up, but with tear-dimmed eyes. We find Sally Yoshimoto waiting for her husband Togo.
That's the Japanese radio. We must be on the beam, all right. We've got to get ready. Where's our machine gunner, Shirley Truebucket?
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Good. Well, we're on the way, fellas. It won't be long now. Hey, who's that passing us?
It's Jimmy Doolittle.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Jimmy.
Hiya, Jack.
Good old Doolittle. Follow him, Rochester. He knows where Tokyo is. Gee, it ought to be around here someplace.
Look, Mr. Benny, there's a big island right down below us.
And that city there in the middle of it is Tokyo.
Tokyo. Now get set, Harris. We're going into a dive.
I wouldn't drink with them lousy lights for $1 million.
No, I didn't mean that. We're going to give them the works. Come on, man. Let's start dropping these bombs. Look at those buildings blow up. Look at that bamboo fly. There goes another building.
Boss, wake up! Wake up!
And then there goes another one.
Wake up, boss, you're dreaming.
And there goes... Dreaming? Oh, yes. Rochester, I just had the most wonderful dream. I dreamt I was bombing Tokyo.
Tokyo? Did you blow it all up?
Not quite.
Then I'll stir you up a Welsh rabbit. Let's finish the job.
That's an idea. What a dream.
You know, Uncle Sam tells us that one of the most vital industries in America is homemaking. Whereas a homemaker, you help to sustain the health and stamina of the home front. And to help you in that job, our government's National Nutrition Program tells you how to plan menus wisely. To get each day plenty of the essential foods which promote health and vitality. Now, that includes whole grain cereals. Cereals such as delicious toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. For Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, so they supply important whole grain food values, such as iron, niacin, and vitamin B1. Food values which every one of us need every day to help keep ourselves in robust, good health. Yes, Grape Nuts Flakes at breakfast will give you a mighty good start on your daily nourishment needs. So for a grand, nutritious breakfast dish that's chock full of delicious flavor, make it malty, rich, sweet as a nut Grape Nuts Flakes tomorrow morning.
That was the last number of the third program in the Grape Nuts Flake series. All kidding aside, ladies and gentlemen, automobile scrap must furnish 5 million of the 30 million tons of steel scrap needed to maintain steel production at its current rate. So sell your old jalopy to an automobile graveyard and help keep the steel mills rolling. I want to thank Colonel Bridget and Colonel Grill for their friendly cooperation here at Williams Field. It was a real pleasure to dedicate this new theater here at the Post.
Fine building, no powder room.
Well, it's for the soldier. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Beloy. This program is for the entertainment of Army personnel and does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of its products by the War Department.
Have you treated your family to Grape Nuts Wheat Meal? It's the new hot cereal that's extra nourishing, extra delicious, extra speedy. Grape Nuts Wheat Meal is a nourishing whole grain hot cereal. Every tempting, steaming bowlful is rich with the goodness of roasted wheat, with a texture that's smooth but full-bodied. And it cooks in just 3 minutes. So ask your grocer for the rich, hot brown cereal, Grape Nuts Wheat Meal. This program came to you from Williams Field in Arizona. This is Broadcasting Company.
I don't like a flabby body, and I hate flabby hair. So, I got into Condition.
Condition shampoo from Clairol. Protein enriched and formulated to restore healthy-looking body to damaged hair. Condition shampoo revitalizes your hair's shine, gives it a clean, wholesome, healthy glow. Put an end to limp, lifeless, flabby hair with Condition shampoo from Clairol.
Got flabby hair? Get into Condition.
I grew up back east, but now I'm a Californian. I love all the sunshine. I've got a job in a flower shop. I've never been happier. And Nice and Easy belongs to my new lifestyle. It gives my hair healthy-looking highlights. It's got built-in conditioners. And the color looks so natural, it lets me be me. I guess that's why Nice and Easy is the world's best-selling hair color.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
The Radio Theater brings you Joan Caulfield, William Holden, and Billy DeWolf in Miss Susie Schlegel. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight is essentially a story about young people, medical students to be exact, their sweethearts and their classmates. So in producing the screenplay, Paramount used an exceptional array of youthful talent, and we've done the same. Starred in our cast, for instance, is one of Hollywood's happiest discoveries, Joan Caulfield, playing the same role she played in the picture. Also, William Holden, who soared to immediate stardom with his first appearance on the screen, and Billy DeWolf, playing his original screen role. Our story opens at Miss Susie Slagle's boarding house, a home away from home for generations of prospective men and wife. We take you there now with the first act of tonight's play, starring Joan Caulfield as Gret, William Holden as Pug, and Billy DeWolf as Ben. Our curtain rises on Miss Susie Slagle. After her parents died, people thought Miss Susie would be lonely in the big house on Laurel Street. But that was the year the medical school opened, and students were searching for places to live. By 1910, the house on Laurel Street was known to 2 generations of doctors as Miss Susie Slagle.
Is this Miss Susie Slagle's boarding house?
It sure is. Step right in, Doctor.
Doctor, I hope you can say that 4 years from now.
Oh, I will. See those pictures on the wall? I call all of them Doctor when they came here and when they left, too.
Huh. Well, maybe they were younger than I when they started.
Yeah, well, that don't mean nothing. In the end, they was all doctors and good ones, too. Now, if you come upstairs, Doctor, I'll show you your room.
Sure, a wonderful room. Say, that's it, huh? Those buildings out there?
Yes, sir. That's the medical school. You've been wanting to come here for a long time, haven't you?
Oh, that's taken me 7 years. 4 years of pre-med and 3 years trying to get the money to come here.
Oh, dinner bell in 10 minutes. First night, Miss Susie likes to have all the boys down on time.
Oh, I'd better get washed up then. Oh, where's the bathroom?
End of the hall. Hear him laughing there? That's Mr. Ben. He's a third-year man. He's in there with the new boys now. Come along, I'll show you.
Well, come in, young man. Come in.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. I didn't know you were taking a bath.
As I was saying, gentlemen, you'll soon discover that 4 years in a penitentiary is a picnic compared with 4 years in medical school. Even in the bathroom, you can't relax. Look about you. Every wall covered with anatomical drawings. The artistic efforts of your predecessors. I turn my head to the left and contemplate the complexities of the spinal column. On my right, a highly accurate reproduction of the human heart. Now, while you brush your teeth, you memorize the bones of the wrist. While
But what about the girls in this town, Ben?
Ah, Mr. Abernathy, a most interesting and vital subject. Let me introduce you to your new love, little Elise, the sweetheart of the school. Well, look, up there, on the ceiling. Now, there is really a work of art. A life-size drawing in resplendent color of the woman of your dreams. You would study medicine. From now on, when you look at a woman, that's what you'll see. No more rosy lips and sparkling eyes. From now on, every woman will be little Elise. A heart, a kidney, a spleen, blood vessels, tibias, fibulas. Oh, it's awful. But what are you laughing at?
Well, if medicine's so tough, what are you doing here?
Jumping sunfish. You don't think I'd be anything but a doctor, do you? Now, hand me my towel, one of you. We're going to be late for dinner. Dining room, gentlemen. Miss Susie will be in just a moment. Now, what was I saying?
Cadavers.
Ah, yes. Cadavers. 4 hours a day, you'll cut them up. 6 days a week for 6 months with Mets glaring over your shoulders.
Who's Mets?
Professor of anatomy and a killer. Oh, Heiser. Still seeing spots in front of your eyes, Heiser? I'd better have a look.
Never mind my spots, Mr. Ben.
Open your mouth, Heiser. Say, ah.
Ain't no third-year man gonna look in my mouth. Well, hush up now. Here she comes.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Miss Susie, these fellows claim they all belong. Shall I call the roll?
No, thank you, Ben. You know how I like to guess. Now, let me look at you. I look forward to having you here, Silas.
That's right, ma'am, and thank you.
You do look like your father, don't you? And you're Clayton Abernathy.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, which is the boy from China? Oh, it's you. You're Albert Riggs.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're Irving Aaron.
That's right.
Oh, that was a nice letter your mother wrote me, Irving. That leaves the last of you, the boy from Vermont. You're St. George Prentice.
St. Whit?
Well, fortunately, Miss Slagle, most everybody calls me Pug.
Share, Miss Susie?
Thank you, Ben. Seems like old times having you in the house again.
You mean my merry laughter ringing through the halls, Miss Susie?
No, dear. I mean there was no hot water. And now, I'd like to say it's a very great pleasure to have you all here. There's only one thing I ask, that you do not fail. None of my boys has ever failed. Ready, Heiser?
Yes, ma'am. Your best sherry wine, Miss Susie.
Pass the glasses, then. And please join us, Heiser.
Yes, miss.
My dear boys, to your future.
Big ears, Otto. This is Silas Holmes. Now you've met them all.
Oh, not Gilbert Holmes' son.
That's right, Otto. Why I've darkened Otto's door with you adolescents, I don't know. But you have completed 3 months of study, and I promised you a little reward. Between these refined walls, you'll discover the best beer in Baltimore. Right, Otto?
Oh, correct.
Well, fill 'em up.
I don't know, Mr. Ben, if I am happy to meet these friends of yours or not. Look at their faces. They're like undertakers.
They're suffering from Metz disease.
Metz disease? Professor Metz? Oh, he is a very brilliant man.
He certainly is. The trouble is, we aren't.
Did I hear someone mention Professor Metz? Lige, come here. You fellas all know Lige Howe. Oh, you've got that introduction wrong, my friend. Not Lige Howe. Elijah Howe, Jr., son of the physician-in-chief, son of the professor of medicine at this Institute of Learning. Where's that bottle, Otto?
And what's the matter with you outside of being a little drunk?
I resent being a famous man's son. That's what's the matter with me. Metz put me on probation today. He won't stand for sloppy work from Dr. Howe's son, he said. That's all I hear. Dr. Howe's son.
Oh, you boys. When will you learn that life is for enjoying? What good it does to know everything if you have no pleasure in life?
That's the way it is, Otto. No work, no MD.
Oh, but not all the time work. Your father's side. I bet you he is a fine doctor.
He was a fine doctor. He died last April. Bad heart. Hadn't had a vacation in 12 years.
Oh. Well, if you permit, we will drink to him. Prosit!
Prosit! Hey, Pug, you've been asking me to point out Dr. Fibber to you. Well, there he is.
Which one?
With the cigar. He's sitting with Metz.
Oh, so Dr. Metz is here, is he?
Yes, sir, that's Fibber. Best surgeon in the country. If he left the school, he could make $250,000. Lige, where are you going?
I'm going to have a little talk with the eminent Dr. Metz. I've had just about enough to drink.
Lige, don't be a sap.
Get him out, please.
I'll tell that little mouseface.
You're coming with me.
Just as soon as I've told him off. Professor Metz.
Good afternoon.
Professor Metz.
We were just leaving, Professor Metz.
I got one thing to say to you, Professor Metz. Hey, you guys. Let go of me.
What kind of nonsense is this?
Goodbye, Professor Metz. Let go of me. Let go of me.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Who are you? And what's the matter with my brother?
Oh, nothing to worry about. A slight overdose of C2H5OH. Lige, wake up.
He's soused.
C2H5OH.
Well, how can we unsouse him?
He'll sleep it off. He'll be fine in the morning, won't you, Lige? Lige,
But he was going to help me with my geometry tonight. Now you have got me in a pickle.
I have.
Well, if he hadn't been out with you...
Well, I wasn't the only one with him.
It's very clear you felt responsible or you wouldn't have brought him home.
Now, look.
And when I'm disgraced in the morning for not having my geometry problems, it'll be largely your fault, won't it? I'll probably flunk.
Well, I wish I could help you.
You will? You're sure you don't mind? Oh, that'll be simply immense.
Immense?
Well, don't stand there. Hurry. Get Lige up to his room before Papa comes home, and I'll get my geometry.
And therefore, angle R equals angle S. Now, AD is perpendicular to PR. Do you know why? Because a line perpendicular to one of two parallel lines is perpendicular to the other. Right here, see?
Yes, I see. But what do you do in Vermont in the winter?
I get ready for the summer. Now then...
Oh, it must be fun on a farm.
Oh, yeah, great. All you have time for is to eat and sleep.
But I love to eat and sleep.
Now look. AP equals PR. Therefore, AP equals AR, QED. Well, that's your last problem. You understand them, Miss Howe?
No, I'm too dense. I just ask people to explain them because then they end up by doing them for me. Can you two-step?
Certainly I can two-step.
Let me see you.
Now?
I bet you can't two-step like I can. Look, I'll show you. Oh, Father, this is a friend of Lige. He's helping me with my geometry.
So I see.
Well, I think I'd better be going. Homework of my own, you know. Good night, Dr. Howe.
I'll show you to the door. First-year student, don't you?
Yes, sir.
He lives at Miss Susie's, Father.
You're a fortunate young man. I have an old friend in that house. Is she still in good shape?
Little Elise?
I deliver.
Nice liver, sir.
Thank you. I was working on that the week I met Margaretta's mother, and the first lace cap that Gret ever wore was made by Miss Susie.
Well, good night, sir.
Good night, Mr. Prentice.
Good night, Miss Howell.
Give my regards to Miss Susie.
I will, sir.
Father. Father, isn't he immense?
Yes, the very first little lace cap you ever wore. That wasn't so long ago at that, was it?
Oh, you.
Fellas, I just saw the bulletin board. Come on if you don't want to miss it. Fibber's going to operate jumping catfish, a cholecystectomy, too.
You mean we can watch?
Yes, I just got permission.
Well, what's a cholecyst, what did you say it was?
Gallbladder, stupid. Bad case. Come on, Fibber.
For the benefit of you students in the gallery, I am now exposing the cystic artery. Here the operator must exercise great care. Should the hepatic artery be mistaken for the cystic, it might be fatal. We are now prepared to remove the gallbladder entirely.
Pressure 95, Doctor. Pulse 150.
Hypodermoclysis.
See what that means, Fake? The patient's in shock.
She's going to die?
Could be.
Oh, how can he stay so calm? Doesn't he know that...
The breathing's getting more shallow.
Tight. Clamp. Pressure's down to 80.
Fibber's worried.
Tight.
Look at him. Look how fast he's working now.
Ligature.
He's got to get out in a hurry. He's got to get out.
Sponge. Clamp.
She hasn't got a chance. Pug, where are you going?
I'm getting out of here.
Scissors.
Pug!
What's happened, St. George? What's wrong?
I just left an operation, Miss Susie. I ran out.
Is that all? It takes some people months to get used to surgery.
The woman was dying, and I ran out. Oh, I'll never get over it, Miss Susie.
Over what?
Well, when I was a kid back home, Doc Carson used to take me out on his rounds. One day we visited a farmer way on the outside of town. Heart trouble. Doc had to go back to town for a prescription. He left me alone with the man. And he was dying, gasping for air. He needed help to live. Just a little help. And I couldn't give it to him. I had to stand there, helpless, watching him die. And then all of a sudden, I couldn't stand it anymore. I ran away from him, same as I ran out of the operating room this afternoon.
We all get frightened, St. George.
But I've never been afraid of anything in my life, Miss Susie. It's just that I couldn't bear to see that woman die. Supposing I'd been the surgeon instead of Fibber, and I felt that way.
Do you suppose that Dr. Fibber has never felt that kind of fear?
I tell you, Fibber's the finest man in the world.
Gee, I wish I'd have been there.
The gosh darndest job I ever saw. Before I left, the nurse was saying that woman'd be going home in 3 weeks. What a man.
Then she didn't die.
He doesn't seem so.
Fibber saved her. Oh, I should have known. He's so doggone sure of himself. He wasn't helpless, was he? He really knew, didn't he?
Yes, he really knew. And someday so will you. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Wingate telephoned.
Mrs. Wingate? The dean's wife?
Don't be alarmed. Just to leave word for all you boys, there'll be a dance at their home on Christmas Eve.
Holy smoke. It's almost Christmas, isn't it? Oh, thanks, Miss Susie. Thanks.
Well, Gret, get out of the car. This is the Wingates.
Father, do I look exactly right?
Of course you do. Why?
Oh, this is my first real party, and Mother thinks I'm still a baby.
Well?
She choked up the front of my dress with tulle because she said it was too low for a young girl to wear, and I think it looks tacky.
Looks fine to me.
Well, that's because I took the tulle off.
Oh.
Well, do you think it's all right?
On one condition. Be sure to sew it back on before your mother sees it. Can we go in now?
Father, would you answer an important question?
I'll try.
Suppose a man wants to kiss me. Should I let him?
Well, not unless you want him to, Gret. But if you want to, you bet you kiss him. You see, kisses are to love like thermometers are to fever. You can't tell how bad you've got it without them.
You're really wonderful, Papa.
Well, thanks, Gret.
I guess we can go in now.
Good. Oh, Gret, about kisses.
Yes?
Like thermometers, if you use them too much, they tend to become inaccurate.
I'll remember, Pa. Thanks. Well, here you are.
Huh? Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I beg your pardon.
I am talking to you.
You are?
I was just fixing my hair. Why aren't you in there dancing?
Well, you see, I just got...
This is the first time I've had my hair up.
Oh, maybe that's why you look the way you do.
How do I look?
You look, you look like a field does. First thing in the morning when the sun just hits it.
Oh, all wet and cold?
Oh, no, I didn't mean that at all. I meant...
Oh, have you a dance program?
Why, no. Do I need one?
Oh, yes, of course. Here.
Oh. Well, there's someone's initials on this. M.H. Who's M.H.?
Me?
Well, who are you?
Oh, fine.
I know you?
Think hard. My brother's a friend of yours, and I'm dumb at geometry, but very good at the two-step.
Oh.
Well, it's about time.
Well, you've certainly grown up, but you sure act just the same.
You don't mind, do you?
Oh, no, not at all. I think it's simply immense, Miss Howell.
My character, aren't you, Mr. Prentice? Do you really think I'm forward?
Well,
You shouldn't worry. My character will improve with age. Everyone says I'm just like my mother, and you ought to see how dignified she is. She's a perfect doctor's wife.
Is that what you want to be?
That's what I'm going to be. Well, what's so funny about that? You decided to be a doctor, didn't you? Well, I decided to marry one.
And when you decide to do something, I guess there's no stopping you, is there? I sure feel sorry for the man you decide to hook.
Oh, I expect you'll wiggle a little, but it won't do you any good.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now let's concentrate on the dance, huh?
Oh, let's not dance. Let's sit this one out.
Now listen, lady. I'm just a poor medical student.
Oh, I don't care. That's the way all doctors begin. I'm young. I'll wait.
You, Lige? Get with you?
No, I left the party sort of early, Dad.
So did I, and I've been waiting up to see you, Lige, about your studies.
Oh, yes, it seems I disgraced you properly this time.
I want to find out why your marks are so low and how you can improve them. Forget about me.
Well, how can I forget about you? You're a physician-in-chief, professor of medicine.
What's that got to do with your record?
Everything. They all think of me as your son. Nobody lets me be myself.
You knew all about that when you decided to take medicine.
I didn't decide to take medicine. You decided that for me.
Now, wait a minute, Lige.
You even gave me your name.
You're soft and lazy and spoiled. And if I'm at fault, it's for letting you get that way.
You think it's a cinch being the son of a famous man?
Nothing's a cinch, and you better learn that now. If you've decided you don't like medicine, get out of it. And if you feel that living under my shadow is too great a handicap, get out of that, too.
All right, Dad, I will.
Well, looks like we're home, Pug.
Uh-huh.
Thanks for all the dances.
Oh, thanks for letting me walk you home.
I'd like to ask you in, but it's awfully late.
Yeah. Well, good night, Gret.
Good night, Pug. Pug, we're under the porch light.
We are? Oh, does that mean something?
Well, it's supposed to when mistletoe is tied to it.
Oh, I'm not very bright, am I?
I'm waiting, Pug.
Thanks, Gret.
Thank you, Pug. You know something? Father was right.
Father can go to the devil.
Lige, what on earth? And with a suitcase.
I'm leaving his happy home. Oh, hello, Pug.
You've had a row with Father.
Beaut, even you can't fix it.
Well, where are you going?
I don't know. Only that I'm not going back inside this house.
Well, why don't you go to Miss Susie's with Pug? That would be all right, wouldn't it?
I guess so. Well, sure.
Well, just for the night, if you don't think Miss Susie would mind.
You know perfectly well she'd do anything in the world
for Elijah Howe's son.
For a friend of mine. Come on, Lige.
Thanks, Pug.
Good night, Gret. Don't make any noise, Lige. The stairs are over here.
Okay.
I'll take your bag and...
St. George,
Yes, ma'am.
you'll find towels for your guests in the linen closet.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
But how did she know I was...
Don't ask me. I guess Miss Susie knows everything. Merry Christmas, Lige.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, Pug.
Our stars, Joan Caulfield, William Holden, and Billy DeWolf, will return with Act Two of Miss Susie Slagles in a moment. Here's your producer, William Keeley.
We continue with Act Two of Miss Susie Slagles, starring Joan Caulfield as Gret, William Holden as Pug, and Billy DeWolf as Ben. For the boys at Miss Susie Slagles, the months have flown by. Now, on the eve of second-year examinations, the lamps burn far into the night in the house on Laurel Street. And the lamp that burns longest is in the room of Elijah Howe, Jr.
It's no use, fellas. I'm too far behind. The funny part is I'd really like to make the grade.
Now that you've made your little speech, we'll continue.
As I said before, Dr. Bowen's sure to ask you something about diseases of the liver.
Well, there's hypertrophic biliary cirrhosis.
And what else?
Pick's disease.
That's not exactly cirrhosis. What else?
Well, there's
What about hemochromatosis?
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Well, what are the microscopic appearances of the liver in this disease?
I don't remember.
You do remember.
Well, there's fibrosis and...
And the pigment is found in the portal spaces.
Also in the parenchymal cells. You remember?
Oh, stop telling me I remember, because I don't. I'll go on, get to bed.
We'll get to bed after you've learned about livers. Now, get this. Microscopically, the pigment is deposited first in the sinusoidal endothelium.
Sinusoidal endothelium.
Then in the lining epithelium of the small bile duct. Understand? Lining epithelium of the small bile duct.
It's after 2 o'clock. You've got to get some sleep.
I've got an exam in the morning, Miss Susie.
But you don't know now, my dear. You're not going to learn by morning. Lige, have you seen your father lately?
No, Miss Susie.
I'm sorry, because your father really...
I'd rather not talk about the great Dr. Howe, Miss Susie.
All right. But I want you to promise me something. Heiser's making you a hot milk punch. I want you to drink it and go straight to bed. Will you?
But I... Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. There's one thing you're not counting on that's going to help you tomorrow.
What's that, Miss Susie?
You're one of my boys now, and none of my boys has ever failed. Good night, Lige.
Come on, boys. Drink your beer. Crosby.
Hey, Ben, did you hear the news? I passed.
We all made it.
Yes. Second-year exams. I remember they seemed mighty important to me at the time.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. I just got my appointment, fellas, that's all.
Oh, what hospital, Ben?
Right here.
Oh, Benny, that's good. Not everyone gets appointed here.
1 in 20, the dean said. Great scholar, the dean. Otto, set him up while I call my girl. Oh, who's got 6 bits?
What, again?
Do we have to pay every time you call your girl?
Oh, let's not quibble, fellas. It costs money to telephone long distance. Now, please, I'd like 6 bits.
Okay, I got 2 bits.
Well, that's better. As soon as we're married, you fellas can drop around on Saturday nights and drink a little beer with us. Maybe we'll even let you play with the kid. Oh, what a girl. Waiting for me faithfully all these years. Well, I'll be right back, fellas.
Hey, guys, what do you say we serenade Ben's girl?
Okay. Hey, look, if he's trying to talk to her on the phone...
Just a little background music. Come on, Bert, get at the piano.
Little Lily, lovely and charming and starry-eyed. Everyone sees little Lily, but nobody makes her a bride. A prettier thyroid you never will find. If you don't like her biceps, you're out of your mind. Little Lily, nobody makes her a bride. Her jugular...
Hey, that's enough, fellas. Here he comes. Well, how'd you like the song, Ben?
I didn't speak to her.
Well, then where's our 6 bits?
I talked to her mother. She got married last week to a guy with a job in the bank. A very good friend of mine, Pinky Busterson.
Oh, gosh, Ben,
Wednesday afternoon, 3 o'clock. Church wedding. I guess it takes too long to become a doctor. Too long to expect a girl to wait for the guy who works in a bank. Otto, give me a drink.
You don't have to apologize, Ben. I'd come home drunk, too, if I were you.
Imagine marrying Pinky Bushison. I used to play mumblety-peg with him. Beat him every time. Every single time.
I'm sure you did, dear. How does this cold cloth feel?
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Know what, Miss Susie?
What?
Pinky hasn't got a hair on his head. Bald as a billiard ball. And I'm going to be the gosh darndest best orthopedist she ever saw.
You bet you are, Ben. You just bet you are.
Now, gentlemen, as third-year students, you'll start work in the clinic today. There, you will have your first opportunity at diagnosis. Just remember that without diagnosis, the rest of medicine is... Well, nurse, what is it?
A message from Mr. Prentice, Doctor. He's wanted immediately in the dean's office.
The dean? Run along, Prentice. Come to the clinic as soon as you're through.
Oh, excuse me, but the nurse said that it... Why, Gret.
Hello.
Where's your father?
Do you like my new suit?
Yeah, I like it fine. Where's your father?
I don't know.
But he sent for me.
I did.
You mean to tell me... just to show me a dress or something?
It's not a dress, it's a suit.
Look, I'm in class. The clinic, way on the other side of town.
Don't yell at me.
But you ought to know better than that.
I do know better. If you'd come around and see me once in a while, I wouldn't have to take such desperate measures.
Oh, Gret, I've been awfully busy.
I haven't seen you in 2 months. If you think I'm silly or boring, just say so.
I don't think you're silly. I think... Well, you know what I think of you. But can't you see, Gret, I'm just a farmer with fancy ambitions to become a doctor and with no reason to think I'll make good at it. And it just so happens that you're Dr. Howe's daughter.
What difference does that make?
What difference? What difference?
Hello, Prentice.
Excuse me, Dr. Howe. I got to get back to the clinic. Goodbye, Gret.
Every time I see that young man, he acts as if he just robbed a bank. Is he sweet on you?
No, he isn't. And I'm just beginning to sympathize with Lige. I'm very sorry, Papa, but it's a lot of trouble having you for a father.
Oh, nurse, where did Dr. Bowen go?
Oh, I couldn't say, Mr. Prentice. Oh, your friend said they'd see you at lunch.
Oh, thanks. Say, what's this little boy doing here?
Well, I can't convince him that the clinic's closed. Really, Sonny, it's no use waiting.
What's the matter, kid? Got a bellyache?
It ain't me, mister. It's my dog.
Oh, what's the matter with your dog?
Well, those automobiles ran over him.
Well, the thing to do is to take him to a veterinary.
Well, I did, but he says he's hurt so bad he wouldn't even try to fix him.
So you came over here?
Yeah, now the nurse won't do it either, and he's going to die.
Look, I'll tell you what. You go and get your dog as fast as you can. Now, right in back of this building is a sign that says Experimental Laboratory. I'll be there. Can you remember that? Experimental Laboratory. Now, go on, run.
I'll be right back, mister. Thanks.
Say, nurse, call Miss Susie's, will you, and tell Lige Howe to get over here at the X Lab?
Oh, could Bert come too?
Bert? Oh, you know him, huh?
Sort of.
Yeah, Bert, too, by all means.
Oh, thanks. Oh, what if Dr. Faber needs the laboratory?
Oh, he won't be needing it. He's lecturing. Hurry now, hurry.
What are you doing in here, young man?
I'm waiting for my dog. Oh, do you work here, too?
Oh, now and then. My name is Dr. Faber. What's your... Dog? You said dog?
He was run over. They're fixing him inside there.
I see.
Only they don't want me to go in. Oh, you better not go in either.
Oh, I'll be quiet. You keep waiting out here.
There's a tear in the spleen.
Yeah.
I'll have to remove it. Agreed?
I think you're right, Pug.
He'd have better chance if we gave him saline.
Right away, too.
Sponge. Ligature. Tie. Lige.
Saline started.
It'll last much longer, Pug. Forceps, Bert. Sponge. Come on. What are you waiting for? Sponge. Okay. Now the scissors. The pedicle seems okay. No other blood vessels need tying. All right, let's get out in a hurry. Suture, Lige. I said suture.
Pug, look.
Dr. Faber.
You've got very little time. I suggest you don't waste it on me.
Yes, sir. Suture, Lige. Suture.
Well, young man, your friends and the little boy have taken the dog to the basement. He'll recover.
I've cleaned up everything, Dr. Faber. Well, if you're waiting for me to make excuses for using your laboratory, I haven't any.
Prentice, did I understand you correctly before? You do not want to become a surgeon?
No, sir,
You aspire to the prescription of pills, cough medicines, and powdered frog legs, is that it?
No, sir. I want to be a surgeon, all right, but...
You just said that you didn't.
I meant if I can.
Well, what's to stop you? Not that old nonsense about hands.
My hands are sort of big, sir.
Big and blunt, eh? That's a legend perpetuated by surgeons with long, thin fingers. That dog just now. I suppose you think it was smart to move so fast in an operation of that kind.
No, sir.
Well, it was. That saline transfusion was good, too. But you have a great deal to learn, Prentice. Watch all the operations you can. Critically, not passively. End of next year, if you still want to be a surgeon, drop round and see me.
I certainly will, Dr. Fibber. Thank you.
Dogs in my laboratory. Dogs.
Pug, can't you bicycle any faster than this?
Huh? Oh, sure. Dog's gonna be fine, Gret. A successful splenectomy in 11 minutes.
That's wonderful, Pug. Watch the puzzles.
I remember one summer I won a cucumber picking contest. I have big hands, see? But these same hands removed a spleen in 11 minutes. Come to think of it, Kelly has blunt fingers, and he's one of the finest surgeons in the world.
Pug, it's raining. It's raining hard.
Not that I'm comparing myself to Kelly, but after all...
I said it's raining.
And Fibber isn't the type to hand out compliments right and left either.
Now it's pouring.
As a matter of fact, I'm told...
Pug!
Huh? What's the matter?
You great big baboon. You don't come near me for months, and then when you do, all you talk about is your darn old surgery.
But, Gret...
And then you keep me out riding a bicycle in the pouring rain until my hair's all sagging down, and I'll probably catch my death of cold. Well, goodbye, Mr. Prentice.
Gret, wait a minute.
I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, please don't be angry, Gret. How'd I know it was going to rain?
I'm going home.
Well, you can't go home in this storm. Gret, watch out. The road's slippery. Gret, that puddle. Oh, gee, Gret. You're mud all over.
Well, at least you're becoming a little more observing.
As for getting mad at me for all that medical talk, well, you're going to have to listen to a lot of operations when you're married to a surgeon.
Oh, I am, Em. What did you say?
Well, you told me so yourself. Once you decide to do something, there's no stopping you. You said I'd wriggle some, but it wouldn't do any good.
I never said anything of the kind.
Hey, there's some mud on your face. Get a handkerchief. Hold your face up.
Like this?
Yeah. That's better. Forehead, too.
Got all the mud off?
Uh-huh.
Pug, I'm still holding my face up.
Oh, yeah. Here, blow. Harder?
Oh, you.
Now what?
Please, Mr. Prentice, give me a kiss.
Oh, sure, Gret. I certainly will.
Act 3 of Miss Susie Slegos, starring Joan Caulfield as Gret, William Holden as Pug, and Billy DeWolf as Ben. It's the first day of Easter vacation at the medical school. That means open house at Miss Susie Slegos. Not only for the students, but for all Miss Susie's boys.
Oh, Lige. Oh, hello, Gene Wingate. Isn't your father coming? I really don't know, sir. Very obstinate man, Lige. And I think you take after him. Yes, sir. Hi, sir. Where are you? I'm dry as a chip.
Coming, sir, coming. You take it easy now. You're getting too old to drink so
Where's
fast.
Miss Susie, Isa?
She's upstairs, Mr. Burt.
Riggs? Burt Riggs?
Well, he wasn't feeling too good. She wanted to visit with him a while.
Hey, don't move, Isa. If you babies think you work hard, well, you try being resident physician. Thanks, Isa. Oh, how are your spots?
Never mind my spots, Mr. Ben. Just because you're wearing that little white suit don't make you a doctor.
I say you'll join us, won't you?
Thank you, sir. Got my silver cup already.
Still the same cup.
Yes, sir. The one you give me in 1894.
And still taking it straight, I notice.
3 fingers even, sir.
How can you tell, Heiser? Silver cup isn't transparent.
I can't see, Mr. Pug, but I judge is fine.
And sometimes you misjudges.
Yes, sir, but when I misjudges, nobody dies from it.
Well, boys, happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
And a solemn tribute to the little lady on the 3rd floor. Are you ready?
Little Lily, lovely and charming and starry-eyed.
Mr. Lyle.
Yes, Heiser?
There's somebody waiting to see you this caller, Miss Lyle.
Okay. I'll go right in.
A prettier thyroid you never will find. If you don't like...
Hello, Lige.
Dad.
Your mother always said that my patients came off better than my family. Lige, we miss you.
Oh, I'm glad to see you, Dad. Very glad. Except I'm not coming home to live in case you come here.
Why not?
Well, at home, I'm your son. Here, I'm on my own.
Lige, I noticed you didn't apply for an internship.
I'm planning to go into pathology, Dad.
Pathology? Oh, now listen, Lige. I always figured
I know you did. But I like pathology.
Sorry, boy. Of course. Someday I'll learn that you've a mind of your own and a life of your own. I should have realized that years ago. We can be friends again, can't we?
Dad, of course.
You know, we should have sent you to Miss Susie's in the first place. Well, let's join the others.
Lovely and charming and starry-eyed. Everyone sees.
Good afternoon.
Did the singing bring you down, Miss Susie?
I'm glad you're here, Dr. Howe. I'm afraid he's quite ill. Doctor, could you go up and see him?
Of course, Miss Susie, right away. Oh, Ben, you better come with me. I'm sorry to tell you, boys, Bert has diphtheria. The rest of you will have to have protective injections at once. We've had 4 other cases at the hospital. Oh, Ben, he'll need a nurse. Make arrangements.
Yes, sir.
There's no need of that. We'll look after him.
Diphtheria is a dangerous disease, Miss Susie.
Elijah Howe, do you think I've lived near doctors for 23 years without learning which diseases are dangerous?
No, ma'am. All right, then. You, Heiser, and the boys can take care of him. I want one of you boys with him all the time. Bert is very sick. It's begun to affect his heart. Oh, Miss Susie, I think you better notify his family.
Bert has no family here. His parents are missionaries in China.
There's no one?
Oh, there's a girl, Dr. Howe. Bert seems very fond of her, sir. A nurse at the hospital, Nan Summers.
Better let her know, then. Now, listen carefully. I'll tell you exactly what I want done.
Thanks for calling me, Mr. Prentice. He's sleeping now.
We're doing everything we can, ma'am.
I know.
I'll go back to his room.
No, it's 10 o'clock, Lige. I'll take over.
Oh, call me if you need me, Pug.
Sure.
He's awfully sick.
Oh, this is the worst time.
You'll be with him all night?
Till 4.
He thinks a lot of you. Take good care of him.
I will.
I'll telephone as soon as I get off duty.
Now, don't worry, Nan. He's going to be all right.
Sure. Good night.
That you, Pug?
Thought you were asleep.
My pulse is lower. Do you know what that means?
Bert, you're not supposed to be talking.
You saw that diphtheria heart in the lab. Nobody could live with a heart like that.
You've got to be quiet.
Remember what the book says, Pug. A very slow pulse with feeble heart sounds make a fatal termination certain. The book's right.
Bug, Bert, if you don't rest...
Have you ever been afraid to die, Pug? It's not that I'm afraid. But not now. Not when I've just begun to live.
You're not going to die, Bert.
Can't you help me? Can't you do something, Pug? Bert, Pug. Pug, where you going? Don't leave me, Pug. Don't leave me. That's you, Pug? Anything wrong? I said, is anything wrong?
Lige, I...
It's all right, Bert. Lige. Yeah? Where's Pug? Pug. Gonna die, Lige. Gonna die.
don't you leave me, Lige. Please.
Oh, Pug, I've been looking for you.
I ran out on him, Ben. I ran out on Bert. How is he?
How is... You don't know?
No what?
Bert died just before noon. Pug, you're wanted in the dean's office.
So you told him?
Nobody told him anything. He's called in all fourth-year students. There have been 8 more cases of diphtheria right here in the hospital staff. You fellas have to help out in the outpatient department.
And a lot of help I'll be.
If I were you, I'd get over there right away.
That's all I have to say. Except those of you whom I've assigned to outside maternity duty may have to work without an intern. Well, you wanted to be doctors. Now get to work. Come on.
Okay, well, what did you get, Pug?
Obstetrics.
You're lucky, Stiv. Well, what's the matter? Don't you like it?
Nothing's the matter.
Well, that's what you want, isn't it?
Is it? Will you be seeing Dr. Rice?
Naturally.
Well, tell him he'll have to forget about me. Tell him to get someone else.
Pug!
All right, then don't. I'll tell him myself.
But, Pug, darling, what's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. You shouldn't have called me up, Gret. I don't know why I said I'd come over.
But I want so very much to help, to understand. Please tell me.
I don't want to talk about it. Please, Gret, leave me alone.
Do you only want me to be around when you're proud of yourself? To be glad with you when things are going fine? Is that what you think love is, Pug? Anybody could do that. I wanted to be your wife.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gret. Goodbye.
Pug!
May I come in?
Oh, if you want, Miss Susie.
Packing?
That's right. I'm leaving.
The hospital just telephoned for you.
I told Heiser to tell him I'm not going.
But they called again. They need you. Don't you know a doctor can't accept or refuse calls according to the way he feels?
I'm not a doctor. Whatever it takes, I haven't got. They ought to be glad I'm leaving.
You're thinking of Bert.
Certainly I'm thinking of Bert.
No one could have helped him. Not even Dr. Howe. You know that.
Yes, I know that. But the one he wanted the most wouldn't have run out and left him. I did.
You couldn't have helped Bert. But you can help some poor woman who's waiting for a doctor.
I'm not going.
I'm afraid you'll have to. I told them you'd be there.
You did what?
I told them you were on your way. After tonight, you can leave if you want to. But not now.
Well, supposing I can't help that woman, Miss Susie. Supposing it's the same as it was with Bert.
But it won't be the same, and you will be able to help her. They've sent a nurse on ahead. Here's the address. Now get over there.
But, Miss Susie,
And you'd better hurry, St. George.
That you, Pug? Come in.
Ma'am, they said a nurse would be here. I didn't know it was you. I heard you'd left town.
I came back. Bert wouldn't have wanted me to quit. Not at a time like this.
Did you bring the clinical record?
Yes. The woman's 34. This is the third child, no complications. The family's inside. If you're ready, I'll clear them all out.
Go ahead. I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Everything's all right, isn't it? Isn't it?
Oh, sure, Mrs. Johnson. Everything's going to be fine. Ma'am, come here.
Yes?
You're sure those clinical records showed no complications?
Why, no.
Well, something's wrong somewhere. Child's heartbeat is very slow. Circulation's blocked.
Well, I'm all ready if you have to intervene.
It wouldn't help.
Ain't nothing going to happen to the baby, Doctor. Doctor, tell me.
Oh, please, Mrs. Johnson, we'll do everything we can.
You'll help, won't you, Doctor?
I'll phone the hospital for an intern.
How do you know they got one to spare? Besides, there isn't any time. It's a prolapsed cord.
Operate?
Do I have any choice?
No.
Get the father in here. Show him how to give ether.
Yes, Doctor.
And don't frighten him. Mrs. Johnson? Now, don't worry, Mrs. Johnson. Everything's going to be all right. You're going to be fine. And so will your baby.
You're sure there ain't nothing wrong with the baby? You're sure, Doctor?
Oh, the baby's fine. So's your wife, in case you're interested.
Oh, sure.
Sure I am, Doc.
Why do they always worry about the baby first?
I don't know, but they do.
You stay with her, Mr. Johnson. She'll be waking up soon, and she'll want to see you.
You're going to be a fine doctor.
You're going to be a fine nurse.
I'll need to be. I'm going away, Pug.
Home?
Well, in a funny kind of way, I'm going home. I'm going to China.
China?
I want to live where Bert and I would have lived, to do the things we planned to do. They've accepted me at a mission hospital.
You're not afraid?
No, Pug. I'm not afraid.
That's right, man. I'm not either. Not anymore.
Well, here you are, Miss Susie. Our class picture. Best-looking group of doctors you ever had, Miss Susie.
Cab's waiting for us. Don't want to miss your train.
I can't believe it. You're doctors now. You're leaving me.
Now, Miss Susie.
It's all right, gentlemen. He's entitled to a good cry once a year.
I just want to say I've loved having you here. Each one of you. Thank you for never having disappointed me. Thank you for liking me. Come back and visit us as often as you can. Heiser and me and little Elise. Silas, give my love to your mother.
I will, Miss Susie, and thank you for everything.
Clayton, good luck, Clayton.
Thanks, Miss Susie.
Be sure you write me as soon as you get to London, Irving.
I will, Miss Susie.
We'll wait for you in the cab, Pug. Don't keep it waiting so long.
St. George.
Goodbye, Miss Susie. Oh, in case you see Margaretta Howe, tell her that if she doesn't mind, I'd like to see her when I get back.
I'll tell her. Oh, I'm glad you're going to be with Dr. Fibber. I couldn't bear to lose all of you at once.
You won't lose me, Miss Susie. Anything I ever may amount to, you'll have part in. And that's true of every doctor that ever walked out of this house.
Thank you.
Gonna miss you, Mr. Pug.
Goodbye, Heiser.
Here I come, fellas.
So long, Pug.
Hey, wait a minute.
See you at the station.
Hey, wait for me. Hey!
Can I give you a lift, Doctor?
Grit.
I just thought I'd drive you to the station.
Oh, Gret, you're the last person in the world I expected to see.
We better hurry.
And the one I wanted to see the most.
I hope you're not going to miss that train.
Oh, and I don't blame you if you haven't much use for me.
We better get going.
I wouldn't blame you at all.
Oh, Pug,
Gret, have I any chance at all?
Why do you think I'm here, you big baboon? Now, hurry up and kiss me or we'll never get started.
There to go, Miss Susie.
Still think I did wrong phoning Miss Gret?
No, I guess you did all right. Guess you did fine.
Who's that down the street, Heiser? Looks like a new student. Well, take good care of him.
Excuse me, is this Miss Susie Slagle's?
It sure is.
Why, I'm looking for a place to live near the medical school.
I'll take your bag, sir. Step right in. Mighty glad to have you with us. Doctor?
Aloha from Waikiki Beach. This is Thomas Hollywood Henderson with the Dallas Cowboys. Tomorrow's a final competition for the super teams, Kansas City Royals and Dallas Cowboys. Of course, we've sent the Steelers home, and the finals are tomorrow, so stay tuned on ABC.
The super team's final begins a great afternoon tomorrow.
United, the largest airline in the free world, proudly announces Super Saver Simplified. In February and March, you can save up to 55%, easier than ever.
Used to buy a month ahead. Now it's just a week instead.
Stay as long or as little as you like.
Stay as long as 60 days or as little as 2 and be on your way.
And kids simply fly free.
Easy does it when you fly. Super Saver Simplified. Fly the blue skies.
Fatal plane crash at Griffith Park, film at 11.
How do you handle a hungry man? The manhandlers.
He's working up an appetite a manhandler can handle. Looks like my boy's grown up. He's ready for Campbell's Manhandlers, like beef soup, juicy beef, and sun-ripened vegetables. A big-tasting soup, a man-sized part of a man's meal.
The manhandlers.
The Manhandlers. Mmm, good.
For
Port of Call, South Pacific. Liberty call, Liberty call. The Navy, it's not just a job, it's an adventure. And there's more training, skills, and opportunities in the armed forces. For a chance to serve, a chance to learn, see your local recruiter.
The Toyota Corolla is the #1 selling car in the world. It doesn't take a genius to see why.
Angel highlights at 11.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment.
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, the thrilling drama of murder and mystery and the people who walk the Great White Way, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
A time comes finally to Broadway when the emptiness is big, when solitude walks the street, arrogant and brave. It's the time when the neon carnival is wound down, when the blazing furnace of light darkens and grows cold. And on the pavements, glistening with the tears of despair, the stragglers walk. They plead for a door to open, for a light to be turned on. Solitude is at their heels. Please, kid, for a friend. But it's no good, kid. Broadway's closed for the night. But there are side streets where it's never closed, where trumpets scream and saxes weep. In the 50s, for instance. In a little joint called the 34 Club, for instance, where I was, where death was. And this time it was a circular platform raised above the bar with a piano on it, and a dead man resting his head on the keys, and all of it defined in the darkness by a spotlight that changed colors, and all of it revolving like a big toy, slow, round and round. And the man tries to explain to you why it wasn't turned off.
It isn't that we were sitting here enjoying the spectacle of it, Mr. Clover. It's just that in cases of murder, I read someplace you're not supposed to touch nothing, but nothing.
It was going around like that when...
Before, during, and after the murder. Hey, you got yourself a puzzle. How to figure out from where the shot came from with that platform going round and round and round.
Turn it off.
I'm glad somebody finally came through with an order. There. I'm a man who doesn't function very well, Mr. Clover, unless somebody gives me an order. Spineless, that's me.
Still, you manage this place, Mr. Darby. You own it, too, huh?
Sure. But what courage does that take? The decisions are made by Kay. She hires the musicians, pays the salaries. That's my wife, Kay. You ever heard her sing, Mr. Clover? Like a dream you don't talk about to nobody.
She hired the man up there?
Absolutely. Heard him playing piano in some forlorn joint. Hired him on the spot. He was very great, that boy, on the piano.
What else about him, Mr. Darby?
What else about Harry Brett? He's dead with a bullet hole in him.
Maybe you can tell me why.
Maybe I can. Want to hear, Mr. Clover?
Uh-huh.
I got a good why. Harry Brett was singing siren songs into the ear of my wife, Kay.
That could be motive, couldn't it?
Yeah. Uh-huh. It could.
Did your wife listen?
My wife, Kay? You won't mind asking her yourself. You won't mind at all.
Now tell me how it happened.
I wish I could, Mr. Clover, but I just can't.
Try.
Oh, it's no use. Because I was out on the sidewalk at the time, communing with something or someone.
It has no name, this something?
No. But I can give you a list of witnesses on the street who witnessed me communing. They know the look that comes over me. That's how they know. You want the list?
Yeah, but later. You'll stick around so you can give it to me later.
I got no place else to go. Just no place.
Who can tell me how it happened?
Jack over there. Jack Gage, the boy sitting at the bar crying because his friend is dead.
He's sorry the pianist is dead.
Sure. Somebody has to play a dirge at a funeral, don't they, Mr. Clover? Don't they?
Harry, you were too good to die, kid. Too good.
Mr. Gage, I'll have to ask you some questions from the police.
You have to?
Tell me what happened.
We were on the platform up there, turning round and round, playing good. Harry was playing so good it hurt you inside. I still hear it. It still hurts.
Just you and Harry were up there?
Me on clarinet and Harry on piano and the trumpet.
The trumpet?
Charlie Walker. Charlie the trumpet and I, the clarinet, were out. Harry took it away from us. Nobody could play against what he was doing. It hurt.
That's when he was shot?
Yeah, there was a shot. At first I thought it was a drum, but then I knew it wasn't a drum because there's no drum in the number. The drum's out with the rum.
Who talks about me? Who talks about me when my back is turned? Out of my way. It's burning. I gotta put it out.
Take a minute. Who are you?
You don't know. Ray Richard. I beat out heartbeats for the people on the drums. What are you, an agent? Hey, Jack. Why the tears without tears?
Oh, go die. Beat out your own march and go die.
I'll do that. It was burning me up and I didn't know what. A death march. That's what's inside me. A jazz time death march. Hey, who died beside me?
Harry Brett. He was murdered.
I gotta play him into the other world. I gotta. Hey, you kill him, Jack? You kill him because you love him so much?
Oh, that dirty, rotten
Leave him alone, Jack. He's drunk.
That don't give him the right. Listen to him play. Listen to that crazy, crazy man.
You haven't told me yet how it was, Jack.
Huh? Oh, about Harry? Well, there was this shot. And Harry goes, oh, like that. Oh. And he puts his head on the keys and dies. And nobody cares. Everybody runs away. Harry dies and they run away.
Where did they run?
Where did who run? Be specific. It's the time to be specific.
The trumpet. Charlie Walker.
Who knows?
Kay Darby.
To her apartment, I bet. Right down the street, number 16. Call on her. Tell her I sent you. Tell her that.
Yeah? What?
Kay Darby live here?
You're who?
Danny Clover, police.
All right. You'll be in the way, but all right.
I was told I'd be able to find Kay Darby here.
Who can find Kay Darby? Guys like you? People who come knocking on a door? Ask me about Kay Darby. I'll try to translate her to you.
Let's not bother, huh? Where is she?
That's a little late, isn't it? 3:30 in the A and the M?
In the next room? Get her.
If so say you. But only because you got a badge tucked away. Kay? Visitor, Kay. Man from the police, Kay. He wants to find you.
I'm Danny Clover. There's some things I want to ask you.
Yes?
About Harry Brett.
Don't mind him, Mr. Clover. Charlie here thinks anyone who doesn't play a trumpet might as well be making music with a comb and tissue paper.
You feel that way, huh, Charlie? Charlie who?
Hey, what's the matter with you, Mr. Clover? Been away from the world for 6 years? I'm Charlie Walker.
Charlie blows a trumpet.
And you sing, isn't that right, Kay?
That's right.
Why did you leave the 34 Club after the shooting?
I was upset.
She was upset. Leaned on old Charlie Walker for strength in time of need.
You came here with Charlie?
Yeah. I left word about leaving. Seeing Harry dead, I knew what would happen if I stayed.
Oh? What?
I'd want to keep looking at him lying there. I wanted to see him. What does it matter? Just that I left word that I'd be here with Charlie, so if the police wanted to question us, we'd be here.
What can you tell me about Harry?
A lot. He could play the piano like an angel. His fingers touched my arm too much when we talked. I hated the sight of him. Does that take care of it?
Where were you when Harry was shot?
Sitting with me at the bar.
That's right.
Charlie?
Why a mess about a lousy piano player?
You hated him too, huh?
From the top of his toupee to tippy toes. He was egotistical, vain, selfish, snobbish. He loved himself. Know the kind of guy I mean?
He had me there. And after that, a moth started to whir around the light bulb. We all saw it at the same time. We watched it. There was nothing more to say. Suddenly, we all got tired and wished everybody'd go away. I walked Charlie out to the street. He hailed his cab. I hailed mine. I went home, went to sleep. The next morning, I went through the motions. Get up and breakfast and the morning papers propped against the sugar bowl and to work. Check in at headquarters and let them know you're calling on Ray Richard, drummer. Because when you saw Ray Richard a little while ago, he wasn't in condition to talk about murder. Maybe the morning would change it all. When I got to his door, Ray's Hymn to the Sun had a feathery quality to it. Ray looked better.
Hi. Come on in.
Thanks. Did I interrupt?
No. Sit down. Me too. I'm woozy. I'm really woozy, almost knocking over my drums.
That's quite an outfit of drums you got there.
Uh-huh.
I heard you play a little bit last night. Interesting.
Interesting? Why was it interesting?
I don't know.
I'm grateful you remember me because of my drums.
Just that it was strange. A man gets killed and you react by...
By doing this? By doing that?
Uh-huh.
For Harry Brett, pianist, his phrase for his dying. See, I'm lucky.
Lucky?
Yeah, people, things, I react to them. Everything has its tempo. I don't need words.
I see.
You? You. A policeman.
Look, Ray.
Kay Darby. You know her? That's Kay, exactly her.
What about yourself?
Me. Now it works out. End of show.
Not really that, Ray. I'm trying to find out whether you killed Harry Brett.
Not me. You're wrong about that. I mourned for him.
Yeah, I heard.
When you left the club. Later, after that, I took a walk. A Skid Row type walk. Because the night and the thing that happened to Harry needed that. You can't leave death quickly. You can't have it touch you and go home and forget it.
Ray.
You got to do it gently, so I went back to the dying and the half alive. And I came home and tried to hold the feel of it, the tempo of it, with my drums. And I could let it go, but I couldn't work that out either. I was trying...
When I came up here?
Yeah.
Where were you when Harry was killed?
I can't give you addresses.
What do you mean?
I had a half-hour break from the bandstand, boozed it up, and a couple of joints around.
Why didn't you stay at the 34 Club? They got a liquor license.
It's enough to play there. I don't have to live my half-hour breaks there.
Are you glad Harry's dead?
Doesn't make any difference. I'll hire another piano player.
Did you kill him?
No. I'd be afraid to kill.
You've got a tempo for that, too?
Yeah, I have. Would you like to hear it?
Not now, Ray. But stick around your drums, in case the yen suddenly hits me.
Danny?
Come in, Tartaglia.
Thanks. Duffy, huh?
What is?
This murder of this piano player. It isn't fair to the ballistics department how this murder of this piano player was performed.
Got them worried, huh?
Yeah, indeed. This guy getting shot on a revolving stage. How are they supposed to find out where the shot came from?
Duffy, huh?
You took the words out of my mouth. The shot could have come from any place. The line of the bullet being a secant to a revolving circle whose formula is pi r squared to the nth power.
Oh? Will you excuse me?
But that goes without saying.
Thank you.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
Danny Clover speaking.
I told you I was afraid, Mr. Clover.
Who is this?
Ray Richard, please.
The drummer?
Of course it is.
What's the matter with you?
A guy's been hanging around out front.
What guy? What are you trying to say?
I just saw him come into the house. Listen.
I don't hear anything. Ray.
No.
Ray, what is it? The shots and the scream held the tight blend of terror. And I rode it, followed it behind the siren, gouging a channel through the streets. It took 6 minutes to get to Ray's room. The room was empty. No Ray, nothing. Correction. The room was flooded with music coming from a phonograph. That and a streak of blood on the rug, lending its own touch to the shrieking room. But most of all, it was the music. A record. I looked at it. Tempo for Timpani, it was called. The room didn't need it. It needed another quality. The quality that came after violence. The tempo of silence, maybe. Of death. And wherever Ray Richard was right now, I had a feeling he was covered with it.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. We now continue with Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway's a place that can get excited about a lot of things. Joe Louis and war coming out of retirement. The Terrible Turk pinned the referee at St. Nicholas Arena. And up in Central Park, Robert, the rhinoceros, had twins and had his name changed to Alice. Broadway stands in front of the Paramount Building and gawks at the Trans-Lux. I didn't have it so good. Reason? A pianist named Harry Brett was shot on a revolving stage in a nightclub. Reason? A trap drum player named Ray Richard had left testimony of death in his room. Reason? I had to go to work. I called headquarters, had an all-points bulletin sent out on Ray Richard. Let them know I was on my way back to the 34 Club. In the early afternoon, the place was bleak, without reason, pointless. Like an old false face that hung on a dime store shelf for too many Halloweens. Kay Darby was sitting at the bar making a pattern of wet stains with the bottom of her glass. When she saw me, she looked as if she wished I'd never happened.
Oh, not again, Mr. Clover.
Why not?
Many's a time I meet someone and say to myself, oh, not again.
And you're telling yourself that now, huh?
Sit down if you want. I only make the offer because sometimes breeding gets the better of me.
Maybe I should tell you, Kay.
Don't tell me. You want me to shiver when you point your finger at me and say I'm a suspect for murder. Save it. I wouldn't even shrug.
Did you kill Harry?
Nope. Nope. Look, you don't understand, do you?
Understand what?
About me. I'm trying to get it over to you. I'm being in a dull gray mist. I was getting ready to salt my beer with a tear when you walked in.
Oh?
Yepper. This whole thing that's killing, it's going to break Lou to the nub.
Lou, your husband. Oh, you mean the publicity?
He was just getting this little gin mill afloat. Now?
Tell me this, Kay. How close were you with Ray Richard?
Drummer boy Ray?
That's right.
What would I want with him?
You tell me.
He's talented.
I know.
Once I was with him where people drink out of glass thimbles and listen to violin music. He beat out for my amusement a rhythm with the fiddle with pickle forks. What about Ray?
He's missing. Maybe...
Wait a minute, the bar phone. Yes? Yes, he's here. Someone from your side of the tracks wants to talk to Mr. Clover.
Thanks. Hello?
Danny? We got Richard, Danny. Found him.
Hold him, Gino. I'll be right down.
Go by way of the East River docks, Danny. That's where they fished him out. Drowned. Dead.
At the docks, the heat clawed at the mounted policemen, at their horses, and they in turn clawed at the crowd with the pale, sullen face, rejecting the heat, the stain of heat on its body, on its clothes, dodging, scurrying from under the hooves of the rearing, sweating animals, because the spectacle of death was for free, and the crowd would not be denied by man or beast or element. And from the river, the vapors of night were beginning to rise, and the distant moan of a ship as it entered into the horizons of night. And death had shaped itself a proper setting. And someone known to you moved across it, pushed his way through the supernumeraries, found you, spoke to you.
Yeah, come on, Danny. I'll get through the crowd.
Where is he, Muggavan?
Down at the edge of the dock. The boys have fished him out, laid him out in one of the machine sheds. All right, one side, please.
One more shot at the other.
Oh, will you please step aside?
Yeah, I'm here, Danny. Here, I'll uncover him.
Oh.
Yeah, they shot him up good from up close and threw him in the river.
How long did you say he'd been in the river?
Oh, not long, Danny. Just long enough to... There's no blood on him.
Yeah. Identification?
Yeah, this musician's union card, local 802, issued to Ray Richard. And a driver's license issued to Ray Richard. This check from the 34 Club signed by K. Darby made out to Ray Richard. Description tallies. And this gold Longines watch, Danny, with the initials RR on the back. That spells Ray Richard, huh?
Yeah, I remembered. Do something for me, Muggavan.
Oh, sure, Danny.
Call headquarters. Have them pick up Lou and K. Darby. And a trumpet.
Huh?
A trumpet named Charlie Walker.
Next time you invite a trumpet player, Danny, pick a spot with better acoustics. This offends the ear, this hole. Listen how it echoes. Hey! See what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Reminds me of a dance crib I played once in Selma, out of BMI. Same acoustics. Same type of studio response. I was playing the trumpet in a manner unknown to this world. And those yokels just lay there, like these stiffs.
Stop it, Charlie. You're disgusting.
What's the matter, Lou? You develop a set of taste all of a sudden?
No. Just that with all these dead around me gives me the feeling I should commune with something. Why did you bring Charlie and me here, Mr. Clover?
I want you to identify a body we found in the East River.
Someone we have pleased, or vice versa?
That's a good question. Take all the time you need. I want you to be sure.
The shape is familiar, but the face, it's hard to tell.
Mr. Darby?
I recognize the suit. Uh-huh. I recognize him. Uh-huh.
You know who it is?
Of course, don't you? I've seen him wear it many times. Therefore, the body belongs to
Ray Richard?
Of course, Ray Richard. I only hesitated because a man doesn't rush into a thing like this.
What do you say, Charlie?
Ray Richard.
Recognize this ring?
Of course I do, Mr. Clover. That's Ray's, all right. He pawned it with me many times when he needed more money for more booze.
All right, that's all.
He was murdered, huh?
Uh-huh, Charlie.
What makes Lou and me your darlings? Other people could have killed Ray, tossed him in the water.
Like who, Charlie?
Like the clarinet, Jack Gage. Like Kay, the Song of Songs.
By the way, Mr. Darby, where's Kay? I've been waiting for you to tell me why she isn't here.
She was at the club the last time I saw her. Why?
She's not there anymore. Upstairs, they say she's not anywhere. Where is she, Mr. Darby?
You mean Kay's disappeared? You mean you can't find her? You gotta find her. I'm nothing without Kay. You gotta find her, you hear?
I hear, and we will, Mr. Darby. Honest, we will.
Attention, all cars. Attention, all cars. 9:33 p.m. Pick up Kay Darby. She's 5 feet 4 inches tall. Weight about 121. She has black hair, dark brown eyes.
Danny Clover speaking.
You fellas looking for Kay Darby?
Who is this?
Jean Brooks. I run the Kit Kat in Harlem. She's here now.
Hold her there.
You come get her.
You're late. She's gone. She's a long time gone.
Where'd she go?
She said she wanted it where the music was real secret. I told her where.
Where?
Brick Wall Club, Lenox Avenue.
Kay Darby. She been in here?
Been and left.
Where'd she go?
I know. There's a great piano around the corner. Maybe there.
I said Kay Darby.
Now you know. Was, but not now.
You know where she went?
Yeah, I know.
All right, where?
What she was looking for?
Where?
Room upstairs, all the way upstairs. As far as you can go. One room on the last floor. Try it.
Kay. She stood there before me in the corridor, blocking the open door. Her eyes closed, head moving back and forth to the rhythm of her wordless song. The music that came from the room in back of her drained her, touched her, flowed over her.
What do you want here?
You found him, huh, Kay?
He won't let me in. He and the other two.
Uh-huh.
They're worshiping something in there. They won't let anybody in. But I'll wait.
Get out of the way, Kay.
No.
Get out of the way. You two. Out. Hello, Ray.
Hi. Hi, Mr. Clover.
We've been looking for you, Ray.
That's funny. I didn't think you would be.
You made a mistake, Ray.
Me?
Uh-huh. Man shot up like that. So little blood in your room. A mistake.
Sure.
Who was he?
Nothing. I looked for a man who was nothing. I found him.
On that walk you took in Skid Row.
Yeah, that's when.
A derelict of the same size and build. You switched clothes with him. Watch, ring. Kill him and threw him in the river with your identification.
Yeah. And didn't fool you, huh?
That leaves the pianist, Harry Brett. Did he need killing, too, Ray?
Uh-huh. Kay hated him. He bothered her. I like Kay around me.
She likes it, too.
Loves it.
Let's go.
Loves it. Loves it.
I didn't stop it. Ray's frenzy. The girl stood in the doorway watching him. In a little while, she came into the room and sat at his feet. Then it was over. All over. Nighttime leaps down on Broadway. The revelers swarm the streets to embrace it. Laughter pours into the shadowed places. And for a time, kid, no despair, just explosions and the sweet promise and have a drink on me. For a time. For a little time. It's Broadway. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's story and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to join us next week at the same time when Detective Danny Clover returns again with Broadway's My Beat. Broadway's My Beat, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The program is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This has been a RadioClassics.com presentation. Programs are copyright their respective owners.
Last weekend, this Spitfire Roadster went to market, to the nursery, and to the antique store. Later, this spirited sports car and its rugged 1500cc engine went to town. An SCCA class champion, Spitfire's designed to make driving fun, with fully independent suspension, front disc brakes, rack and pinion steering, and more. So whether you're going to market or going to town, Spitfire's made for driving enjoyment. Triumph Spitfire, just for the fun of it.
Boy, would I love to catch one of those giant muskalounges. What a name. That's harder to mispronounce than my favorite beer. Anheuser-Busch, Natural Light. That's why I tell everyone to just say natural. Sure glad I brought some along, too, because natural has that smooth, clean taste. Comes from slow, natural aging. Take my word for it. Next time you're on a fishing excursion or in a store or in your neighborhood cabin, just ask for a natural. Hey, there's the sturgeon. Hiya, Doc.
This very special paint is now on sale. It's the paint that can outlast 8 years of snow, 8 years of rain, 8 years of days in the 90s. And now it's on sale, $4 off a gallon. Sherwin-Williams longest-lasting latex house paint, A100. The paint that can outlast 8 years of weather. $4 off a gallon, only at Sherwin-Williams. A paint, a store, a whole lot more.
Great convention, guys. Come on, I'll buy you a beer.
Great. You got a light beer?
Now that you've switched to a light beer, make sure it's the right light.
I got several.
There are lots of light beers, but only one can be called the right light. Olympia Gold, with only 70 calories per 12 ounces.
70 calories?
Check the label. Olympia Gold has only 70 calories in 12 ounces.
Pour the gold.
And when you pour the gold and take just one sip of that rich beer taste, you've got to ask,
how can 70 calories taste so good?
Olympia Gold, the right light.
Tomorrow on ABC's International Championship Boxing Live, an exciting rematch of a toe-to-toe slugfest. Marvin Johnson defends his WBC World Light Heavyweight crown against the only man to have ever knocked him out, Matt Franklin. A great day tomorrow on ABC.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and Jerry Hausner, Elvia Allman, Margaret Brayton, our happy postman, Mel Blanc. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Week before last, George challenged Gracie to earn her own Christmas money. He wishes now he'd challenged Joe Louis to a fight. First, Gracie sold his cigars. Then she painted his car yellow and started a yellow cab service. Then she sold Christmas trees, which she chopped out of Griffith Park. But wait, now you're going to hear something really gruesome. And here he is.
Gracie, please. Please stop trying to earn your own Christmas money. I'll give you all you want.
No, sir. You said I wasn't smart enough to earn it, and I'm going to show you. I'll earn it with my own head, no matter how hard it is.
Look, honey, I take back what I said. You are smart. You're brilliant.
Am I pretty?
You're beautiful. You're the most brilliant, most beautiful woman in the world. Now, will you give up earning your own Christmas money?
Well, I was going to, but if I'm that smart and pretty, I can't miss.
And so Gracie has continued to try and earn her own Christmas money. Poor George never knows what scheme she'll try next. For example, today at noon when he came home...
Oh, Gracie, I'm home. For Pete's sake, a baby on the couch. Gracie, where are you?
Here I am, dear.
Look, a baby. Where did it come from?
Your mother never told you?
I mean, who does it belong to?
Oh, it belongs to Mrs. Bohannon. I'm watching it while she goes shopping.
What for?
For 50 cents.
Gracie, are you still trying to earn your own Christmas money?
Yes, and I didn't think you'd mind if I was a baby stander.
That's babysitter.
Oh, believe me, with a baby in the house, you do very little sitting.
This is murder. You know absolutely nothing about taking care of children.
Well, I admit that, dear. But there's a radio program that tells you all about babies. Oh, it's time for it right now. Turn the radio on, dear. They say this is absolutely the last word on child care.
Brought to you by the makers of teeny weeny baby powder. The powder that soothes your teeny weeny baby from top to, if you'll pardon the expression, bottom. If you're a mother, you have a teeny weeny. But every mother doesn't know what to do with her teeny weeny. Would you like to know what to do with your teeny weeny? Well, we'll tell you. And remember, this program is brought to you by the makers of teeny weeny baby powder. The powder that's 815 ways better. Yes, 815 ways better. Not one way better. Not 2 ways better. Not 3 ways better. Not 4 ways better. Not 5.
That's enough, teeny weeny.
Oh, yes. We'll tune in after the commercial.
You can pick the darnest way. Hey, there's another baby on the chair. And another one under the table. What happened? Oh, somebody came in with a toy, I guess. Gracie, what do you do when they all cry at once?
Well, at first I didn't know what to do, and then I read a book that solved everything.
A book on child care?
No, Forever Amber.
That book says nothing about stopping babies from crying.
Well, I know, but I got so interested in what it did say that I didn't notice them.
Great. You know something, though? The more I look at this little baby, the more I realize how incomplete a home is without them.
You're right.
In fact, that is, well, it would be nice to...
Judge, are you trying to say that you'd like to have one around all the time?
Yeah.
Ah, all right. After Christmas, we'll go into the babysitting business permanently.
We will not.
But you just...
Never mind. How have you kept these babies entertained?
With your watch and the vacuum cleaner.
My watch and vacuum cleaner?
Yeah, they played with your watch.
Well, what about the vacuum?
Well, after they finished playing with your watch, I had to pick it up.
Look, tune in that program again. Maybe they'll have some less expensive ideas.
Oh, yes, the teeny weeny baby powder program. They must be giving advice on babies right now.
Not 247 ways better. Not 248 ways better. Not 249.
Nuts to that. Teeny weeny. Come in. Hello, all. Oh, how do all?
Hello, Meredith.
Say, isn't that a baby on that chair?
Yes, it is.
I knew that was a baby. I'm pretty smart about those things.
Sam Einstein.
Well, Meredith, that's not the only one. We have 5 babies.
By George.
No, they're not by George.
Newman.
I'm taking care of them. I'm taking care of them while go shopping. That's how I'm earning my Christmas money.
Yeah, can you think of anything sillier?
Oh, I think it's interesting. Yes, even inspiring to have charge of these future citizens. Who knows? That little baby lying there smiling and cooing may someday be President of the United States.
Oh, the baby heard you.
What do you want to do, discourage the kid? There. He didn't mean it, baby. You'll probably grow up to be like me. She? Oh, I didn't know.
There you are. That's what makes taking care of babies so interesting. You never know what they're going to grow up to be. Would you like to hear what happened to my aunt in that respect?
No.
Well, sir, my aunt, Martha is her name, Martha Frisbee. She married Fred Frisbee, the silo builder. I guess you heard of Fred.
He builds all my silos, yeah.
Well, one night, by the way, lots of people get him confused with Fred Frisbee from Fort Dodge, Iowa.
Oh, this is a different Frisbee.
Yes, Fred Frisbee from Fort Dodge is a hog breeder.
Oh.
And in 1937, at the Kansas City Livestock Show, he exhibited the biggest boar Iowa has ever produced.
I'm glad you won, Meredith.
George. Go on, Meredith. Tell us what happened with your aunt.
Oh, yes. Back to Aunt Martha.
She's married to Fred.
Fred Frisbee. One night in 1914, Aunt Martha was caring for a neighbor's baby, and it was teething. Well, sir, nothing my aunt could do seemed to help. Suddenly, she spied a bottle of bourbon in the cupboard. So she rubbed bourbon on the baby's gums, and that did it. My aunt gave him his start.
Gave him his start?
Yep. She rubbed bourbon on his gums, and today his picture is in every magazine. He's a man of distinction.
Out, Meredith. Out. Goodbye, all. Now, Gracie, I still say you don't know how to take care of these babies, and you better call them.
Oh, that's right. The teeny weeny program. I can tune in that now. Gee, radio is wonderful today. You can learn anything you want to know.
Not 518 ways better. Not 519 ways better. Not 520.
Let's get tickets to that program sometime. It must be wonderful to watch.
Yes.
The babies. Would you like to watch?
I'd rather eat myself. Haven't had any lunch yet.
Well, your lunch is all ready, dear. I fixed your food and the baby's food at the same time.
Good.
Would you like your formula in a bottle or a glass?
I don't want any baby formula.
Well, it's all right. I'll burp you afterwards.
I doubt if you even know how to burp a baby.
I do, too. When you strain the baby's vegetables, you put in a few radishes.
Believe me, you need help.
All right, I'll turn on the teeny-weeny program and get some instructions.
Yes.
Surely the commercial is over by now.
Not 813 ways better. Not 814 ways better. But 815 ways better. That is our claim for teeny-weeny baby powder.
Well, at last he finished.
And now you ask, what are those 815 ways?
Who asked that?
All right, I'll tell you. First, it's so fragrant you can smell it. Second, it's so pure you can eat it. Third, it's so mild you can...
My goodness, now he's going to tell us 815 things to do with the powder.
I can make it 816. I'd like to bounce a can off his head.
Well, never mind. I'm sure I can feed them all right. Now, let's see. Which one gets his bottle first?
You know, all these babies look alike. How do you keep from getting them mixed up?
Oh, I figured out a way to tell which is which. It's sort of a filing system. Now, for instance, this baby is named Charles, so I put him in a chair. C for chair, C for Charles.
C for chair, C for Charles. That's a great system.
And then I put Mrs. Tracy's baby under that little table because her name is Margaret.
That I don't get at all. Margaret begins with an M.
Oh, George, what kind of a table is that?
A coffee table.
M for Margaret, M for Maxwell House.
Well, the sponsor ought to like that system.
Oh, it's really wonderful. I lean Mrs. Peterson's baby up against the radio because her name is Sally.
You'd better explain that one, too.
But, dear, it's so obvious. Who invented the radio?
Marconi.
What nationality was he?
Italian.
What's the favorite food in Italy?
Spaghetti.
S for spaghetti, S for salad.
I was a fool not to see that. Well, you dope.
Here, hand me that bottle of formula. I'll start with little Bill.
Here.
Well, I'll answer it, dear. Maybe it's another customer.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman.
Isn't that a nursing bottle you have in your hand with a nipple on it?
I was just about to give the little fellow his lunch.
Did Mr. Burns misplace his tea?
Oh, now, I wasn't feeding Mr. Burns. I was feeding a little baby. We have 5 of them, and we're keeping while their mothers go shopping.
Oh, I love babies. May I see them?
Well, of course. Step right in.
Hello, Mr. Postman.
Oh, hello, Mr. Burns.
There they are, Mr. Postman.
Just look at their happy little faces. Oh, the horror of it all.
Why, Mr. Postman, you're crying. What's the matter?
Oh, I was just thinking, those happy little babies, they'll grow up and get married.
Mr. Postman, maybe your home life would be happier if you had a baby or two.
Yeah, take a couple of these with you. Personally, I'd like to get rid of all of them.
Oh, George.
Oh, I already have a...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Ranspot, but we're not taking any more babies.
Oh, how dreadful. I did so want to see that new Charles Boyer picture.
Oh, George, please let her go. I'll take good care of Cedric. And I know just how Miss Ranspot feels about Charles Boyer.
Yes, he sent me.
Oh, yeah. Me too, especially when he takes the heroine in his arms.
Yes.
And he bends closer and closer to her lips.
Yes.
And those big soft eyes of his seem to fill the whole screen.
Yes.
And that wonderful vein in his temple starts to throb.
Yes.
Oh, wait, I'll get my hat and go with you.
Tracy, come back here.
Look, dear, you can watch the babies just as well as I can. I'll turn on the teeny-weeny powder program so you can get advice, huh? Goodbye, dear.
Well, this is great. Stuck with a half a dozen kids.
814th, it will not explode if dropped on the floor. And 815th, it can be sprinkled inside a motorman's glove. And now for our advice about babies.
Good.
Don't have any. They might grow up to be radio announcers and have to read stuff like this.
Here's one of Gracie's favorites, Rose Room. Meredith Wilson with your fine music. Is Gracie around?
Shh. What's the matter? Gracie's out, and I've got a couple of babies in here.
Well, introduce me.
Well, you don't understand. These are young babies.
I like them young. Tell them Goodwin's here.
These babies drink out of bottles.
That's for me. Tell them Goodwin's here.
They're about 6 months old.
Tell them Goodwin just left. So
baby up, and you're going to help me put it back to sleep.
Well, George, what are you doing with babies around the house anyway?
The mothers left them here while they went out shopping.
I know how to quiet the little fella. Hush-a-bye, baby, be quiet as a mouse. Mommy's out shopping for Maxwell House. Hey. I knew that'd make you happy, kid. Yes, sir. Mommy's going to have some of that rich, mellow, delicious Maxwell House. The result of careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection.
Is that so? Bill, yes. The baby's mother is not out shopping for Maxwell House.
Now, see what you did? The kid wants his mother to have Maxwell House because it's the very best in coffee drinking pleasure. Yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold. There. You'll buy the coffee, so be quiet as a mice.
A mice?
Oh, you'll see. Maxwell House is bought by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price.
I see.
Good to the last drop.
Oh, no.
Hey, George, here come some parents up to walk to get their baby. Now you can collect your pay.
Yeah, they'll probably give me 35 cents.
Oh, goody. You can invest in some AT&T.
Huh?
Apples, taffy, and Tootsie Roll.
Are you sure this is the Burns house, Elmer?
Yes, Pet.
We've been trying to adopt a baby. Elmer, we've been trying to adopt a baby for 2 years. And now at last we're going to get one. Well, don't stand there. Ring the doorbell, Elmer.
Yes, Pet.
The postman says they've got a whole house full of babies. And Mr. Burns would like to get rid of them. To the door, you keep your mouth shut for a change and let me do the talking.
Yes, Pet.
Oh, quiet. I hope you've come for one of these babies.
Yes, Pet.
Huh?
Stop gabbing, Elmer.
Yes, Pet.
Here are the babies. Pick yours out.
Let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. This one.
I didn't know we had a mo in the crowd.
Now, how much do we owe you?
Oh, I don't know. Whatever it's worth to you.
How about $100?
What?
$150?
$150?
All right, here's $200.
But,
quick, Elmer, before he changes his mind. Now, here's our name and address. You can send the baby things there. Goodbye.
Wow. Sing some more, you money-making little rascal.
$200.
Here it is, cold cash.
For watching one baby?
That's right.
George, if we can line up Bing Crosby's business, we can retire.
$200 beats radio. I got $200 for just sitting an hour.
Yeah, at that rate, you've earned millions you've never collected.
Well, this sitting is quite a business.
And you can pick up some extra money from farmers, too.
From farmers?
Well, sure, as long as you're sitting here, you can hatch a few eggs.
Great idea.
Excuse me a moment, dear. I'm going to phone the papers and put in an ad.
Boy, this is the sweetest little racket a guy ever saw. Come in.
Good evening. I'm Mrs. Preble. I've come to get my baby, little Bill.
Okay, pick him out.
Very well. Well, this is strange, Mr. Burns. He's not here.
He must be. This is all we've got left.
Then you've lost him. You've lost my little Bill. I'll put you in jail for the rest of your life.
But look.
No, that's not enough punishment for a man your age.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, dear, hello.
Mrs. Preble claims we've mislaid her bill.
Well, make her out a new one. Charge her the usual $200.
We've mislaid her baby.
In that case, make it $100.
I'll sue you unless I get my baby.
Well, how about this one?
It's not mine. Mine has blonde hair.
Well, how about taking this one in a bottle of peroxide?
Certainly not.
Well, how about this one?
Well, that's not mine either. Mine was wearing a white cotton dress.
Oh, well, then you're getting a bargain. This dress has lace on it.
Hey, wait a minute. A blonde baby in a white cotton dress. A couple came by and got him. Here's their name and address.
Give me that, you imbecile. I'll go and get my baby.
Well, the nerve of her. She left without paying us the $200. Now, calm down, dear. Let's go to bed and forget the whole thing.
Poor people thought they were adopting a baby. I had to give them back the $200.
All right. Now, go to bed.
Okay, but remember, no more babysitting. If I ever see another baby around here... Holy smoke! There's one in my bed.
Oh, I forgot about him. His mother left him for the night.
I said no more babysitting.
Well, this one is lying down.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson, his orchestra, yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop. Good night.
Chevrolet demonstrates the room in the 1980 Chevy Citation.
You're probably not surprised that this compact car fits into this compact garage. But what would you think if the garage fits into the compact car?
It's the first Chevy of the 80s. The first Chevy of its kind. This could be the car you had in mind.
Take a Citation demonstration drive at your Chevy dealers today.
Chevy Citation.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Career at Stake. All right, gang, let's give 3 cheers. Yes, sir, 3 cheers for 3 top favorites. Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kix, each in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. 10 separate individual packages of your 3 top favorite cereals, all in one handy carton. You take your choice right at the table. Wheaties one morning, Cheerios the next, and Kix the next. It's fun. You always open up fresh package. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray.
Society Beauty ends life. Hazel Paul plunges to death. Here. Read all about it. Set, select,
It was a solemn Britt Reed who talked to Ed Lowry in his office at the Daily Sentinel. Lowry, the paper's star reporter, nodded in sympathetic understanding as the young publisher spoke to him.
Lowry, if there was ever a story I've hated to print, it's this one on Hazel Ball's suicide.
I understand, boss. She was a friend, wasn't she?
A very dear friend. But Hazel Ball loved life too much to do what she did without some terrible, overpowering reason. I'm sure of that.
I can believe it, boss.
I want you to dig around and see what you can find out about her life during the past few months. Yes?
Mr. Reed, experts on the outside line.
All right, Miss Case, put them through. Yes, Axford.
Reed, I'm over at Cops headquarters on the Hazel Ball suicide. And what I got is sensational.
Go ahead, Axford.
Police are convinced that Hazel Ball took her life when she was unable to meet extortion demands. They have reason to believe she was a victim of a blackmail ring.
You were right, boss. That's it. Another blackmail case.
Hold it, Axford. I'll switch you over to Gunnigan.
Meanwhile, 2 other men were concerned with Hazel Ball's death. Both of them were seated in the office of Typical Topics, a notorious weekly scandal sheet published by J. Cyril Fraser. Short, nervous, and well-dressed, Fraser was making notations in a small black book, and watching him was a hulking, bald-headed man, whose face seemed creased in an everlasting smile. He was Johnny Dunn, Fraser's partner.
Still writing with your little black book, huh, Fraser? You're going to wear your brain out with all the figuring and writing you do. You know, sometime just for fun, I'd like to see what you put in that book.
You wouldn't understand, Johnny. I'm just closing out accounts on Hazel Ball.
You know, it's a funny thing. I was just thinking about her a minute ago. We didn't get too much out of her, did we?
No, Johnny, very little when you count it up.
That's why I can't understand the papers saying she was taken for plenty of dough.
You know the papers.
You've got something new lined up, Fraser?
Yes, and different. Your big job this time is being a father.
Yeah, I can imagine. What did you say? A father? Me?
Yes, the father of a lovely young actress. A girl who's going to make $1 million in Hollywood.
What is this, a gag?
No, Johnny, I'm serious. You're going to be her father, and I'm going to be her personal manager.
Leave it to good old Fraser. Always looking after the books and taking care of the money.
I've been lining this up for a long time, Johnny. Once you're set, we'll be ready to go.
Well, I'm ready now. What's the pitch?
It's a little involved. First, you'll have to visit a small town in West Texas to get some local color. A town called Colby.
Colby? You kidding? Why, that burg was wiped out about 15, 16 years ago. I guess they built it up again, though. You know, I know the joint.
What?
Used to hit there when I was traveling.
Hey, this is better than I thought. You know the town was set without waiting. You know what happened to Colby, don't you? An oil and gas explosion wrecked and then burned it out completely. A few hundred people killed, every building gutted, and every vital and public record destroyed.
Sure.
Well, this actress, your daughter, was born in Colby a few years before that explosion. And that's the basis for the setup I've doped out.
Ed Lowry and Michael Axford were summoned to Britt Reed's office early next morning. He had just come from a conference with Police Commissioner Higgins. and there was deep concern in his voice as he spoke.
It's the same old story. The police can cope with murder and robbery, but when it comes to blackmail, they're stymied. Lowry, we're going to start that blackmail series of yours tomorrow.
Boss, I'm sure of two things. First, most people who pay hush money will die rather than reveal why they're paying it.
Well, worse than that. They die without naming the blackmailers. And what's the second thing you're sure of, Lowry?
What I thought long before I started on this assignment. What the DA and the commissioner have suspected for ages but haven't been able to prove.
You mean that the Fraser outfit's behind the racket?
Behind it? Look at that magazine they put out, and you'd say they're in front of it.
If you knew the facts behind those blind items they run in typical topics, you'd know who was paying or going to be asked to pay blackmail and why.
If you did know, you couldn't get them to testify. That's why the authorities have never been able to make any headway.
Well, maybe this series will accomplish what the police haven't been able to.
If it doesn't, I can think of only one more hope.
You mean you got an ace in the hole, Reed? What is it?
What? Oh, it's fate. Yes, that's what it is, Axford. Fate.
When the others had left, Britt Reed walked into his outer office, where Lenore Case was pounding away at her typewriter.
And, what role is Miss Lenore Case playing at the moment? The secretary or reporter?
Neither, Mr. Reed. I'm setting an outline and a list of questions to ask on my big assignment as a feature writer.
Oh, what's the feature you're working on?
Here's the assignment that Considine sent me.
Oh, Sunday magazine, no less.
Uh-huh.
Great. Uh-oh. Look at whom you're going to interview. Audrey Johnson. I'd like to work on that myself.
If she looks like she sounds, I don't blame you. I talked to her on the phone before. Oh, she was lovely.
She is. And the finest young actress to come along in years. But I imagine she's not more than 18 or 19, and yet she has a mature, electric quality about her.
Here.
I promise you, when you see Audrey Johnson, you'll be looking at the future great lady of the theater.
The films, you mean? I understand Hollywood's the next stop after a show closes. That's why we're not printing the story for a few weeks. It'll be bigger then after a picture contract's been signed.
Good for her, if that's what she wants. But I do wish an actress with her ability would remain on the stage where people act.
Oh, snob. You going out, Mr. Reed?
Yes, I'm to meet Axford for lunch in a few minutes. If anything comes up, I'll be at Rico's.
Rico's was the one spot in town where celebrities and the smart set gathered. It was there about an hour later that Reed and Axford finished their luncheon. Axford drained his coffee cup, patted his lips with his napkin, and sat back with a contented, well-fed smile.
Reed, that was the best lunch I've had in ages. I want to tell you, Hey, what are you looking at?
Axford, have you seen Always Tomorrow?
You mean the play at the Princess Theater? No, why?
There's a lovely young girl in it, Audrey Johnson. Miss Case and I were just talking about her a while ago. She's going to be one of our great actresses.
So what?
Audrey Johnson is being seated a few tables behind you. She's with J. Cyril Fraser.
Ah, that blatherskite.
What's a girl like her doing with Fraser?
But how do I know?
Well, I intend to find out.
You mean you're going over and ask?
No, Axford, not that. I'm going to find out just the same. Waiter. Check, please. I'm getting right back to the office, Axford. I'm going to change one of Miss Case's assignments.
While Britt Reed told Lenore Case about seeing Audrey Johnson at lunch with Fraser, the blackmailing publisher and the young actress were entering the lobby of her apartment house. Standing at the door at the automatic elevator and smiling inanely as he greeted them was Fraser's partner, Johnny Dunn.
Hey there, Audrey. It's good to see you. You made it, huh, Fraser?
Why, who are you? Who is this man, Mr. Fraser?
He's one of the two most important men in your life, Audrey. Don't stand there looking like that, dear. Get into the elevator. We'll all go up for that little talk.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Ever wonder why the cereals in the Betty Crocker cereal tray always taste so extra fresh and crisp? Why they seem to have an extra brisk edge of flavor? Well, there's a mighty good reason for that super fresh cereal tray flavor. Two reasons, in fact. First, the 10 separate packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix in the Betty Crocker cereal tray each come in special flavor-protecting packages. From tip to top, the outside of each package is bathed in wax, a treatment which helps guard against air and dampness. This flavor-saving wax coat is a special heavy one, too. In fact, if you scratch the surface of the packages with your fingernail, you'll be amazed at how extra heavy this protective wax coat is. It really does the trick. Now, the second reason for the cereal tray's extra keen flavor is this. Each of the individual packages holds just enough for one good-sized serving. That means your breakfast cereal remains sealed in its wax-gutted package until the very moment before you eat it. Each morning you open a fresh, new package. Each morning you enjoy a breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest, most flavorful best. Remember, there are 10 separate individual packages of those 3 top favorites, Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix in every Betty Crocker cereal tray. Each member of the family has the fun of choosing the cereal he wants for breakfast. Each opens his own fresh, new package. Ask your mom to get the Betty Crocker cereal tray and enjoy extra keen flavor every single morning. Now to continue our story. When Audrey Johnson, Fraser, and Dunn entered the girl's apartment, there were a few minutes of meaningless preliminaries. This was long enough to give Audrey the opportunity to get control of herself, so that she was able and ready to talk when Fraser came to his point.
Audrey, I hear you've been signed to play the lead in Madonna of Jericho when they make the picture. It's supposed to be a secret, I know, but you have signed.
Since you're so all-knowing, I won't deny it. I have signed.
You had no right to sign that contract, Audrey.
I had no... I'd like to know why not. I'm over 18.
Aha, there's the rub, my dear girl. You're not 18.
What are you talking about? I ought to know how old I am.
I don't see why. You know very well your age is based on mere hearsay.
You're leading up to something. I know it. What is it?
Audrey, where were you born?
Colby, Texas.
Exactly. Where your father and mother were killed in the explosion that wiped out the town. And when Colby was wiped out, so was every record in that city. Not a birth record or death certificate was saved from the ruins. And as a result, you've never known who your real mother and father were.
Stop it! You can't say
I can say because I know. You, a baby, were one of the few to survive the disaster. And a short time later, you were adopted by a vaudeville couple, Al and Fanny Johnson. Adoption rules were funny then.
What are you trying to get at?
Where are Al and Fanny Johnson now?
You know they're dead.
They misled you about your age, Audrey. Why? Because their act began to flop. And they needed something novel or they were washed up.
Will you stop and say what you're going to say?
I've found your real father and your birth certificate. Here's the birth certificate proving how old you really are.
Oh, no.
And it proves, too, that this man is your father.
I'm your father, Audrey. I searched for 15 years.
It is absurd. It's a nightmare. Keep away from me. Don't come near me, you...
Sit down, Johnny. And you, Audrey, let's have no scenes. Sooner or later, you'll have to face the facts.
This man is my father?
Yes. And that I am going to be your personal manager.
So that's it. I accept this
Or we sue you and your film company for signing a minor.
Shortly after Lenore Case left for Audrey Johnson's apartment, Axford and Ed Lowry hurried into Britt Reed's office.
Boss, wait till you hear what we got.
What is it, Lowry? Something live?
I think so, boss. First, I've been checking with my bank sources. In the 4 years before her death, Hazel Ball withdrew more than $100,000 with not a trace of where it went.
And during the same time, Fraser banked twice that.
Naturally, she wasn't the only fish in his line. What else, Lowry?
Fraser has a bodyguard and circulation manager named Johnny Dunn. I looked him up.
Get this now, Reed.
He has no criminal record, so the police let him drop. But now I find that Dunn's an almost miraculous penman. He once made a copy of the Constitution and signed every name, almost as they were on the original.
A man like that, in league with a blackmailer, could... Yes, I see what you mean, Laurie.
It was late afternoon when Lenore Case returned to the office. There was pain and disbelief in her voice as she told Britt Reed the startling climax of her interview with Audrey Johnson.
And I couldn't believe it, Mr. Reed. Well, she stood there in the middle of the living room, just as if it were a lighted stage. Yet she told me without the flicker of an eyelid that from now on, Fraser was handling all of her affairs. And that this grotesque Dunn was her long-lost father. Then she phoned the theater saying she couldn't appear this evening.
Britt Reed made an immediate decision when Miss Case told him that Audrey Johnson had phoned the theater. He went immediately home and summoned Cato, his valet and confidant.
Forget about dinner, Cato. Get the Black Beauty ready.
Oh, sure thing, Mr. Britt. What we do tonight?
What we do tonight, Cato, depends on the cooperation we get from the very beautiful and very foolish young girl we're going to visit now. Let's get going right away.
Alone in her apartment, Audrey Johnson was no longer the self-possessed girl who had cynically compromised with J. Cyril Fraser. She was sobbing quietly, so that she did not hear the masked man who entered the room. But she sensed his presence and looked up.
Who's there? Who's... That mask. I know who you are. You're the Green Hornet.
Then we can forego introductions, Miss Johnson. Let's drop the tear act, shall we? I want to talk to you.
A seemingly chastened Audrey Johnson sat back and listened to the Green Hornet. He told her the sordid background of the men who'd forced their way into her life that afternoon. And when he finished, some minutes later, he was dumbfounded to hear her say,
Honestly, I didn't realize what a colorful father, what a fascinating manager I have. Goodness.
What? Are you crazy?
Not at all, Mr. Hornet. And to show I appreciate your story, I'll bring you up to date on the career of these men you dislike so much. I can see your eyes. They're cute, and they look surprised. Like mine did this afternoon, I imagine. I'll tell you what happened then.
And Audrey Johnson did. Britt Reed, accustomed to all types of persons and circumstances in his role as the Green Hornet, sat dumbstruck at this young girl as she told him every dramatic highlight, the story of her encounter that afternoon. When she finished, his words were colored with amazement and indignation.
Of all the preposterous, outlandish shakedowns. And you mean to say you were going to let them get away with a fantastic thing like that?
Were? I am.
Cut out this fooling. Call the police and tell them just what you told me.
No, I won't call the police. And I won't tell them my story. And you can't tell them. Not the Green Hornet. If you did, I'd deny everything. I've accepted my situation, and it's going to stay that way.
You're not as smart as you think you are. Fraser and Dunn couldn't make their story stand up in court. That birth certificate is a fake and a forgery, I'm sure of it.
Maybe it is a fake, and I think it is. But it looks real enough, and their story is logical enough to get some proceedings started.
Don't be an idiot. That's only a threat. They couldn't prove their case.
But they can start litigation. And if I get involved in court proceedings, the movie people will drop me. I'll be finished before I start.
But you can't
Movie outfits don't want to bother with a lot of lawsuits, especially over unknowns like I am.
You're only 18. You'll have many more chances.
Not in a part like I'll have in Madonna. The only chance you get in this business is the one that's given you today. I'm taking it. Motion pictures can do without me, but I'm not going to let them. Me, I've got my chance, and I'm not going to lose it.
All right. If I can't talk to you, perhaps I can talk to Fraser and Dunn.
As the Green Hornet left, Audrey Johnson, selfish in the fear that her career might be harmed, tried innumerable times to get the office of typical topics on the phone. But the line continued busy. Then, with a change of mind and attitude so characteristic of her, she dialed again. This time, another number.
Hello? Police? Hurry. The Green Hornet's going to make trouble. Go at once to the office of typical topics.
J. Cyril Fraser had been on the phone for more than an hour, tapping his last sources of information before he started to write the copy for the next edition of his scandal sheet. Neither he nor the unusually serious-faced Dunn were aware that a masked man had made a silent entrance and waited, hidden in the outer office.
Glad that's over. Got a couple of doozies with it. Say, what's that look on your face for?
I'm still thinking about that kid today. I don't think it's a smart play, Fraze. I feel sorry for him.
Sorry enough to pass up $1 million?
You and your $1 million always talking about millions. Like the $1 million we were going to make on the Hazel Ball deal.
Well, $100,000 isn't bad.
Who the... Mask.
How did you get in?
I locked the door. How did you get in?
I unlocked it.
What do you want?
When I came in, I wanted to talk to you about the Johnson deal. I've nailed you to that one, Fraser. But after what I just heard, suppose we start talking about Hazel Ball.
Look, what was that crack about $100,000?
Well, don't you know? That's what Hazel Ball paid you over a 4-year period.
Paid me? Are you kidding? All I got out of that deal was a filthy 9 or 10 G's.
He's lying, Johnny. He doesn't know what he's
Maybe
talking...
he does know. Maybe he's not lying. I've been thinking lately that maybe you were, Fraze. I'd be sore about that ball cut if it was like the Hornet says. I did a very special pen job in that one.
That's right, Don. You did most of the pen work, didn't you?
Sure I did. Fixed those phony letters for him, signed those phony signatures, fixed up the records.
Shut up, you stupid fool. Don't you see what the Hornet's trying to do?
Stupid fool, huh?
Keep away from me, Johnny. Don't touch me.
I won't touch you, Pally. Not till I get a peek at that little black book of yours. The one with the figures. The one you said today I couldn't understand. Let's see if I can, Fraze.
Better give it to him, Fraser.
That's telling him, Hornet. Do I get it, Fraze?
No, don't touch me. It's here in my inside pocket. Take it.
Yeah, it's here. And I'd better take this Johnson birth certificate, too, as long as it's here with the other stuff.
That fake certificate? Good. Go on, Dunn. You know what you're after?
You bet I do. Let's see now. Here it is. Ball. January. 3,000. Huh? February. 1,200. Well,
don't do it, Johnny. Johnny, look. I can explain that. I forgot to tell you.
You forgot to tell me lots of things, Fraze.
Johnny.
4,200 the first 2 months of this year. And I didn't get a dime.
No, Johnny.
Well, here's what you're going to get.
Let go of him, Dunn. Stop right where you are.
What's the idea? What you going to shoot that gun for?
So you'll both be piled up nice and neat when the police come. They'll be interested in that book, and I'll leave a note explaining that birth certificate.
You're not going to get away with a play like that, Buff.
You first, Dunn.
Are you?
Oh, no, you don't, Fraser. Here's your sleeping potion.
Britt Reed heard the police car screech to a halt in front of the building, but he coolly stopped to scribble a note and attach it to Audrey Johnson's forged birth certificate. The sound of policemen running up the stairs sent the masked man hurrying to the rear window of the office. As he climbed onto the fire escape, the outer door burst open.
There he goes, through that window. It's the Hornet, all right.
Hey, look at the two on the floor here.
Never mind them. Get the Green Hornet.
Get after him. Don't let the Green Hornet get away this time.
He is getting away down that alley.
When Britt Reed entered his office next morning, he found Axford and Miss Case discussing the events of the previous night.
Fraser dead to rights.
Dead to the world for what Lowry told me. Oh, good morning, Mr. Reed. Did you know that the Green Hornet helped the police again last night?
Yes, and from what I heard, the police have been able to connect Fraser with nearly every blackmail crime of the past 5 years.
No, that's good news. Why,
Where's the boss?
Right here, Lowry. What is it?
Now that this John Fraser case broke, did we run those blackmail stories I wrote?
Sure thing. They may give some people an idea of how they can protect themselves from the dangers of blackmail.
And you can end with a story of how the Green Hornet did it in this case.
I'm so sick and tired hearing about the Green Hornet. Sure, I bet you he didn't have any more to do with it than Reed here. wheels on partner. Read all about it. Green Hornet leads police to blackmail ring. Set, select, Fibber.
Boys and girls, listen to this. You get a swell-looking model city when you buy the Betty Crocker cereal tray. A model city that looks just like real. You cut it out and build it yourself. It has all kinds of buildings, houses, stores. In addition, there are cut-out automobiles, fences, storage sheds, awnings, and billboards. All this on just one Betty Crocker cereal tray. Still other houses, stores, and equipment come on other packages. The model city is easy to build, too. There's no pasting or gluing needed, and many slots are pre-cut. It's really easy and really fun. Just ask your grocer for the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the handy cereal package with all three of your breakfast favorites, Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix. Get yours now. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix. America is secure as long as Americans stick together. But America is weak, actually in danger from outside enemies, if we quarrel among ourselves about race, religious belief, or nationality. So play fair with your fellow American, whatever his race, religion, or nationality. There's more fun in life when you do. You're happier about your neighbors. They're happier about you. Most important, in these troubled times, America is secure only when all Americans stick together. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over most of these same stations, listen to another thrilling adventure of the early West when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
MGs have always raced and often won. MGB has won the Class E championship in SCCA competition for 3 of the last 4 years. You can't fool a finish line. You've got to have what it takes. Strength, endurance, balance, response, agility. The MGB has these things, all wrapped up in a classic wide-open sports car.
How do your teeth feel? Do this. Mine feel great. I just polished them with Pearl Drops tooth polish. Pearl Drops helps keep your teeth their whitest, their brightest. Pearl Drops has 2 special whiteners to polish your teeth. Oh, and it's so gentle you can use it every morning and face the world with a dazzling smile. It's a great feeling.
You know, there's one person who means more to me than anyone else in the world. And that person is me. And it's a good thing, too, because I earn my own living and I'm responsible for my own well-being. And that's why I take Fem Iron. With just 1 Fem Iron tablet each day, I'm sure I'm getting the iron I need. The iron that's so important to me. And what's important to me is really important to me.
Fem Iron or Fem Iron with vitamins, because iron is very important to you.
I switched to Suave Clean Hair Shampoo. Suave's unique formula helps my hair stay really clean and fresh. Suave gives me clean hair for a lot less than a green.
I switched to Suave Clean Hair Conditioner. Suave's unique formula is 99% oil-free and helps my hair stay really fresh. Suave gives me clean hair for a lot less than a green, and Suave guarantees it.
If Suave Clean Hair doesn't do what we say it does, write Helene Curtis for a full refund. Suave from Helene Curtis.
WBLS-FM, the biggest beat in the biggest city. WBLS-FM. From most beautiful people in the most beautiful city. WBLS FM. The most exciting sound in the most exciting city. World's best-looking sound. WBLS 107.5 FM.
Down go regular prices. Down go low prices. Go down below low during the BrandSmart Manager Sale. Special reduced prices on TVs and appliances, audio equipment and video cassette recorders. Special reduced prices on furniture and carpeting. It's the spectacular BrandSmart Manager Sale. Belowing prices to smithereens. Your BrandSmart card or college ID opens the door to BrandSmart, the world below.
Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the early settlers in the western United States became discouraged by the hardships they faced, the lawlessness in the new territory, was the masked rider of the plains who brought back their confidence in the future. He fought crime through the length and breadth of 7 states and blazed the trail for progress. It was he, more than any other man, who made possible the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the range country! Hi-yo, Silver!
Old Sam Catlett stood helplessly by while his brother-in-law sat at Sam's desk and began going through his papers. Hattie, Sam's wife, gazed upon her brother with approval.
I just know you'll find Sam's got everything in a terrible mess, Homer.
Uh-huh. I guess it's lucky I came to visit.
Doggone it, Homer, you look here. I'm glad you come. You're welcome to stay with us just as long as you please. But don't you go tell me how to run my ranch. 30 years I have done it, but I'm not going
ashamed of you. Apologize to Homer this minute.
Oh, Hattie.
Didn't you hear me? Apologize this very minute.
Homer, I didn't just mean that I didn't...
Oh, that's all right, Sam. We'll get along together all right just as soon as we're used to each other. And now let me see. According to this here receipt, Sam, you sold some 2-year-olds last month for just under $5 a head.
Uh-huh. Sold them to some drovers. They only wanted to pay 4, but I made them eat my price.
You should have got 6.
Huh?
You lost almost $1,000 in that deal right there. Now, here I see where
Now, hold on a second. How was I to hold out for 6 when 2-year-olds ain't getting a price like that anywhere in Texas?
I could have got it for you.
Like blazes you could. You'd have spoiled the whole sale.
Sam, don't act like a baby just because you ain't the businessman Homer is.
But, Hattie,
Haven't
don't
I
you...
told you you ain't been running this ranch the way you should?
Blast it all, what's the matter with the way I've been running it?
I'd say almost everything.
Yeah? Well, I made the place pay, ain't I? What'd you do with your place? Huh. Lost everything you own.
Well, that's beside the point.
Poor Homer just had bad luck.
All right, maybe he did. But why in Tunka should his having bad luck make him know more about how to run my ranch than I do?
Well, if that's the way you feel, Sam.
Now, Homer, don't let Sam get you mad. He'll be grateful afterwards.
Well,
Just sit down again and go through the rest of the papers. Now, please, Homer.
very well. As long as you ask me, Hattie.
Thank you. There, Sam, you see what you nearly did? You nearly kept Homer from helping you.
Oh!
And after him being kind enough to come all the way here to visit us.
Tain't costing nothing, is it? And after losing his place, where else could he come but here?
That's enough.
But,
I've stood for just about all I'm going to from you.
Oh!
And if you don't...
Well, of all things.
Huh?
Homer, what is it?
Sam, did you pay out good cash for this junk?
Did I pay... Hey, careful of that. That's my land script.
Land script. It ain't what the paper's printed on.
Sam, I've never seen these before. You've been hiding things from me. Homer, what are they?
Land certificates. The state government issues them. For each one you hold, you're entitled to claim a section of state-owned land. There's 640 acres in each section. Sam, how much was you loco enough to pay for these things?
I got most of them for 3 cents on the acre, and I ain't loco.
I'm not sure I understand, Homer. Now, how can the state...
Well, it's this way, Hattie. Over half of Texas still ain't settled. When it joined the Union, it kept title all that vacant land. So they printed these certificates to hand out to fellas crazy enough to take them in place of cash. If Sam paid 3 cents an acre for him, he got cheated.
Can't you get the land with it?
Oh, it's easy enough to claim the land. All you got to do is have it surveyed and recorded. That ain't the point. 3 cents an acre is just 3 cents more than it's worth.
That's where you're crazy.
Ask anybody, Hattie. Or, ask Sam why he hid this script instead of showing it to you.
Tim, what have you got to say?
Why do I have to say anything? I bought that script because I figured it was worth it.
Then why didn't you tell me about it?
Well,
Hattie, he knew if it ever got out, he'd be the laughing stock of the county.
You mean nobody else would buy this printing?
Not one fellow in 1,000.
How many of them certificates you find there?
I ain't counted them, but I'll bet there's 300 or 400.
How much would that come to?
Land or cash?
Cash.
Well, I'd have to figure it first to tell you exactly. But anyhow, this must have cost Sam $6,000 or $7,000.
$6,000 or $7,000?
Now, Hattie,
So that's how you've been throwing our money away.
I tell you, I ain't thrown it away. I got that land cheap. Someday it's going to be worth plenty. That there land script is going to make us rich.
That settles it.
Huh?
It's a wonder to me we've got a roof over our heads. Homer, I'd never get through thanking Providence that you came when you did. I just hope you won't take offense at anything Sam says and will stay on to help us in our need.
Well, things are pretty bad, Hattie, but I'll do the best I can.
Ain't I got nothing to say about this?
No.
But why
If we
ain't
had
I?
less to say in the past, we'd be better off today.
Better off. We got cash enough in the bank to last till we die. We got the finest ranch in the district. And you talk about being better off.
If you did that well without knowing anything about business, then Homer could do twice as good.
But doggone it all, Hattie.
We're
come
all
here.
through talking about it. And you're disturbing Homer. You better leave.
You bet I will. And you can both think I was loco for buying that script if you're a mind to. But you mark my words. The day'll come when folks will buy Texas land at 10 cents an acre and be glad to get it.
Poor Sam, 10 cents an acre. Where's he get such notions?
Homer, these certificates. Think you could sell them and get that cash back?
Not from anybody in his right mind, Hattie. But I'll try.
Doggone things I've heard tell of. Coming in my house, running high hands like that, taking my stuff and running all
Boss, you look mad enough to chaw nails. What's the matter?
Pete, let me tell you something.
Yeah?
If you ever get hitched, you pick out a female that ain't got a family.
Yeah, I savvy. Had a run-in with Homer, eh?
He's inside there going through my papers. Figures to run my ranch.
Your wife say was?
Just so.
Why don't you stand up to her?
Huh? Stand up to Hattie? Gosh, I wouldn't dare.
A week later, Homer was standing at the bar of the cafe in Wellington. A well-dressed stranger elbowed his way in beside him.
One side, Injun. Thanks. Howdy, mister.
Howdy.
Ain't you Homer Larkin?
Uh-huh, that's me.
My handle's Ike Slater. Can I buy you a drink?
Well, thanks, but I reckon I've had enough.
Well, I ain't anxious for any either. They tell me you've got some land script you'd like to sell.
I've got some belongs to my brother-in-law, if that's what you mean. Why? You want to buy it?
Do I look that simple?
Then why'd you mention it?
When I seen you here, I thought I might be able to do you a favor.
Huh? A favor?
How about stepping down to that end of the bar? There ain't so many around.
Well, sure. Why not? Now, what's this about doing me a favor?
Well, what I meant was maybe I could do us both a favor.
Yeah?
You ain't had much luck finding buyers for that script, have you?
I can't find anybody loco enough to buy.
So I heard. And that being the case, I guess if a fella come along that could tell you where you could sell that script, it'd be worth something to you,
Just what do you mean?
I'll tell you. For part of what you get, I'll put you on to the fella that's buying all he can lay hands on.
Yeah? Who?
Well, that's what you find out if we make a deal.
How much will he pay?
How much you got?
Script for 400 sections.
400, eh? Well, Larkins, you know and I know that script ain't worth a red cent. But I'll just about guarantee this fella'd pay a couple $1,000 for what you got. Promise to give me 500 of that after you've made the sale, and I'll lead you to him.
500 out of 2,000. Well, that'd only leave 1,500.
Which is that much more than you're likely to get anyplace else, ain't it?
Well, I
don't get the idea I'm trying to persuade you to anything you'd rather not. Nothing like that at all. The only reason I spoke my piece was because I figured you to be smart enough to grab your chance when you seen it.
Do I have to decide right now?
Well, can't you?
Well, I'd rather talk it over with my sister first if you could wait.
She wants to sell, don't she?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Well, how soon could you let me know?
This same time tomorrow?
Well, all right, tomorrow then. But this ain't my home range. After that, maybe I won't be around.
Oh, Slater, wait till I talk to Hattie, and I can almost promise it'll be a deal.
Homer returned to the ranch, reported to Hattie, and then brother and sister demanded that Sam accept the offer.
Hattie, you and Homer can't do this to me. I paid for that script, and it's mine. I won't sell for $2,000. I won't sell for $4,000. I won't sell for twice that much.
Sam, hush up. You say you'll have to give this man Slater 500, and he won't tell you who wants to buy.
Oh, that's it, Hattie.
Is it worth it?
Well, I didn't let on to Slater. But if he hadn't mentioned less and it had been up to me, I'd have offered twice as much just to get rid of the stuff.
Yeah, you don't have to pay him anything before you make the sale, do you?
Not a penny.
Well, it's a shame that we can't get more than $1,500 for what cost over $7,000. But that's Sam's fault, not ours. You ought to be grateful to get anything back at all.
Doggone, didn't you hear me when I said I wouldn't sell?
What you say don't count. Homer, tell Slater we'll do business with him.
Right.
And, who's there?
Come in.
Howdy, ma'am. Afternoon, Mr. Larkin. Hey, boss, could you come here a second?
Huh?
Step outside here.
What for?
Fella wants to see you. He sent me after you. Come along.
Who is he?
I couldn't tell you for sure, boss, but I got a doggone good idea.
Where in Tunket you taking me to?
Just the other side of the cookhouse there.
But why are you
Now,
taking
look,
me
boss,
out?
You mind if I tell you something before you meet this fella?
Tell me what?
Well, like I said, I got a good notion who he is. If I'm right, he can be trusted. Maybe he's here to do you a good turn. So don't let his mask set you again him.
What's that? This feller's mask?
Sure.
But what in the world you got?
He's right around the corner here.
Pete, if you're up to something you shouldn't be, I'm
not, Sam.
By thunder, you're mask.
Forget my mask.
But what are you
And
doing
listen
here?
to what I tell you. Don't sell your land script to Ike Slater.
You had Pete fetch me out here to tell me that.
In part.
Then you had him get the wrong party. Stranger, you're looking at a fellow that owns a ranch, but ain't allowed the right to run it.
Your man here said something about that. Nevertheless, that script can't be sold without your permission.
Small comfort that is.
That's not my entire reason for talking to you.
No?
A friend of mine was in the cafe when Slater spoke to your brother-in-law. He recognized him, knew him to be a well-known confidence man, and followed him afterwards.
Well, what about it?
When Slater left the cafe, he joined a fellow he's worked with before. A fellow as crooked as he is.
Yeah?
This man is calling himself Owens. His real name is Link Meade. From what Tonto overheard, Meade and Owens are buying this script together. And I think I know why they want it.
Yeah?
It's been rumored that Koch will be elected governor. If that's true, it means the end of the Reconstruction government in this state. And if that's true, Texas will see the greatest boom in its history. Won't be long until land is worth 10 and 20 times what it is today.
You sure of that?
No one can be sure until the vote is announced, but I think it's almost certain.
But you are sure Slater's a crook, huh?
He is, though I can't tell you whether or not he's wanted by the law.
Oh, I knew there was a hitch in it.
Oh?
How am I going to tell Hattie I won't let that strip be sold? Because a masked fella told me Slater was crooked.
Well, that's up to you. At least you know the facts. Here, Silver.
Doggone, I reckon there never was a critter as spineless as me.
I've heard about you, Sam. People say you let everyone run over you. It's about time you asserted yourself.
To Hattie? Stranger, it's plain to see you never met my wife.
Well, I've told you all I can. The rest is up to you. Adios.
But stranger...
Adios, Silver! Away!
Pete, I forgot to ask. Who do you figure that hombre is?
Hey, I bet you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
No?
But I'd bet my bottom dollar that's the Lone Ranger.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now, to continue our story. Leaving old Sam Catlett, the Lone Ranger returned to the well-hidden camp he shared with his faithful Indian companion, Tonto.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh. Tonto, saddle, Scout.
Here, Scout. You see, feller?
I did, Kemosabe. And I'm not certain it'll do any good.
That bad.
He's given in to his wife too many years. I'm afraid it'll be too late for him to change. So if he can't protect himself, it's up to us to do it for him.
And what we do?
Slater and Meade are usually clever enough to sidestep the law, but you can't go crooked without making a mistake sometime, somewhere.
That's right.
And I doubt that Slater and Meade are exceptions. Perhaps they've outrun their mistakes, but I'll wager they exist.
Steady, feller, steady.
That's why, Tonto, you and I are going to do a little backtrailing.
And what you mean?
We know Slater and Meade were in the Panhandle for several months before they came here. We'll see what they were up to there. If we find nothing, we'll trace them back to the place before that.
And good idea.
Somewhere along the line, they must have got on the wrong side of the law. And if they have, we'll teach them you can outrun mistakes for a while, but not for always. Ready, Tonto?
Now me ready.
Then come.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver, come on!
The following day, Homer and Hattie had just made Sam's land certificates into a neat package when Sam himself entered the room.
Hey, what do you got there?
What do you suppose?
You got my land scrip in this here package?
I have.
What do you think you're going to do with it?
Sell it, of course.
Go on, Homer. If you said you'd meet that man, he won't want to be kept waiting. Show him how much we got, find out who wants to buy it, then bring them both back out here.
Very well, sister. I'll
Hey,
go.
not so fast.
What?
You come back here.
Sam, don't be interfering. Homer's got an appointment he's got to keep.
To sell what's mine. You don't have to tell me. Well, he ain't going to do it.
Sam, if you'll just listen
I ain't
to
in
me.
the mood for listening. Put them certificates back.
Sam, don't behave like a fool.
I ain't.
We're just trying to save some of the cash you threw away, Sam, that's all.
You're trying to give my scrip away to a couple of crooks for almost nothing.
Sam, what in thunder are you talking about?
Just this. Slater's a crook. And the fella he's going to have you meet is a crook. And the two of them want that scrip because they know before long it's going to be worth plenty. But they ain't going to get it.
Ridiculous.
Would you be willing to say that to Mr. Slater to his face?
Sure, why not?
Then you got proof of it.
Sure, I got... Well, no, not exactly.
Just as a thought.
Sam, you're just making yourself small. If you can't get your own stubborn way without slandering a man that ain't harmed you, you ought to keep shut.
Just because I can't show proof don't mean it ain't so.
Homer, go on.
I will, sister.
No, you don't. If you meet Slater and tell him you got authority to sell them certificates, you'll be wasting your time.
But, Sam,
I ain't give you no such authority, and I ain't gonna. And you still can't make no sale without I put my name to it. So what are you going to do about that?
Sam.
Well?
If you just dare to meddle now, I'll never speak to you again as long as I live.
Then don't. I ain't so sure that wouldn't be a good thing.
Sam, come here. You come back here right now.
If you want me, you know where to find me. I ain't like Homer with relatives to live off of. I got work to do.
Did you go through with it, boss, did you?
Pete, I did.
Hooray!
I don't know how I got the nerve, but I sure told him.
Then doggone you hold to it.
I don't know, Pete.
You have to.
Well, I'll try. But if something don't happen soon to prove I was right, I'm afraid I'm a goner. This didn't settle nothing. They'll just keep on pestering me.
Then tell them to go to blazes. Show them who's boss.
Oh, tain't me. And I don't know how long I can keep them from finding it out.
Meade, it's Ike Slater. You there?
Get in here. I thought I told you to stay away from the hotel. You're supposed to be putting Larkins on to a fellow that don't know any better than to buy land strip. If it gets out that we're friendly, he'll be getting suspicious.
But I had to see you. It's him I come about.
He's ready to sell?
He can't.
Huh? But I thought you said...
Sure, I said Larkins was brother to Catlett's wife. And she gives the old man his orders. But something's gone wrong.
What has?
The old fella's got stubborn.
And the deals fell through?
I don't know. Larkin says not.
What do you mean?
Well, something's made old Catlett stop the sale. But Larkin says it can't last. He and his sister will keep after him. He says if we'll wait, one of these days, Catlett will have to give in.
How'd he sound? Like he meant it?
Seemed to.
I thought we couldn't do ourselves any good. I'd clear out.
I think we'd be foolish to.
Yeah?
Everybody in the county knows how old Catlett's wife bosses him. I'd lay odds she'll get her own way yet.
Maybe.
There ain't no place else we'll get script so cheap.
I know.
Them syndicates in the north are grabbing it up as fast and as quiet as they can. If this fella Coke gets elected to governor, maybe even the Texans will wake up to what they've been missing. Then we won't be able to buy script at any price.
Well, I suppose we'd better stay.
Ain't nothing else to do.
But Slater.
Yeah?
You keep in touch with Larkins. Keep pressing him. Let him think the buyer you spoke of is losing interest. Convince him he'd better see to it that sale is made quick or the chance he'll be gone for good.
You leave it to me.
Convince him, and he'll convince his sister. And if she don't make life miserable for that old coot she married, then all we've heard about her must have been lies.
Meade, I've seen her. Old Catlett will wish he'd never been born.
The prophecy made by Slater and Meade came true. Day after day, week after week, Hattie condemned the error of her husband's ways.
Can't you leave me be, Hattie? I don't want to sell.
You worm.
Just leave me be. That's all I ask. Just leave me be.
Sell.
I won't.
You will.
No, I won't. I won't. I won't. 3 weeks. For 3 weeks, I ain't had 1 minute apiece. I can't stand it.
Then don't be a fool.
Sell.
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 All right, I will. Have it your own way. I've listened for as long as I'm going to. If I heard just one more word, I'd go crazy.
About time you came to your senses.
Just leave me alone, won't you?
If Mr. Slater brings that man here, you'll sell.
Ain't that what I said?
I just wanted to make sure. Did you hear him, Homer?
I did, Hattie.
Then get to town, find Mr. Slater. Tell him to get that buyer and bring him here.
Sure. Sam, I know how you're feeling. But wait. One of these days you'll be thanking us on your bended knees.
Will I? Well, I doubt it. Nobody's convinced me I wasn't right. I only give in because if I hadn't, I'd have gone loco.
You've been that for some time.
Oh!
Don't just stand there, Homer. Saddle up and get to town.
Slater.
Oh, howdy, Larkins. What's up?
He'll sell. He said he'd sell.
He will.
Uh-huh. Now, where's the fellow wants to buy? I'm to take you and him out to the house.
And if he pays $2,000, I'm still to get my $500?
Of course.
You wait right here. I'll have him here in a jiffy. Meade, grab your coat and hat. We've put it over.
Yeah.
Caplet will sell. And Larkins is waiting at the cafe to take us out to his place.
I think this happened just about in time.
Don't I know it?
I talked to a fellow this morning, just came from the Capitol. The legislature's counting the vote and Coke's way in the lead. Once the word gets around, things will hum.
And come on, if old Larkins hears it.
Homer Larkins escorted Slater and Meade to Sam Catlett's ranch house, where they received a warm welcome from Hattie, but none at all from Sam.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you. Won't you men sit down? Sam, stand up, let Homer have your chair.
Oh! There's no need for anybody to get up. This won't take us long. You've got the certificates already, ain't you?
They're right here.
Uh-huh. Well, that's fine. You said you'd pay $2,000 for them, didn't you, Mr. Owens?
I will.
You've got the cash with you?
I'll turn it over just as soon as I've looked at the script.
Go ahead, Mr. Owens.
Don't bother.
What the mask?
Slater. Look who's with him.
Davis, Williams, go ahead in. You too, Sheriff.
Hey, let me out of here.
Hurry up, Fred.
Hold those fellas.
Fighters follow Russell.
Oh! Get his gun.
I got it.
Stand where you are, Meade, or you'll get the same.
Don't shoot, don't.
Come here.
You don't need them guns. I gave up.
Did you call this fella Meade? He told us his name was Owens.
Then he lied to you, ma'am. He's Link Meade. The masked feller told me all about him. Yeah, and about his partner here, too. They're both of them crooks, and I'm here and now putting them under arrest.
You can't arrest us.
We're not crooks.
Davis and Williams will swear otherwise, Meade. I brought them here from the Panhandle. Do you recognize them, or have you forgotten already?
I never seen either one of them before.
I ain't either.
That's a blasted lie. You're the two fellas that got me drinking, and then tricked me into signing my name to a check for $5,000. And you sold me a gold mine you never had title to.
I banked on the fact you'd gone too far at some time or other, and you had. You'll pay for it now.
No, wait.
Shut up.
Listen,
you
can't.
too. Save your talking for your trial.
They ought to be hung for what they did to me.
They will hang if I got anything to say about it.
Now, I've got news for you, too, Sam.
Yeah?
Coke was elected. The Reconstruction government is out. Texas is free. And if I'm any judge, the boom is on its way.
Yippee! You hear that, Homer? You hear it, Hattie? Now how much of an idiot to think I was? I was right all the time.
But I was sure
What
that...
you thought was that you'd find yourself a soft snap running my ranch and living at my expense. Well, you run your own into the ground. But this one you ain't.
I'll wait, Sam.
For what? I've just been hoping I'd be proved right so as I could do what I've been hankering to do ever since you got here.
Huh?
Order you out. Now get. Pack your duds and get off my place before you feel the toe of my boot.
That's telling him, boss. And if he don't want to go willing, I'll toss him out for you.
You've insulted me. I wouldn't stay here anyhow. Goodbye.
And don't never come back.
Sam.
All right, what you got to say?
You can't order Homer out of my house without...
Your house. Woman, it's about time you learned this is my house and my ranch and that I'm boss of both. You took your turn at bossing and come close to losing me a fortune by it. Keep still.
But
I said keep still.
Yes, Sam.
And don't never question my judgment again.
No, Sam.
And get out in the kitchen and fix me something special good to eat. I ain't had nothing but leftovers since your fool brother come here, and I'm tired of it.
Sam.
Go on!
Yes.
You're sure a fire eater, Sam, when you get started.
Well, ain't he, though? Huh? Well, if you'd had the chance to prove somebody wasn't so smart, after you'd been told for years how dumb you was beside him, well, you let off a little steam, too.
Yeah, I reckon I would.
I'm the boss again, thanks to the masked man. I'm the boss, and I know I'm the boss. And it sure feels good.
Oh, Silver, away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Dance to the music on Casablanca Records and Filmworks with super albums like Donna Summer's Live and more. And it's the Village People smash hit Cruisin'. And the moving soundtrack from Midnight Express, plus every Casablanca disco hit on sale now.
Wednesday is Sunday at Carvel, and look what they have for you. Soft serve Sundays. Buy one, get one free. Mini Sundays packed 6 to a box. Buy one, get one free. Or old-fashioned Sundays, pack 3 to a package. Buy one, get one free. And in flavors like apple strudel, Florida sunshine, Samos, chocolate marshmallow. That's at your participating Carvel ice cream store, please. Thank you.
I certainly hope you're having a good time, because there's a whole lot more to come. Peaches and Herb, the Jeff Kutash dancers, Blondie and Queen, all gonna be back.
It's College Chaos with brothers
and sisters.
It's about a frat house and a sorority house that turns into a madhouse.
How did you dumb suckers ever get to college?
See Brothers and Sisters, Super Bowl Sunday on NBC.
You interested in a very unique product that can help you remember? It worked for over 1 million people last week. You can't read it. You can't feel it. You can't drink it. You can't see it. You can't buy it. It's free. You listen to it.
Where all the good songs have gone. WCBS FM.
Feeling friendly, feeling good, feeling happy, like you should. Look at all the reasons. Fernwood is the Four Seasons Resort.
If you like winter sports, Fernwood in the Poconos has all it takes for every kind of winter fun under the sun. And at night, let us entertain you every night. Phone 732-0266 for reservations. And in just 90 minutes, you can be at Fernwood, the Four Seasons Resort.
Hi, this is Henry Winkler with 2 words about drinking and driving. Please don't. The odds are against us, I promise. Hey.
Meatloaf, Sergio Mendez on Rock Concert tomorrow night at 1.
Let's check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Take a letter, Miss Jordan. To Box 13, care of the Star Times. I need your help. I dare not go to the police for reasons I'll explain when you see me. Please come to my office in the security...
Please come to my office in the security building, signed Douglas McIntosh. Not much of a letter, but then, as the proverb says, great oaks from little acorns grow. And before this was over, the acorn grew into a large, large oak.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, 3 to Die.
Douglas McIntosh. That's a Scotch name, isn't it?
Ah, you can smell the heather, Susie.
Wonder what he wants.
Well, if this man is the same McIntosh I looked up, he's building that new tunnel under the river.
Gee, maybe he wants you to be a hedgehog.
No, Susie, they're called sandhogs.
Oh, what won't they think of next?
Well, I think I'll see what Mr. McIntosh has on his mind. I'll be at the security building, Susie. Security building? Huh. It was the only security I was to know until the whole thing was over. Anyway, I went to McIntosh's office. I was shown right into an oversized man who looked as big as the Washington Monument in tweeds. He didn't waste much time.
So you're the man, eh?
Yes, I'm the man.
All right. You call me Mac. What's your name?
Holiday. Dan Holiday.
All right. Now, Dan, I'm in trouble.
Trouble gets around.
Fast. But look here, and I'll tell you quick. I'm a contractor. I bid on this new tunnel. Got the bid and posted my bond to finish the tunnel on time.
So far, everything's clear. What now?
Dan, I'm not going to finish in time.
Well, why not?
Now we get to the point, and a sharp point.
You say you're running into trouble?
Aye. Sabotage.
Well, why don't you call the police?
I can't, man. There'd be publicity. Unfavorable. I can't risk it.
Oh, then what's my problem?
Find out who's doing this to me.
You suspect someone of doing it?
Look, man, accidents like we've been having don't just happen. They're made. Broken air hoses, emery in the compressors, hundreds of delays, little things that add up to hours.
Oh, I see.
Another thing. So far, the men working for me think these things are accidents. But the moment they suspect somebody's doing the dirty work in that tunnel, they'd walk out. Sandhagen's dangerous enough itself.
In short, somebody's trying to ruin you.
Exactly. It would ruin me. The contract would go to someone else. I'd not get another contract for years.
But what can I do? I'm not a detective. You see, I
beg your pardon, Mr. McIntosh, but...
Can't you see I'm busy? What do you want?
Telegram. I thought you ought to see it right away.
All right, read it.
Well,
Oh, it's all right. You can talk in front of him. Dan, this is Fred Harris, construction engineer. Harris, Dan Holiday.
Glad
to know you. Now, what about that wire?
The last shipment of concrete we ordered was derailed about 200 miles from here.
What? Well, don't just stand there. Get every truck out on the road. Get that concrete here. You ought to have enough sense to think of that without coming to me first. Go ahead, get it down.
Yes, sir.
You see what I mean, Dan? Another delay.
Who's this Harris?
He thinks he's going to be my son-in-law. Also, he thinks an engineering degree makes him a great man, that it takes the place of 15 years of experience.
That's an argument I'd rather watch from the sidelines. Well, go on with your story.
Well, we have to finish in 3 weeks or I'll forfeit my contract.
McIntosh told me everything he knew. It wasn't much. Only that whoever was doing the dirty work, causing accidents, delays, had to be working in the tunnel. So we went to the tunnel. But first, before I was taken down into the workings, I was given khaki coveralls and a fiber helmet and a little metal tag to hang around my neck. Mac explained the tag.
Every sandhog gets one of those. It's got his own number on it.
Well, what's it for?
Ever hear of caisson disease?
Oh, the bends?
Aye. Well, on one side of the tag, it explains the man is a caisson worker working under pressure.
Oh, so if the disease hits him on the surface, he can be given proper treatment.
That's it. There are 6 places in the city where that can be treated. The man is put into a chamber, pressure increased, then gradually decreased.
Like a diver. If he comes up too fast, the nitrogen in his blood is forced into his tissues, causes pain.
And sometimes worse. You seem to know a lot about it, Dan.
I'm a writer. A writer has to know a little about everything.
Then I hope you'll be able to tell me more about what's going on down there. All right, ready?
Mm-hmm. I'm ready.
Let's go.
Together, Mac and I rode one of the hoists down into the workings. My ears began to pop from the pressure, and I swallowed hard to keep them open. Then we came to the bottom of the shaft, about 150 feet below the surface of the ground. Mac looked around for a minute, and then...
Angus! Angus! Here! Come here!
A short, powerfully built man walked over to us. He was grinning as he said to Mac,
What brings the boss into the tunnel?
Angus, meet a friend of mine, Dan Halliday. Dan Angus Campbell, my foreman. Best man in the world in his line.
Aye, the best beside yourself. How do you do, Dan?
How are you, Angus?
First rate. Except we had another little rumpus today, Mac.
What?
Another break in the air hose at the shield. The hose whipped around.
Anybody hurt?
Aye, Phil Evans. Hose got him right in the middle. He's done for this job. Won't work for a month. Broken ribs.
Another one.
Aye. You visiting us here, Dan?
Well, you might call it that.
Dan's a writer, doing a story on sand hogging. Wants atmosphere.
You'll get it here. You want to see the works?
Show him around, Angus, and be careful of him.
Don't you worry, Mac.
Good. I'll go back to the office now. Come back there when you finish, Dan.
Oh, sure.
Oh, it's got him worried, Dan. And little wonder.
Every penny he stands to lose. Every penny.
That bad, huh?
Worse. And if I ever catch the one that's doing it, I'll whip him around with me bare hands.
You and Mac seem to be good friends, huh?
I started together 30 years ago in Scotland.
Uh-huh. Well, time's fleeting. Want to show me around?
Sure. Let's get going.
I followed Angus into a big airlock. It was a reinforced concrete compartment with double steel doors. As one door closed behind us, the pressure was built up to equal that in the tunnel. It built gradually. But I knew what would happen if it went down fast. Caisson disease. A terrible, racking pain. Brother, I had a lot of respect for the men who worked down there day after day, taking risks, big chances every time they descended into the workings. Then he opened another steel door, and Angus and I were in the tunnel itself. As soon as my ears became used to the noise, Angus guided me to a small, flat car. We got on and rolled down narrow-gauge tracks through the center of the tunnel.
If you can hear me, this car runs down by gravity. Got a handbrake on it to slow it or stop. There's a motor for running back up. Saves time on a job like this.
How long is this tunnel?
This side's about a half-mile long now.
This side?
Aye. It started on the other bank of the river the same time we did.
Oh, did you have any trouble over there?
No, only on this side. But we're keeping up with them. I'll keep driving till this thing's finished, accidents or no accidents.
How much time have you got?
3 weeks.
Think you'll make it?
We've got to, or Mac stands to lose every neck. Look, there's the end of the track.
I looked ahead. A tremendous scaffold rose into the air. Men covered it like ants, working with pneumatic drills, shovels, wheelbarrows. Dump trucks ran back and forth, filled with the mud and shale dug out of the wall of earth that lay ahead. I looked up, and I felt a little funny when I realized that right over my head was the river and lots of clean, fresh air, while down here was nothing but the deafening noise of the hammers, and the thought that death worked right next to every one of these men. Angus noticed me gazing up at the scaffold.
First time you ever saw anything like this, eh?
Yes, yes. What holds all that mud back?
That shield and compressed air.
Air? Just air holding back the river?
Aye. You see, compressed air here in the tunnel is built up to a pressure equal to the pressure that's shoving down from above.
Oh, in other words, if the pressure outside this tunnel is, well, 45 pounds per square inch, that's the pressure in here.
Right.
This may not be a good question, but what happens if the pressure in here gets less?
We'd be crushed to jelly.
Nice thought.
That's not all. There's always the danger of a blowout.
What's that?
Sometimes we hit a weak spot in the riverbed. The bed won't take all the pressure we got in here.
And you get a blowout, like a tire blowing out.
Aye. The men, machinery, equipment all blown to the surface of the river and into the air.
Has that ever happened?
Aye. And once, only once, mind you, a man lived to tell about it.
Angus, I take off my hat to you boys down here. 1 million people drive through tunnels every day. Yet maybe not 1 in 100 stops to think how the tunnel was built. And what it cost. Not only in money, but in injury, in death.
When a man takes to sandhogging, he takes to the dangers too, only.
Only what?
We've only got a half crew working today.
Oh? Why?
2 men have been killed. Nobody wants to be the third.
Superstition?
Maybe. But lots of the men are staying home until the third's, well, what I said.
Angus showed me the whole thing. Oh, there were 1 million ways in which someone could sabotage the works. Break an air hose, tamper with the compressed air gauges, lots of ways. Then later, Angus took me to a complicated affair. It was like an elevator cage. In fact, it was an elevator, as Angus explained.
This is the latest thing. Combination elevator and decompression chamber. Hop in, we'll go back up. We go up slow, Dan. As we go up, the pressure in here is decreased until it's equal to that of the surface.
Oh, then there's no danger of caisson disease.
Not if we go up slow enough. And the pressure's reduced. I set the gauges to do it for us.
Oh, I see.
Well, did you see enough to write your story?
No, I don't think I have. Not yet.
So you didn't see anything, Dan?
Of course not, Mac. How could I?
I was hoping you might get an idea.
Yeah, but I didn't.
You going back again?
What could I find?
Try it, man.
Oh, but I don't think I could find anything.
You advertised adventure. You couldn't get it in a better place.
Yes, I know, but how could I explain myself down there?
You're a writer. Use your imagination, man.
Well, suppose I went back there as a worker.
As a sandhog, you mean?
Mm-hmm, that's it.
But you don't know anything about it.
I can handle a hammer, a shovel,
You'd get dirty and tired. And every muscle in your body'd holler out loud at you.
Well, I can always say I'm doing it for my art. Be a sandhog, see how it feels, then write about it.
By Harry, man, you've got it. All right, Dan. Starting tomorrow, you're a sandhog.
Oh, that was the way to do it. Well, when I got home that evening, I thought about it. That huge scaffold. Men scrambling over it, the pressure within the tunnel holding back the tons and tons of mud and silt ready to come in and crush everyone. What if that pressure failed? What if they hit a weak spot in the riverbed and there was a blowout? And the more I thought about it, the more inclined I was to... Yes?
Telegram.
Oh. Shove it under the door, will you?
Right.
Oh. And what a telegram. It read, "Save for the fact that I don't want more bloodshed, you'd have gotten yours today. Stay away from the tunnel, or you'll be the third to die."
And now back to 3 to Die, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I showed Mac the telegram the next day, and what he said filled the air with dark blue color for 10 minutes. Then...
We can check to see who sent this.
No dice, Mac, I did.
And?
It was sent from a pay phone booth.
I guess you'll be changing your mind about the job now, eh?
What makes you say that?
Well, he's after you, whoever it is.
Yes, I know.
You can back out if you want to.
And what would you think if I did?
Does that make a difference?
No, but there are a lot of men in that tunnel who stand to lose their lives. Mac, you've got to get the police
I
in.
can't, man, I can't. The publicity would ruin me.
All right. Fix it up for me to work down there, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so I became a sandhog. For 3 days, I used muscles that thought they'd gone on a permanent vacation. Well, I woke them up, and they woke me up in the middle of the night, aching. Then one day in the tunnel, I was talking with one of the sandhogs.
You know, Dan, you done pretty well, considering you're new at this.
Oh, I ache, Joe. I ache all over.
You'll get used to it.
I don't think so. But, Joe, tell me something.
Sure, what?
What about these accidents down here?
Oh, them.
What about them?
Well, maybe they're just part of the job.
Well, what do you think?
Some of them weren't just like accidents, that's all. I mean, well, like a hose break. 2 guys been killed.
Now what?
Look out! Hey, you all right?
Yeah, okay. You?
I had to shove you, Dan. That car would have clipped you in half.
Yeah. Look, who's that?
Where?
Just going into the decompression chamber.
Huh? Well, Harris? Yeah, Harris.
Oh.
See what I mean? That car didn't look like no accident.
Thanks, Joe. And this is one time I can honestly say I was glad I was shoved.
That's okay. You know something? You were almost the third to die.
Before leaving the tunnel, I ran down to the spot where that car had hit the stop bumper at the end of the track. It was wrecked. But in the wreckage, I found something. One of the tags, like the one I had. This one had the number 57 on it. I slipped it in my pocket. Maybe one of the sandhogs had dropped it. Then, just as I was about to step into the decompression chamber, Angus Campbell came up to me and...
Your ship's going off, Don?
Yeah, I'm finished for the day. Almost in more ways than one.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come on, let's get in. I want to get back up.
All right. Tired?
I'm worried.
I can guess why.
Huh?
Look, I know you're no writing a story on sandhogging. I know why you're down here.
Oh, you do?
Aye. Mac's desperate. I want him to call the police, but he won't.
How did you find out about me?
You've been nosing around, then?
That obvious, huh?
Aye, but be careful, lad. Be careful.
Yeah, I will be.
Joe told me about the car that almost got you.
Somebody sent it down the tracks.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye?
You've been with Mac a long time. 30 years.
30 years. Good ones, bad ones.
And yet you stay with a job.
I could have a top job on the surface.
I see. Angus, got any idea who's doing all this?
No.
Harris?
Huh? Why him?
Mac doesn't like you.
Ah, talk sense, Dan. What point in Harris's ruining his own feather-in-law?
Father-in-law-to-be, Angus.
Still no point?
Then how about the protection insurance to cover the completion bond?
Huh? You mean Mac might be doing this himself to get the insurance?
Yeah, this could be.
No, lad. The insurance wouldn't half cover the loss. No, that's no it.
And why?
I wish I knew. Competitors, do you think?
Who are they?
Brill and Company. But no, they wouldn't. They'd be too easy to find out. Men got a habit of talking. And talk gets around. No, Dan, that's no them.
Then who and why? And why did someone try to kill me today?
You get the answers to those things, Dan, and you'll have the whole thing. Well, we're up at the top.
I'll walk to the shack with you.
No, I'm going back down.
But I thought you were through for the day.
I've still got lots to do. See you tomorrow.
What Angus said made sense. Couldn't be Mac's competitors, because I checked. They'd been in business a long time, had plenty of money behind them. Had gotten a bid for another job upstate. And Harris? It didn't make sense either. If he was going to be Mac's son-in-law, it just didn't wash that he'd be sabotaging Mac. So I changed clothes, thought a lot, and then went home. Went out to get some dinner when it hit me. First a twinge, and sudden cramps that made me bend over as if someone had folded me inward with a baseball bat. The building started to spin, twist. Then it got all nice and dark.
There you are. You're all right now.
I know this isn't very original, but where am I?
Take a deep breath. That's it. Feel better?
Lots. What happened? Couldn't have been anything I ate.
You had the bends.
The bends?
Mm-hmm. The tag around your neck tipped us off you were suffering from caisson disease. So we put you in the chamber. Come on, get up. We may need this chamber for someone else any minute.
You make it sound as bad as the housing situation.
Yes, it is, but you're all right now. Next time, don't come up so fast.
But I didn't come up fast.
Yes?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Thanks a million, Doctor. Well, it had me. Good. I knew I came up slowly. Angus had been with me. Oh, but that couldn't be. Not Angus. The next day I went back to the job. I had just put on my coveralls when an idea hit me. I searched in my pocket.
Lose something, Dan?
Huh? Oh, no, Joe,
It's easy to drop something out of these coveralls.
What's the number of your tag, Joe?
Tag? Oh, the one we all wear in case we get the bends on top?
Yeah.
502. Why?
Got it on?
Sure. Always wear it. Here it is.
Uh-huh.
Why? What are you getting at?
I don't know. Listen, I'm going back for something I forgot. I'll be a little late on the job. Tell the section boss for me, will you?
Sure. Where you going? You're all hepped up.
Yeah. I guess I am, Joe. I'll be back. I went to see Mac. Told him he'd have to go into the tunnel that day and supervise operations. He thought I was crazy.
Me? What for?
To force your opponents into the open where we can get a shot at them for a change.
I don't get this.
Look, they're going after you, but by accidents. Things like that.
So?
But if you're in the workings, they might be tempted to wreck the entire tunnel with one stroke.
You mean by going after me?
That's it.
You want me to lead with my chin like that? I'll call the whole thing off first. Lose the contract. Money isn't everything. Exactly.
You're right. But men have been killed down there. You've got to think of their lives, too.
I do.
Then get on with me. End this once and for all. Force them into the open.
You're going, too?
Yeah, because I've got an idea. But I can't prove a thing until we see the last play. I was leading with Mac's chin, and I knew it. But mine was plenty sore, too, and that made me feel a bit better about it. Mac knew he had no choice, and so he decided to go with me into the tunnel. I went to my job, and it was a ticklish feeling knowing that any minute something might happen. Something that would make Joe, Mac, Angus, any one of us, the third to die, or worse. Then...
Hey, Dan, notice something funny?
Funny what?
I could have sworn the mud down here wasn't this deep before.
What do you mean, Joe?
Look, stand still, look around. The mud's coming up. It's getting higher.
Yeah, it is. Joe, the pressure in here must be going down.
Yeah. Dan, if it gets too low, that wall will come in on us. The whole river will be in our laps.
Come on, let's get to the gauges.
Dan, what's the matter?
Pressure's going down in here.
Come on.
There's nothing wrong with the gauges. They read the right pressure.
But they can't. The mud's getting higher.
Look, the men are coming in. They've seen the mud coming up.
But these gauges...
Hey, there ain't no air being pumped in. The gauges are stuck, jammed. Somebody jammed them so anybody reading them will think the pressure was okay.
Get to the emergency compressors.
Pressure's dropping fast. Get to the compressors. Get them on.
I got them.
Watch the gauges.
We're getting pressure now.
What's the matter? What happened?
Angus, somebody jammed the pressure gauges to make it look like we had enough in here.
Jammed? Well, save for those emergency compressors, we'd have been done for.
What did you say, Angus?
I said the emergency compressors.
You said save for the emergency. Save for. Funny way of putting it, Angus. Either in words or on a telegram.
What's the matter with you?
Where's your tag?
Huh? Well, right here.
Yes, with a new chain. So is your tag I picked up in that cart yesterday. The cart that almost killed me.
You're crazy.
And you weren't anywhere around a minute ago.
I was coming in here.
Dan, what you trying to say?
There's your saboteur.
Man, you're crazy. Stark raving crazy.
Yeah? And you went back down yesterday to decompress yourself after I left the chamber. You didn't turn on the decompression valve for me on the way up.
You're crazy, man.
Not crazy, Angus, because you were the only one who could have played that trick on me. Get me out of the way by failing to turn on the decompression valve. You and I were the only ones in that chamber.
Hey, he's running back to the shield.
Get him. Get him before he gets the compressors. He'll wreck him.
Got him, Dan!
Good.
Dan, I never can thank you enough. But to think that after 30 years, Angus would ever do a thing like this.
Well, Mac, don't waste time even thinking about it. Let's go finish this tunnel instead.
Gee, what was the matter with him, Mr. Holliday?
Jealousy, Susie? You see, he'd worked with Mac as a foreman. Then he saw Mac rise from a foreman to the owner of a big company. For 30 years, every day he'd go into the tunnel just an employee, while Mac stayed on top, the big boss.
And it kind of made him, well, jealous, huh?
To put it mildly, yes.
Golly. Well, that makes up my mind for me, Mr. Holliday.
Congratulations, Susie.
Huh?
What do you mean?
I quit.
Huh?
In about 29 years.
Oh. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville. 3 to Die is an original story by Mr. Sandville, adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
I don't like a flabby body, and I hate flabby hair. So, I got into Condition.
Condition shampoo from Clairol. Protein enriched and formulated to restore healthy-looking body to damaged hair. Condition shampoo revitalizes your hair's shine, gives it a clean, wholesome, healthy glow. Put an end to limp, lifeless, flabby hair with Condition shampoo from Clairol.
Got flabby hair? Get into Condition.
Here are 4 of the leading sprays. And Tickle. Which one keeps you the driest? Tickle.
Here are 4 of the leading roll-ons and Tickle. Which one feels really different?
Tickle. Look, only Tickle has the big wide ball. It feels smooth, feels nice, feels different. So try Tickle. You'll like the way it feels, and you'll love the way it works.
Reach out and touch someone. Reach out, call up and just say hi. Reach out and touch someone.
Wherever you are, you're never too far. They're waiting to share your day. Reach out and touch someone. Reach out, call up America. People from coast to coast, calling up friends
To keep them close. But families who care so much,
keeping in touch. Reach out and touch someone. Reach out, call up and just say hi. Reach out and touch someone.
Reach out and touch someone far away. Give them a call.
Hey, I want to return these shirts.
No,
Yeah, they're all covered with specks.
those aren't specks. They're Certs flavor crystals. Try one. And Certs gives you 30-minute breath protection. I mean, the candy may be gone in 5 minutes, but Certs with Redson keeps on freshening your breath even after 30 minutes.
I'll put another log on the fire.
Certs with flavor crystals keeps on working even after 30 minutes.
I can't wait around for life to get around to me. Going out to meet it, 'cause that's the way it sets you free.
Hard-working people got a future they can plan. The Army makes me glad that I'm a hard-working man.
If you want to learn any of hundreds of different skills to build your future on, join the people who've joined the Army.
The Army makes me glad that I'm a hard-working man.
From Miami to Oakland, they're coming to play.
beer makes it
Hey, anybody
good.
need a Schlitz?
There's no debate.
Beer makes it good. Schlitz makes it great.
11 million times a day, America reaches for a Schlitz.
Sorry I'm late. Who cares? This might be the best game we ever missed.
When you're out of Schlitz, you're out of beer. Schlitz makes it great.
This is Charlton Chapling, your consumer reporter, here at the scene of the sale, the great Allen Carpet Sale. Mr. and Mrs., would you care to comment on the values here today? I know what you're going to say. These $5.98 to $9.98 a square yard installed are unbeatable. And your opinion of the selection? I know. Colors, fibers, even famous Evans and black carpets. Hard to imagine at these low prices. Thank you. Your consumer reporter agrees. They should never allow this Allen Carpet Sale to end.
Walking down the street, pretty woman. Oh, you look so neat. How did you get that way?
The pretty woman begins her day with a skincare bar, Tone. She knows Tone's good for her skin because it's gentle, made with natural cocoa butter and moisturizers to leave skin soft, smooth, and very pretty.
Oh, pretty woman.
Pretty begins with Tone. Tampons and Stay-Free Mini Pads. You buy both? Stay-Free Mini Pads are a great idea alone, and a great idea with tampons.
If you don't know about tampons and Stay-Free Mini Pads yet, find out for yourself.
Sure.
Stay-Free Mini Pads are comfortable because they're thin, convenient because they're beltless, alone or when a tampon alone isn't quite right.
Idea. Different. That's why they're the third kind of feminine protection.
Stay-Free Mini Pads, both with tampons and without.
Are you always on the go, eating on the run? Make sure your body gets what it needs with a high-potency vitamin mineral supplement.
Unicap Tea from Upjohn. Each tablet gives you 11 essential vitamins and 6 minerals, which includes 100% of your daily zinc and iron requirements. Remember, Unicap Tea can help fortify an unbalanced diet to help keep you on the go.
High potency, that's my kind of vitamin.
Mine too.
Unicap Tea for people on the go.
Oh, moving day is such a joy. Woo! I'll take those. My Kleenex tissues. Oh, you're going to love it here. For you boutique tissues, a brand new powder room and family size look. Here's your very own den. And you gorgeous foil. Whoop! Off to the music room. With so much softness in so many styles, you feel right at home already, don't you? Oh, no wonder Kleenex is the only real choice.
Thank you.